Chapter 2503, Conspiracy. The Ice Blue Knights watched Han Sen through a camera, their jaws clenched. He was like a thief who had run into their house and beaten up their son before proceeding to steal their possessions. After his crimes, instead of running away, he had gone into the backyard for a cup of tea. Wouldn't that make anyone mad? The worst part was that, in order to preserve Bai Wuchang's life, they had to refrain from doing anything to Han Senator. They had to watch him go for a nice walk on the planet. What is he trying to do? Ice Blue Knight King looked at Han Senator. He couldn't tell what Han Sen's true purpose was in coming here. Considering the inherent danger in Han Sen's situation, they all thought it would be best if he left sooner rather than later. No matter how strong Han Sen was, he couldn't compete against deified elites. If the extreme king deifieds arrived, he would be in a lot of danger. But Han Sen wasn't running. He was just bumbling around. His actions made Ice Blue Knight King and the other higher-ups very uncertain. They sent a video of Han Sen to the Extreme King. The Extreme King's deified elites were very confused about his purpose there, too. He didn't know why Han Sen was choosing to hang around this random planet. It was like he was just waiting there for them to grab him. A conspiracy. There must be some sort of conspiracy, Sixth Uncle said, gritting his teeth. They believed that Han Sen had some sort of plan that was about to be exposed, but they weren't sure what it was all about. Everyone thought hard about what was going on, trying to guess what Han Sen was trying to do. But there were too many possibilities. No option seemed more likely than any of the others. Let Fourth Uncle and the others go quickly to the systems of chaos. It doesn't matter what Han Sen is planning, it won't be a threat to them, King Bai said coldly. His favorite son had been taken by Han Sen, but he didn't appear too worried. He looked as if nothing had happened, and he was acting like his usual self. Father, I beg you to let me take some people to the systems of chaos. We need to capture Han Sen and save Bai Wuchang, the Crown Prince bowed and pleaded. He and Bai Wuchang came from the same mother, so he was closer to Bai Wuchang than he was to the other royal children. He didn't make the request to save Bai Wuchang because of the bloodline connection, though. As the son of the same mother, Bai Wuchang was extremely talented, and King Bai loved him. Plus, Bai Wuchang didn't want the throne. He had done a great deal to make his brother the crown prince. By pleading in this way, he would give King Bai the impression that he greatly loved his brother. And there was no reason for him not to go, anyway. King Bai still coldly responded, "Our deal with the Mecca has reached a critical point. We still need you to follow up. Don't worry, Fourth Uncle can resolve this. And Miss Mirror is also on her way." Han Sen held Bauer as he continued walking across the planet. This planet wasn't an ideal place for creatures to live. Aside from the base, the rest of the environment was poor. Only a few xenogenics could live in such conditions. That place was similar to a rocky moon. It was full of craters that were the result of many meteor strikes. Many of them were enormous geographical features, whereas others were as small as football fields. Asteroids near the planet were pulled down by the gravity of the planet. That was why there were always meteors striking the surface. But now that the Ice Blue Knights had taken over the planet, many of the larger meteors were eliminated before any harm was dealt. The craters around Han Sen had formed before the Ice Blue Knights took over the planet. Bauer secretly guided Han Senator a short while later. Han Sen reached one of the smaller craters. Han Sen looked into the crater, and there was a broken rock at its center. The broken rock gleamed slightly in a metallic way. It wasn't purple like Han Sen had expected, which disappointed him a bit. But if Bauer said there was some treasure available, it had to be something good. Thinking of that improved his mood a little. Ice Blue Knight King and the other knights watching the video feed saw Han Sen walk next to the rocks with much confusion. They were unsure what Han Sen was thinking. They kept guessing what Han Sen might be up to, trying to determine what he was planning. But still, they couldn't unravel whatever he had plotted. As they watched intently, Han Sen moved many rocks away. On the camera, they could see that there were many purple mushrooms beneath the rubble. Everyone was shocked. That planet wasn't suitable for any form of life, so neither creatures nor plants thrived there. Even ordinary xenogeneics had a hard time on such a planet. Only some xenogeneics adapted for outer space could live there for a while. But now, they were looking at a bunch of fist-sized purple mushrooms. It was a very rare sight. Han Sen, upon seeing the mushrooms, looked very happy. While the knights watching the video feed could only see the purple mushrooms, Han Sen could feel their life force. And he could tell that the purple mushrooms were almost as strong as king-class xenogeneics. Plant xenogeneics. Han Sen looked at the purple mushrooms. He counted there to be around 70 of them. Some of them were big, whereas others were small. But they all had king-class life forces. These mushrooms, they cannot be the numbers mentioned by Night River King, can they? Purple mushrooms. Is that what they were? No. Look at these numbers. They should be code for some creature. These cannot be the creatures that the code indicates. These mushrooms should be the items infected by the numbers. So, what is this? Han Sen looked at them. Aside from the purple mushrooms, there was nothing else around. They were always here, where are they? Han Sen was remembering the contents of Night River King's diary, but the diary made no explicit mention of where they were exactly. Bauer looked at the mushrooms, and she seemed ready to start drooling. Daddy, can I eat them? Can you eat them? Han Sen reached out his hand and tried to pick up a mushroom. But before he could touch the mushroom, it moved. The umbra-like cap of the mushroom greatly expanded and then grew smaller, blowing out a haze of purple mist. Han Sen instantly shielded Bauer and himself in jade skin godlight. He made a wall of ice to shield them from the purple mist that was emitted. The purple mist came into contact with the ice wall and corroded it. It happened so fast that the ice wall simply melted into that purple color. Han Sen's eyebrows rose. A very powerful toxic power. Ice Blue Night King and the Extreme King's sixth uncle, who were watching the video, were immediately given a shock. They couldn't tell exactly what the mushrooms were from the video. But now that they were seeing the mushrooms, they were stunned. They knew that these strange things had to be king-class plant xenogeneics. The mushrooms had a very strong toxic power. If they didn't, they wouldn't have corroded Han Sen's ice light. Bauer, do you really want to eat one of these? You must be joking. Han Sen looked at the poisonous purple mushrooms and spoke to Bauer. I'm not talking about the mushrooms. I was talking about that. Bauer pointed at something next to the purple mushrooms. Chapter 2504, Digging Treasure. Han Sen followed Bauer's instructions when she told him where to look. Amidst that clump of mushrooms was a small clump of grass that didn't look particularly outstanding. The grass was only 3 or 4 centimeters tall. It was very, very small, and it appeared rugged and yellow. It looked as if it had dried up and died. If Bauer hadn't pointed it out, Han Sen wouldn't have noticed it. You want to eat that grass? Han Sen looked at Bauer with shock. And he thought to himself, since when has Bauer changed her appetite? I thought she only ate sweets. Not the grass. There is something below it, Bauer said quietly. Below? Han Sen looked at the grass and instantly realized what she meant. The grass was probably similar to the greens of a carrot. The root of the plant was the useful part. Han Sen stopped hesitating and began using his ghost teeth knife to cut a path to the tiny patch of grass. He swung his knife and cut down some of the toxic purple mushrooms. King-class xenogeneic plants were nothing to Han Senator. One life, one mushroom. He even cut down apart their roots. The toxic mushrooms released their toxic mist, but Han Sen used an icy light to block it. Although the king-class toxic mist was very strong, it couldn't harm Han's senior, xenogeneic king-hunted, toxic umbrella mushroom. Xenogeneic gene found. Han Sen was a little bit surprised. The purple mushrooms really were xenogeneics, and they were king-class, as well. If Night River King's diaries coded creatures were toxic umbrella mushrooms, then that means something must have affected them. And that was why they became king-class. That might also mean they weren't originally king-class. But if this is so, what affected them? Could it be that wilted grass? Han Sen thought to himself. Xenogeneic king-hunted, toxic umbrella mushroom. Xenogeneic gene found. Obtained toxic umbrella mushroom beast soul. Once Han Sen had killed 30 of the mushrooms, he earned a king-class beast soul. That was surprising. The mushrooms were king-class, and yet, they were unable to move. Their only talent was the ability to release toxic spores that were ineffective against someone like Han. Senator Han Sen quickly cleared the rest of them out and earned 2 toxic umbrella mushroom beast souls. That surprised Han. Senator they were weapon beast souls, but right now, Han Sen didn't have time to stop and give them a closer look. Once all the mushrooms were gone, Han Sen used his knife to dig around the wilted grass. He wanted to see what lay below. Do you guys know what kind of plant that is? King Bai asked, looking at the extreme king elites around him. Everyone could tell that Han Sen's objective was to dig out something that lay below, but they all looked confused. None of them knew what the grass was. Even the xenogeneic mushrooms Han Sen had killed were unknown to them. They had no clue what they were. Many plants were oh so very weird, all across the Geno universe, so it wasn't strange that none of King Bai's attendants could identify the mushrooms. Even deified elites were unable to recognize all the plants that they encountered. But they were confused, too. They didn't know how Han Sen had known there were xenogeneic plants just lying around in that precise spot. As Han Sen kept slicing and dicing, digging through the ground, he saw something purple appear below. At first, he was unable to tell what it was. But after digging for a while longer, he was able to identify it. It was a big carrot. The skin was purple, and the root was 2 feet long. There was also a purple beard on it. Han Sen dug out the giant carrot and gave it to Bauer. He curiously asked, Bauer, since when have you enjoyed eating carrots? Dad, even if we were at home, I'm pretty sure this thing would be called ginseng. Bauer held the big carrot as she spoke to Han Sr. Ginseng. Han Sen was shocked. That thing looked just like a carrot. How could ginseng be that large? And Han Sen remembered that ginseng looked yellowish. This thing was purple. It was a carrot, no matter what. Then treat it as a carrot. As Bauer fondled the massive ginseng, she looked very happy. She looked at Han Sen and said, Daddy, keep digging. I am sure you can find something else in there. There is something else. Han Sen kept on digging. The cameras only had video. Ice Blue Night King and the others of the Extreme King were unable to hear what was being spoken. They watched as Han Sen dug up a big carrot and gave it to Bauer to hold. King Bai frowned. No one around him recognized what the big carrot was. There were too many similar plants in the universe. If they weren't famous, there wasn't much of a chance of people remembering them. The purple carrot was the same as the mushrooms, in that it wasn't famous at all. No one had heard of them before. Now, they were very curious about what Han Sen could dig out of the ground there. Han Sen didn't know what he was about to dig up either. He just used his ghost teeth knife to keep digging. It looked as if there wasn't too much to be found. He dug another meter into the ground, but there didn't appear to be anything down there below the earth. Bauer, are you sure there's something down here? Han Sen looked at Bauer with confusion. There should be. Bauer was still holding the giant ginseng, sitting atop a rock. Han Sen kept on digging. He dug 3 meters into the ground before he felt the tip of his knife strike something. Because the hole was too deep, the camera's position wasn't right, and the Extreme King couldn't film whatever was inside the hole. Ice Blue Night King and the others of the Extreme King could only see Bauer. She was sitting atop the hole with a carrot in her hand, with rocks and soil being flung out of the hole. But they couldn't see what was going on inside the pit. If they were there, they could use many methods to see what was in the hole. But through video, no matter how smart they were, they couldn't tell what was going on below ground. Han-sen felt something down there. He dug faster as he grew more excited. It wasn't long before he revealed what was down there. Han-sen discovered that it was a shield. It looked like a tower shield. It was forged from purple metal, which was almost like some form of copper, but not quite. If he was honest with himself, he wasn't even sure if it was metal. The inside of the shield was facing up, so Han-sen could see the handle. The styling of it was so old, and there weren't even any insignias on it. Han-sen grabbed the handle of the shield and lifted it. Why is it so heavy? But then again, judging by the weight, it has to be something good. The shield was so heavy that Han-sen was having trouble holding it up. Still, he managed to get it out. Boom! He had only just lifted the shield when, before he could see what was on the front of the shield, a purple light burst from the shield like a volcano. The light flashed up into the sky. Han-sen was shocked. He raised his head and looked into the sky. In that purple light, there was a beautiful woman with a fantastic body and a snake tail. Chapter 2505, Medusa's Gaze. A beam of purple light burst into the sky, and the shape of a beautiful woman appeared within it. Her lower body was scaled and serpentine, and her black hair was a bunch of snakes, as well. Her eyes were shut. She looked beautiful, elegant, cold, and creepy. When Ice Blue Night King and the Extreme King elites saw the snake-like woman in the beam of light and squinted to get a clearer look, they looked shocked. That Gana's silhouette, it looked so familiar. Many of the Extreme King's deified elites had this sudden feeling. But before they could get a better look at the woman, the shape within that light was gone. It just vanished from sight. Han-sen's shield lost its light. Han-sen was confused, and so he flipped the shield over. He saw that the front of the shield was adorned with the image of the woman he had seen inside the beam of light. The image depicted a human body mixed with a snake. Her eyes were shut, and her black hair was dancing. It looked as beautiful as it did weird. This looks like a good item. It must be a deified xenogenic treasure. Han-sen was so happy. He hurried to pull the shield out of the hole. After Han-sen pulled the shield up to ground level, many of the Extreme King elites saw the purple metal shield. Their eyes all opened wide, and they stared at it in disbelief. Uncle Six whispered hoarsely, "That is the Gana's treasure, the shield of the Medusa's gaze." How is this possible? The shield of the Medusa's gaze was destroyed in a battle between the gods. Why is it here? That white shadow, it was Medusa. Is the shield of the Medusa's gaze still here? Holy **T. Why is the shield of the Medusa's gaze still around? And it is in one of the places operated by the Extreme King. Hurry! We have to get the shield of the Medusa's gaze back. We have to take him back with us to the Extreme King, no matter what. The Extreme King's simmering tempers were going to boil over. How do we take it? Only the Ice Blue Knights are in the vicinity. There are no deified elites around. Do you really think they can stop Han-sen? Someone said. And then, all the Extreme King elites stopped talking. They looked at Han-sen's shield with intense expressions. There was no other way for them to do this. They had to watch Han-sen merrily take the shield of the Medusa's gaze back to the white whale. Hurry! Tell the fourth uncle and Miss Mirror to hurry. We have to reclaim that shield. This is bad. How did that thing end up in the ice blue system? It was in our territory for all this time, and no one was able to find it. What have those ice blue knights been doing all this time? This important item was beneath their noses for all these years, and now it suddenly gets stolen. My king, I beg your permission to go to the systems of chaos. I will aid fourth uncle in killing Han Sen and claiming the shield. I am willing to go to the systems of chaos, too. The systems of chaos were once a bad place that no one ever wished to go to, but now they were the place everyone wished to go to. Han Sen didn't know anything about the shield, but he was certain it was a powerful item. He put the toxic mushrooms away, picked up Bauer, and dragged the shield with him on the way back to the big white whale. Han Sen had received what he wanted, so there was no point in waiting around for anything awry to occur. Han Sen ran to the white whale as fast as he was able to. The pirates were sitting tight, guarding the white whale. The little red bird saw them coming, and so it flew over to escort their approach. It landed atop Bauer's shoulder, hoping to nibble her big piece of ginseng. This is mine. Bauer hugged the ginseng tightly, keeping the little red bird from eating it. Han Sen didn't spare any time for the drama between those two, and so he activated his white whale. He left the ice blue systems and headed deeper into the systems of chaos. Han Sen set the shield aside. It was too heavy for him to hold easily. He had only gone a short distance with it, and he was gasping already. Upon seeing the shield that Han Sen had brought back, Fang Qingyu was curious. Han Sen had only just gone out for a bit, and yet he had returned with an enormous shield. When he looked at the shield more closely, though, he saw the image of a woman with half a human body and half a snake body. He gasped, Medusa's gaze. Brother Fang, you know this shield? Han Sen asked, looking at Fang Qingyu. Is this real? Is this really the Medusa's gaze? Fang Qingyu's voice trembled as he stared at the shield. What about it is real or not? I just dug it up. I don't know. Do you know about this shield? Han Sen asked again. Fang Qingyu definitely seemed to know something about it. Fang Qingyu's shaking hands reached out to touch the shield. What he said sounded like nonsense. I don't know, no. I'm not sure if this is the Medusa's gaze. The legends say that it was destroyed. What is this Medusa's gaze? Han Sen asked with confusion. Fang Qingyu looked at the shield with excitement. Time keeps changing. Elites live and elites die. The same can be said about treasures. Some break, whereas others are created. They might be famous eventually, but in one day, under the gushing flow of history's river, they can be washed away. Some, however, glow and shine like diamonds beneath the rushing water of that river. They become legends. People will remember such items forever. Back in the day, the Gunna Alpha used the shield of the Medusa's gaze and Purgatory Heaven. They were two deified treasures, and they made him invincible. With them, he lit up the Geno Hall's Geno Lantern. And it was through that act the Gunna became one of the higher races. At that time, the shield of the Medusa's gaze and Purgatory Heaven, the two deified xenogeneic treasures, became super famous. That was especially true of the Medusa's gaze. It can be considered one of the top 10 well-known deified items. The Gunna Alpha used the Medusa's gaze and Purgatory Heaven to assault the Geno Hall. After a few days of fighting, they were kicked out and made to fall. Then, Medusa's gaze and Purgatory Heaven were lost. As Fang Qingyu spoke, he stroked the shield at the same time. If this is really Medusa's gaze, it will be one pricey artifact. This shield alone could buy out a whole higher race. After all, this is a deified item that assaulted the Geno Hall. But the legends say the shield of the Medusa's gaze and Purgatory Heaven were destroyed. I don't know the truth to this tale. An elite that entered the Geno Hall. Han Sen was shocked. Even ancient water god, who was almighty and powerful, was unable to breach the gate of the Geno Hall. The Ghana, however, had assaulted the Geno Hall properly. And there, they fought for a few days. That was a scary thought. Come take a look. Let us determine if this truly is the shield of the Medusa's gaze. Han Sen was so happy. If that was a deified weapon from a battle waged between gods, it would be something truly amazing. Han Sen already had purgatory heaven. If that was the shield of the Medusa's gaze, perhaps he would be able to learn much from the Ghana Alpha. He might even be able to use the two deified weapons to assault the Geno Hall himself. Chapter 2506, Encountering the Black Hole Spider Again. I don't know. I have only heard about it. If this really is the shield of the Medusa's gaze, then her eyes ought to be able to open. The legends say that if she opens her eyes, even a god would cry. But it has been too long. Many people have heard the legend, but anyone who might have looked on the shield of the Medusa's gaze is probably dead by now. Only an immortal could confirm the validity of this thing. Even in the Thousand Treasures Alliance, I am afraid only a few elders might be able to confirm its identity, Fang Qinyu said. Han Sen frowned. If this was the shield of the Medusa's gaze, the Extreme King must have seen him retrieve it. Bauer, come up and pilot the ship. Speed up and let's get moving. Han Sen turned the helm over to Bauer and carried the shield to his room. He wanted to find out if the shield was useful. It didn't matter if it was the shield of the Medusa's gaze or not. If he couldn't use it, then it was rubbish. Han Sen gripped the shield in his hands and put his jade power into it. Or at least, he tried to. The power bounced away. He was unable to place Jadeskin's power into the shield. Han Sen frowned. Next, he used the power of the Dongxian Sutra, and he tried to put that into the shield. This time the power didn't bounce away. After the power of the Dongxian Sutra entered the shield, the carving of the beautiful woman started to glow with a purple light. Light began to glow within her flickering eyes, and it appeared as if they were going to open. But Han Sen's eyes widened. The shield was like a bottomless hole, and it consumed his power ravenously. In just a second, Han Sen's face was ghostly pale. His life force had been drained, but the woman inside the shield still had her eyes closed. There was still some purple light around her face, but it didn't look as if the eyes were going to open. Han Sen quickly pushed the shield away. If this kept going, he'd be nothing but a dried-up husk. After Han Sen got rid of the shield, the light on the shield disappeared. It went back to looking old and slightly battered. It no longer showed any sign of activity. Even if this isn't the shield of the Medusa's gaze, it's still an awesome treasure. Even with my power, I cannot activate it. Han Sen was quite pleased with his find. He believed the shield had to be the shield of the Medusa's gaze. But Han Sen was still a bit miffed about being unable to make use of it. He was too weak, and he knew he would have to try it while wearing the Peacock King's soul robe. Han Sen wasn't in the mood to try it at that moment, though. The legendary shield of the Medusa's gaze was too scary, and Han Sen knew he couldn't control its power properly. He was afraid that if he activated the shield, its power would destroy everything. Han Sen tried putting the shield of the Medusa's gaze into Destiny's Tower. The shield of the Medusa's gaze was very heavy, but he managed to stick it into the tower without much difficulty. That would save him a lot of trouble. Fang Qinyu was still wondering if it was truly the shield of the Medusa's gaze. Han Sen wasn't really concerned about that. It would be a powerful item, as long as he was able to use it. The white whale was still undergoing repairs, so it wasn't moving very fast. The ice blue knights continued to tail the whale, and the whale could do nothing to shake them. Ice Blue Knight King was in the ship that was following them. He stared at the white whale non-stop, every day. There were no words to describe how conflicted Ice Blue Knight King's heart felt right then. Han Sen had killed a prince and captured King Bai's favorite son, but none of that impacted Ice Blue Night King personally. Han Sen had suddenly dug up the shield of the Medusa's gaze from a place belonging to the Ice Blue Knights, though. Ice Blue Night King was unsure how he should be reacting to all this. What he knew was that he wished he had never met the guy. Han Sen was like some demonic force hanging over his life. If God gave him another chance, Ice Blue Night King would kill him back when he was still inside his mother's belly. That way, Han Sen would never have been able to harm others. The shield of the Medusa's gaze. The shield of the Medusa's gaze was hidden beneath my nose for years. And every time Ice Blue Night King thought of this, his heart bled. Captain. Something has happened inside the white whale, a knight loudly shouted. Ice Blue Night King looked at the white whale through the video feed. He saw that the white whale looked a bit different. It was no longer a half-broken mess. Now its hull was sleek and smooth, like a living creature. Right now, the white whale was glowing with a strange white light. He could see there were some waves around the white whale. Before Ice Blue Night King could react, the white whale swung its tail. It was like a fish swimming in the sea very quickly. It disappeared in a blink, and only the shock waves of its wake remained. The stalking Ice Blue Knights stared after it in shock. By the time they could react, the white whale was gone. Captain. What do we do? Should we give chase? The commander looked at Ice Blue Night King, who was still staring out into space. Go after it. Ice Blue Night King said, gritting his teeth. How do we pursue it? The commander asked, looking uncertain. Go forward. Ice Blue Night King commanded glumly. The recovery of the white whale had finished, so it could now go at full speed. There were still some parts of it that required fixing, but Han Sen couldn't wait any longer. Han Sen didn't know when Meng Lai and the others might reach him. But the further away from the hounds they got, the safer they were bound to be. Once they entered the deeper recesses of the systems of chaos, not even the Extreme King could control the situation. Even if Meng Lai was there, seeking Han Sen out wouldn't be easy. In the systems of chaos, large groups of xenogeneics often traveled together. And there was a wide variety of sorts. Fortunately, Han Sen's group had the white whale. Normal space xenogeneics were unable to breach the hull of the white whale, and the ship's speed made it easy for Han Sen to slip past them. When they encountered small xenogeneics, Han Sen would slow the white whale so he could kill the space xenogeneics and earn xenogeneic genes. The pirates were able to kill many xenogeneics, too. They were all so happy about it. With the big white whale backing them up, they didn't have to be afraid of being surrounded. They were all able to kill so merrily. Han Sen didn't want to kill marquises and dukes anymore, though. If the pirates killed those, they could keep them. All he wanted were king-class xenogeneics. If they met a large horde of space xenogeneics, Han Sen would have to retreat. There were galactic shrimps out there, in shoals of billions. Encountering groups of that size would be extremely dangerous. Black hole spider. The white whale moved into a system, and a giant spider attached to a planet suddenly came into view. It was like the whole system had been webbed by the giant creature. Han Sen slowed the white whale down to keep from disturbing the spider. That scary deified creature was something that not even a normal deified elite would be willing to disturb. Han Sen did not want to touch it either. He wanted to steer clear. As the white whale was about to leave the system occupied by the black hole spider, Han Sen suddenly saw the claws of the arachnid move. The creature turned its head to look at the white whale. The black hole-like eyeballs turned to stare at them. Chapter 2507, Scary Space Deified Xenogeneic. This was bad. Han Sen shoved the white whale to full acceleration so they could get out of the black hole spider's territory. The white whale's engine labored so hard that it released enormous clouds of smoke, but the white whale didn't go forward. It seemed to be being pulled back. Han Sen looked behind them, and he saw the black hole spider spreading its jaws. Its open mouth was like a giant black hole. It formed a vortex in space that sucked the white whale toward its gaping maw. "We are going to die. Who is going to save me? I don't want to die. I'm a virgin. I still haven't gotten married." Ningyu sat on the floor, holding Bauer and sobbing. All the pirates were in shock. They had heard about the black hole spider before. Even in the wild systems of chaos, the black hole spider was the top of the food chain. Han Sen pushed the white whale to the max, but the white whale was only being pulled back faster. The hull ground against the fabric of space as it was pulled backward, spawning a flurry of sparks. Pang! An unexpected asteroid suddenly slammed into the side of the white whale. The white whale began to spin. Before Han Sen had time to think, the white whale fell completely into the grip of that black hole. It spun faster and faster inside the black hole, and other small objects slammed into the white whale. Each strike made a horrible sound. The pirates rolled across the floor like a bunch of gourds. "I don't want to die." Ningyu was screaming with every breath. Han Sen moved fast. He shifted his feet as the white whale rolled around. He kept himself balanced, using the Peacock King's soul robe. He was going to release a power of his own to get them out of that space vortex. Bauer was jumping nimbly around the command deck, still holding onto her big purple ginseng. That kind of shaking was unable to affect her balance. Little Red Bird stood on her shoulder. It kept looking around. Pang! Seconds later, the white whale fell out of the space vortex. It landed on a black sea, and the big sea was in massive turmoil. What is this place? Why is there a sea? Han Sen wondered. He kept looking around. That black sea was so big that it looked endless. Mist rose in all directions, so he couldn't see very far. Bat-ong! Bat-ong! Other things kept raining into that same sea. There were asteroids, plants, the wreckage of ships, and even some xenogeneics. While Han Sen looked around in frozen silence, a planet even came down. It fell into the Black Sea, and the waves that rolled out from the impact sent the white whale flying. It kept rocked violently across the big waves, and it was some time before the ship stopped flipping. Then, Han Sen saw something even scarier. As all of these objects fell into the black water, they started to melt. Are we inside the black hole spider's stomach? Han Sen was looking at the mountain-like asteroids that appeared to be melting as he pondered the idea. Oh no! We are done for. We are being digested to become poo-poo. I don't want to become poo-poo. Ningyu sat on the floor, crying. Don't worry. Our ship isn't being corroded. Han Sen observed the white whale's hull. The ship was like a deified creature itself, and so it wasn't dissolving under the corrosive power of the black water. But Han Sen didn't know how long the white whale would last, so he also knew he had to get out of there as fast as he could. But that black hole spider was too big. It had captured the white whale merely by inhaling. Compared to the black hole spider's size, the white whale was a tiny shred of meat. Han Sen then realized that the black hole spider hadn't actually been attacking them, they had simply picked a terrible time to try to travel through the system. They had encountered the black hole spider just as it decided to eat lunch. Based on what they could see through the mist, they knew that the spider had ingested countless asteroids and more than a few entire planets. Han Sen regained control of the white whale and guided it up and out of the big black sea. That dark water was probably the stomach juices of the black hole spider. Han Sen drove the white whale, all the while dodging the falling asteroids. He wanted to get as high as possible. If this was the black hole spider's stomach, he should have been able to get out via its esophagus. After traveling through the mist for God knew how long, he was unable to see any more asteroids falling. But he still couldn't find the esophagus. Is this really the black hole spider's stomach? It's too big. Are we in another dimension, perhaps? Han Sen looked weirded out as he spoke to himself. We are dead. Ning Yu cried. Fang Qingyu had a wry smile, and he said, if I have guessed things right, we are in the black hole spider's body. And this is its stomach, or at least an organ that is similar to a stomach. The black hole spider has space powers. It is deified, and its space powers extend through its body, as well. If we want to get out of here, we have to figure out the space powers locking this place down. If we don't, we aren't going to find a way out. How do we break the space powers here? Han Sen asked as he glanced at Fang Qingyu. Fang Qingyu smiled wryly again, and he said, the only information I have on the black hole spider is what I've seen in the Thousand Treasures Alliance's database. I can try to guess what we are going up against, but I won't be able to break whatever it is. I hope the white whale can last a while. Otherwise, we will all be digested very soon. Han Sen didn't say anything. He peered into the mist with his purple-eye butterfly, and he noticed that the mist was made of substance chains formed of a space substance. The power of those substance chains was twisting space into a closed loop with the creature's stomach. He would be unable to fly out through ordinary means. But he had to try, even if it didn't work. None of them knew if the white whale could withstand the corrosive juices and mist for long. If they couldn't get out, they were dead. Han Sen didn't turn on the white whale's weapon systems because using those weapon systems would pull valuable power away from the energy reactor. The white whale didn't have an infinite amount of energy available for use at all times. If he used all the available energy, he would be unable to fly. Little Red, Han Sen said to the little red bird. The little red bird seemed to know what Han Sen wanted. It screamed and flew off of Bao's shoulder. It became a fire phoenix and flew out of the white whale. It spat fire at the mist. The red flames turned the space substances and substance chains into dust. But when the space substance chains broke, faults opened in space. It made reality very unstable around them. The little red bird almost fell into the cracks, so he came back. So this is a space element deified xenogeneic. Han Sen looked gloomy. Space deified xenogeneics were scarier than he had believed. Chapter 2508, very cute for more than 100 hours, Han Sen flew the white whale forward across an endless sea cloaked in mist. Still, he couldn't find an escape route. The space powers within the creature's stomach were layered like a giant space maze. Through various space folds and faults, they couldn't find a way out. The scariest thing was that the cracks in space could do serious damage to the hull of the white whale, leaving large scratches across it despite its incredible resilience. Fortunately, Han Sen had his Dongxian area and the purple-eye butterfly. He was able to avoid the space cracks. If he hadn't been able to, the white whale would have been torn apart, and they all would have died in short order. Even so, Han Sen still had to face the crisis that had literally swallowed them. The silver lining in all this, however, was the fact that the white whale was repairing itself more quickly than the corrosion was eating it away. Still, the ship's recovery processes cost material and energy. If the energy was depleted, then death was the only thing that awaited them. The ship and its crew were depressed. The uncertain fate left everyone feeling nervous. Aside from Bauer, who was trying her best to make Ningyu happy, none of the others could raise a smile. Han Sen was under a lot of pressure to resolve this. He wasn't worried about his safety, as he could always hop back to the sanctuaries. But if he did that, Ningyu and Fang Qingyu would be left to die. Brother Fang, can you call the treasure identifier elder? Can you see if he can help us? Han Sen asked Fang Qingyu hopefully. Fang Qingyu pulled out his Wanjia Rubik's Cube. The Rubik's Cube squares were all gray and lifeless. It wasn't picking up any signals. I tried already. The Wuxia Rubik's Cube can't function in this place. The Wuxia Rubik's Cube is a space treasure, but the black hole spider is also a space xenogeniac. Their powers affect each other. Fang Qingyu smiled ruefully. Han Sen didn't say anything. He continued to guide the white whale forward. There was nothing he could do right now, so he would just have to wait and see what happened next. The pirates seemed to be in shock. If it wasn't for Han Sen, whose lofty power they held in the highest esteem, they would have already had complete mental breakdowns. Without him, God knew what they would have done. Ningyu didn't require pressure to break. If Bauer even teased her, that would get the waterworks flowing. She'd sob like a madwoman. But in the eyes of the pirates, she was something else entirely. They had watched Ningyu become a man and kill someone terrifying. Ningyu might be a vulnerable person that they could push around right now, but no one dared to do it. They didn't want to incite that slumbering wrath. No one spoke, but all of a sudden, Han Sen saw a black shadow in the mist. He couldn't see what it was, but it seemed to be something very large on the Black Sea. Han Sen frowned, but he drove the white whale toward it. Nothing could be worse than what they were currently going through. This might have been a worthwhile opportunity. What is this? When the white whale drew closer to the shadow, some of the other crew members finally noticed it. Land, there is land. When they were finally able to see what it was, they laughed in delighted relief. An unbelievable scene appeared from the Black Sea. There was a large stretch of dark red land before them. Han Sen could see the crimson sea stacks and reefs surrounding it. Even from afar, Han Sen could see some weird plants decorating the place. These plants were the normal trees or grass or vines that one might expect to find on an island. Instead, they were some mushrooms in many different shapes and sizes. The big mushrooms were like Ferris wheels. Others were the size of a room. A few were as small as beans. The place was colorful, and they all looked very lovely. Plus, many of the mushrooms glowed. They lit up the black mist and sea. Han Sen and the others looked at that mushroom land as if they were staring at a fairy tale come to life. They looked very surprised. If there is land, does that mean we aren't inside the stomach of the black hole spider? Ningyu looked at the mushroom land, and happiness returned to drive away her tears. Han Sen wasn't quite as cheery, though. He had seen many xenogeniac bodies that featured landmasses and palaces. The black hole spider was so huge, having a landmass inside it was not too surprising. No matter what, if that land had plants, then it was suitable for life. Plus, the mist didn't seem to obscure the mushroom land. That would at least keep the white whale's hull from being further corroded. This was a good thing. As he flew the white whale to the land of mushrooms, Han Sen wasn't in a hurry to land. First, he flew around the mushroom landmass. As he circled it, his eyebrows furrowed. The land of mushrooms was very pretty, and the mushrooms covered it in rainbows and splashes of color. But aside from the mushrooms, there was nothing else around. There weren't any xenogeniacs, and there weren't any other types of plants. There were only mushrooms. From Han Sen's prior experiences, the prettier a mushroom was, the more poisonous it was. Those mushrooms were extraordinarily pretty, so he imagined they were also extremely deadly. What is that? Fang Qingyu asked, pointing at the forest of mushrooms. Han Sen looked to where he was pointing, and he saw that inside the mushroom forest was a stone mountain. The stone mountain was very circular, and it was shaped something like a bun. Next to the small mountain, a small ship was parked. It looked old and broken, so there was no way of knowing who it belonged to. Creatures are living here, the pirates said excitedly. Han Sen drove the white whale closer to the downed battleship. Before they got any nearer, though, a door opened and a creature climbed out. When Han Sen saw the creature, he felt his eyes open wide. He had seen many strange people in his time, but that creature that had just come out of the ship looked odd, even to him. The creature was snow white, and its body was 2 meters tall. It was like an angry tiger, but there was a little pink mushroom glowing on its head. It made the tiger's angry face look rather cute. What a cute little tiger! Ningyu looked at the tiger and clutched her chest. Her eyes were full of stars. The white tiger with the little pink mushroom on its head looked at the white whale in the sky. It opened its mouth, walked around, and then let loose a loud meow. Han Sen and the others all swapped glances. Ningyu, in particular, looked as if she was melting. She looked at the white tiger through the white whale's screen and passionately said, "It's so cute." Boom! Before anyone could say anything more, the white tiger jumped, landing on the white whale's back. The white whale suddenly lurched. An enormous dent formed in the spine of the white whale, and it was pushed down into the canopy of mushrooms. Chapter 2509, Mushroom. The white whale came down into the mushroom forest, and its crash landing sent many mushrooms flying. It finally slid to a stop when it came up against a line of mushrooms that were a few dozen meters tall. But the mushrooms they did break, releasing a rainbow-colored mist. When Han Sen and the others looked closer, they could see a nearly infinite abundance of rainbow-colored spores forming the foggy veil. The little red bird was angered. It flew straight out of the white whale's mouth and flared into its fire phoenix form. Its scary phoenix fire immediately turned the area into a burning hellscape. Many of the mushroom spores were burned to ash, and the white tiger that had assaulted them was surrounded in flames. The white tiger jumped to escape the blazing inferno. It hovered in the air, opened its mouth, and fired cannonballs at the red phoenix. As the cannonballs approached, Han Sen could see that they were actually mushrooms. The red phoenix opened its mouth and released another torrent of fire, which easily incinerated the incoming mushrooms. They combusted and exploded, and streams of spores erupted from them like fountains. The explosions were beautiful, but within a second, the phoenix had reduced the mushrooms and their spores to dust. The white tiger fired out many more mushrooms. Each of them was turned to ash by the little red bird. The white tiger started to look afraid of the little red bird's fire, and it started to believe it had incurred some fairly bad luck. The little red bird gave chase to the now fleeing felon. "Bird brother, go get him. Bird brother is strong." The pirates could see that the little red bird had gained an advantage. They were so happy for the little red bird, they all cheered loudly and gave the bird their support. Some of the white tiger's fur was singed by the little red bird's fire. It kept meowing pitifully as it fled. Its white fur started to turn black in the heat, and it suddenly lowered its head toward the ground. Like a drill, it dug into the ground and disappeared someplace below. The little red bird flew around the area, but it was unable to see the white tiger anymore. So, it flew back in a much happier mood. The pirates quickly opened the door and welcomed the little red bird back inside. "Brother Bird is so powerful. Brother Bird is like the best bird ever." That crappy tiger said itself when Brother Bird went out to greet it. The pirates said, trying to ingratiate themselves with the little bird. The little red bird puffed up its chest to look big and cocky, like the big brother it was being revered as. It seemed as if the praise of the pirates had gone to the creature's head. Upon seeing it, Han Sen shook his head. Even a bird can't ignore sweet talk. The little red bird was once an innocent little thing, but now it has fallen. The little red bird had been a nightmare for the white tiger. The crew needed the bird's protection, so no one dared to offend him. But when the bird flew back to Bower, it made sure to look polite. It didn't dare to act cocky around her. Han Sen looked around. Aside from the white tiger, there were no other xenogeniacs in the vicinity. The white tiger had been suppressed by the little red bird. So, for the time being, they were safe there. If the white tiger had survived on the island, then they should be able to survive there as well. They would figure out how to escape later. Fang Qingyu and Ningyu felt relieved. This place was strange, but it was better than the Black Sea. At least they weren't in any immediate risk of death. I wonder if those mushrooms can be eaten. They do look delicious. The better looking they are, the more poisonous they are. But we are high-class pirates. Why would we be afraid of poison? The pirates talked amongst themselves, but suddenly, one of them screamed. He sounded so scared, and he said, Mushroom, what is so shocking about mushrooms? They are everywhere. Another pirate laughed, but everyone still looked at the pirate that had just screamed. That pirate looked very shocked. His fingers shook as he pointed, and in a trembling voice, he said, There's a mushroom on your head. Whose leg are you trying to pull here? Why would my head have a mushroom on it? The pirate didn't believe the claim. But when he touched his head to be sure, his face changed. Han Sen and the others all looked at the pirate. His head had a mushroom. It was a white mushroom that looked like an egg. My head has a mushroom. That pirate touched his mushroom and screamed. What are you afraid of? Maybe Brother Bird accidentally dropped it onto your head, the ex-captain pirate shouted at the distressed pirate. He reached his hand out to pull and tug at the pirate's mushroom. Ah! It hurts! It hurts! It hurts, the pirate screamed in pain. The other pirate pulled harder at the mushroom, lifting the man's entire body, but the mushroom didn't come off. The white mushroom on his head seemed to be attached to his scalp. Han Sen frowned. He looked at everyone's head, and he was given a fright. Your head has a mushroom, too, and you, as well, arg. Everyone's head now had their own mushroom. The sizes and colors of each were all different. Suddenly, aside from Bauer and the little red bird, everyone's head had a mushroom. Han Sen used his Dongxian area to look at the mushroom on his head. It was the size of a fist, and it was pitch black. It was like a little umbrella. The mushroom cap was quite large, but the stalk was very thin. The scariest thing about it was that the roots of the mushroom were inside his head. They were like vines, tangling around his brain. Han Sen looked at Ningyu and Fang Qingyu. They both looked the same. Ningyu's head had a fat, pink and white capped mushroom. Fang Qingyu's head had a rainbow polka dot mushroom. The pirates all had different mushrooms, too. But when Han Sen looked at them all with his Dongxian area, the mushrooms were attached to all of their brains. Arg! What the hell are these mushrooms? A pirate tried cutting off his mushroom with a knife. He barely managed to pierce the skin of the mushroom, and even that was so painful that it had him rolling around on the floor. I don't want to be a mushroom man. Ningyu looked into a mirror. Seeing she had a mushroom, she couldn't help but weep. Bauer tried to bring her comfort by saying, Little Miss Ningyu, your mushroom looks quite nice. You could join a mushroom beauty contest for sure. I don't want to be a mushroom man. I don't want to join mushroom competitions. Ningyu cried. Han Sen tried to pull his mushroom, and when he did, his expression changed. When the mushroom was moved, it was like he was tugging his brain. His will was strong, but it still felt incredibly painful. He almost screamed and his face turned all pale. Brother Fang, do you know what this is? Han Sen asked Fang Qingyu. Fang Qingyu's face turned white. He tried pulling his own mushroom, but he looked bitter. He shook his head and said, I honestly don't know what this is. I've never seen anything like this before. There are many xenogenic parasite mushrooms in this world, but their spores are always breathed into the lungs to enact their parasitic mischief. I've never heard of mushrooms attaching themselves to people's heads. Chapter 25:10, 37 videos. Han Sen and the others all had weird mushrooms on their heads. The saprotrophic had assimilated to become parts of their bodies. If the mushrooms were damaged, their brains would be injured as well. They had no idea what to do. No one was able to think of a way to get rid of the mushrooms on their heads. They all looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Fortunately, other than the mushrooms that sprouted on their heads, nothing else happened. Why did no mushrooms grow on Little Captain and the Little Red Bird? Have they employed some sort of secret technique? The pirates looked hopefully at Bauer and the Little Red Bird. Their bodies are special, Han-sen said simply. They cannot be hosts to a parasite. They are not like us. All hope vanished when Han-sen said that, and the pirates looked very sad. They kept looking at the mushrooms on their heads and sighed with dismay. Meow. As everyone was wallowing in their depression, they heard a familiar sound from somewhere else on the island. Far away, from deep within the mushroom forest, the white tiger looked at them with a rather cocky expression. Its face was surprisingly human, and it was cackling like an evil maniac. Its teeth were bared in a rictus grin, and it was laughing so hard that it seemed like it was about to cry. Han-sen had never seen a tiger laugh in such an ugly manner before. If the tiger knew about the mushrooms on their heads, then it must have been responsible in some way. The Little Red Bird flew angrily toward the tiger again. But when the Little Red Bird approached, the white tiger drilled back underground and fled. The Little Red Bird's phoenix fire couldn't damage the ground. No one knew what that ground was made of. Han-sen called the Little Red Bird to return. They looked at the strange rocks all around them. The stone that made up the island was metallic but also like jade. No one could tell what sort of material the rocks were composed of. You guys go and collect some mushrooms. Let's see if we can eat them, Han-sen said to the pirates. Captain, there are already mushrooms on our heads. If we eat more, might they start growing all over our bodies? One of the pirates pleaded through tears. Stop talking crap and just go. Han-sen glared at them moodily. The pirates shifted from foot to foot unwillingly. They were afraid that if they went out, their bodies might become the hosts of even more mushrooms. And they were also afraid that the white tiger might show up and kill them. They walked half a step away, and that was it. They didn't dare leave the safety of the white whale. The Little Red Bird spat some fire behind them, and they all jumped out of the white whale in sudden fear. The pirates trembled with fear as they walked through the undergrowth of the mushroom realm. They didn't walk too far, though. They collected a few mushrooms, and Han-sen asked the cook to fry them up. After the mushrooms were cooked, the pirates didn't dare eat them. They looked down at the fried mushrooms in their bowls, then they all just looked at each other. None of them dared to take the plunge. Why are you all frozen? Hurry up and eat. Han-sen smiled at the pirates. Captain, we aren't hungry. We really aren't hungry. Inside, the pirates were thinking to themselves, why aren't you eating, huh? We don't know how long we're going to be stuck here. With our food reserves, we might not last very long. From now on, you guys are going to have to eat these mushrooms to survive. Even if you don't eat them today, there will come a time when you'll be forced to eat them or starve. But don't worry, these are just ordinary mushrooms. They won't kill you. Han-sen laughed. Han-sen expected that they wouldn't be leaving that zone anytime soon. Captain, we aren't hungry just yet. Can we eat them when we grow hungry later? A pirate asked quietly. What do you think? Han-sen smiled at the man. The pirates understood that they had no choice in the matter. Something might happen after they ate the mushrooms, though. Getting hurt or dying was only one possibility, but it was a strong possibility. And if they didn't eat the mushrooms now, Han-sen would likely deal with them personally. The pirates gritted their teeth and picked up the mushroom slices. Trying to summon their bravery, they closed their eyes and put the mushrooms in their mouths. In the beginning, they looked glum. But after chewing for a bit, they opened their eyes excitedly. Captain, this is so good. They are actually very fresh. A short while later, one of the pirates exclaimed his delight. Nothing bad happened after they ate the mushrooms either. No more mushrooms sprouted upon their bodies. There was just that one mushroom still attached to each of their heads. Slow down. Don't eat so quickly. I'm afraid you will be eating these mushrooms for a long time to come, Han Sen said sternly. He already knew the mushrooms weren't poisonous. If he hadn't been certain that the mushrooms were harmless, he wouldn't have permitted the pirates to eat them. The mushrooms on their heads hadn't appeared because of the mushrooms on the ground, they had come from the mushrooms that the white tiger had spat out. The spores inside of those mushroom attacks were the reason why Han Sen's crew had developed the mushrooms. It was obviously the white tiger's power, although Han Sen wasn't sure what eventual effects the mushrooms on their heads might have. The white tiger kept appearing now and again. It would growl at Han Sen to try to provoke him. It was probably afraid of the little red bird because it didn't come near the white whale. Han Sen left the white whale and went to the broken ship that the white tiger had exited from. That battleship was very old, and the interior was very rusted. The things that were made of wood were all covered in mushrooms. Nothing else was alive on the ship. Han Sen discovered torn bits of clothing of some kind, and the battleship was broken pretty badly. Judging from the damage, it might very well have been the white tiger's work. Han Sen went to the battleship's command deck. Fortunately, the black box wasn't completely destroyed. He brought it back to the white whale with him and tried to replay the video content. It did not take long for Han Sen to be disappointed. Although the discs looked fine, they must have been electrified at some point, or maybe they just sat in that ship too long to be functional. None of the discs would play, and the white whale couldn't repair them. Han Sen tried every single disc, but not a single one would work. Han Sen had also found a very old communicator. He pulled out the memory card, and luckily, the white whale was able to read it. Han Sen was quite happy about this. He looked at the screen on the white whale and noticed that the card possessed 37 video files. There was nothing else. The video files were labeled, from 1 to 37. Those files were all connected and sequential. There were no spaces or missing files. So, Han Sen opened the first video file. He watched it alone in his room. Whether the content was good or bad, but he didn't want the others to know he had found these yet. Mimi, come to Mama. As soon as Han Sen started the video, he heard a woman's voice. In the video, a white kitten was walking on shaky legs. Based on how unsteady it was, Han Sen assumed that it was a newborn. And the location in the video was the old ship's command deck. Clearly, the woman was the one holding the recorder to film the white cat. Upon hearing the woman's voice, Han Sen noticed how familiar it was. He had heard that voice somewhere. Chapter 25:11, Little White Cat. The little cat was only around the size of a man's hand. It looked very cute, and its legs were pink in color. The contrast between the pink fur of its legs and the white fur of its body was quite lovely. The woman picked up the cat from the ground and placed it in her hands. Han Sen could see the woman's hands in the video. Her fingers were long and delicate, and her skin was flawless. Her hands were beautiful. She didn't have long nails or any adornments or accessories like rings. She placed the little white cat inside a transparent container. Then she put on a pair of disposable gloves, the type commonly used for doing experiments, and brought out a needle. She injected an unknown fluid into the little white cat. After receiving the injection, the little white cat quickly fell asleep. The video then remained trained on the sleeping cat. It was like the woman was just standing still, holding the camera steady. But after a while had passed, Han Sen realized that the woman couldn't have been standing there all that time. She must have put the device in a corner and left it running. Because nothing much was happening on the screen, Han Sen fast-forwarded through the video file. he noticed something shocking as the video sped forward. The sleeping white cat grew twice as big overnight. The video ended like that. Han Sen opened the second video. The image seemed to be the same. He could see the little white cat inside the transparent container. But shortly after, the little white cat woke up, and the woman wearing disposable gloves reappeared. Once again, she gave the little white cat an injection. The little white cat, who had just woken back up, was put to sleep again. The woman stroked the little creature's head and said in a soothing voice, "My good child. You must make it. Mama believes in you." Injection, sleep, injection, sleep. This process seemed to go on forever. And in this cycle, for 7 days, the little white cat grew to the size of an adult tiger. As it grew larger, the little white cat began to look more and more familiar. Is that actually the white tiger outside? Han Sen wondered. Honestly, though, he was not too surprised by the revelation. And then, the cycle continued. The little white cat didn't spend much time awake. For most of the video, it slept under the influence of the injections. But its body was continuing to grow. It was now much larger than the mushroom-headed white tiger that inhabited this island. On the 23rd day, the woman discovered that the little white cat had a small and delicate mushroom on its head. Although the mushroom was just the size of a bean, the woman was surprised and said, "Kid, you made it." After that day, the white cat and the mushroom continued to grow bigger and bigger. The woman's tests also continued. On the 37th day, the white cat had become a mammoth-like beast. The container was no longer big enough to contain it. While it slept, she opened the container and stood next to the giant white cat's head. It was like she was taking a selfie. She filmed herself and the little white cat together. This was the first time Han Sen had seen the woman's face. Previously, he had only heard her voice and seen her hands and arms. When he saw the woman's face, he couldn't help but scream, "Is that her?" The woman in the video was wearing a white lab coat. She had a ponytail, and she was wearing black glasses. She was the woman that had been trapped in Two World Mountain. But she seemed to be a very different person here than she had been when Han Sen met her. She was softer here, although compared to the average person, her personality would still seem distant and reserved. Is that her ship? Has she been here before? How did she get out? Han Sen thought excitedly. If that woman had come here and managed to escape, then he should be able to get out, too. But Han Sen didn't know how the woman had managed to get out. And Han Sen was a little confused about why the woman hadn't taken her guinea pig with her when she left. Han Sen needed to find answers to the questions that the video had raised, but the videos came to an end there. He had watched the last one. The final video ended with her and the little white cat sharing a selfie. D***M it. Couldn't you have filmed a little more? Han Sen thought in frustration. But at least he had found out that escape from this realm was possible. So that was good news, at least. Han Sen watched the video to the end, but he didn't learn anything else. The video just filmed the white cat, and the camera remained in a fixed position. Aside from the selfie at the end, it was almost all filmed from the same angle. Captain. This is so bad. Captain. Something is climbing up the island, a pirate shouted as he knocked on Han Sen's door. Han Sen switched off the video, exited his room, and went straight to the command deck. There, he saw that creatures were emerging from the Black Sea. They were like black snakes. They were as thick as barrels, and their heads were serpentine. Their mouths were oddly squarish when they opened, but they possessed many fangs. They looked very scary. There are living creatures in the Black Sea. Han Sen was shocked. The corrosive powers of the Black Sea had been beyond even the deified white whale's ability to withstand. It was hard to imagine how such creatures could survive in that sea. When those weird snakes emerged, they started to eat the mushrooms on the land. Although there were many mushrooms, there were many black snakes, too. It wasn't long before they had eaten a few acres worth of mushrooms. Meow, came a sharp cry. The white tiger swooped in from the sky, slashing with its claws. The bodies of numerous snakes were ripped apart. The injured snakes bled a black juice, but their broken bodies still tried to bring down the white tiger. The white tiger slammed its paws down to squish the heads of the snakes into jelly. The white tiger didn't seem to possess area attacks, but its power and speed were very impressive. Its abilities seemed to be deified. The white tiger shifted, and it suddenly became a group of white tigers that descended on the horde of weird snakes. Han Sen knew from the white tiger's speed that these were not doppelgangers. The tiger was simply moving so quickly that it was leaving behind afterimages. His vision couldn't follow the speed at which the creature went. Everywhere the white tiger went, black heads were torn from serpentine bodies. A few minutes later, the ground was littered with the broken bodies of a few hundred weird snakes. The surviving snakes returned to the depths of the Black Sea. The dead black snakes rotted very quickly. They dissolved into black juices on the ground. Most of them slowly trickled back to the Black Sea, whereas others dried up on land. After all the weird black snakes returned to the Black Sea, the white tiger roared at the sea, then turned around and went back to the mushroom forest. Chapter 25:12. Going to the core area again. The old battleship was the only piece of technology that Han Sen could find on the island. All other landmarks were completely natural formations. Han Sen and the others couldn't really leave the white whale. Now and again, hordes of black snakes would emerge from the Black Sea to chow down on the mushrooms. But every time that happened, the white tiger beat them back. Han Sen made many attempts to get rid of the mushrooms that were on each of their heads. All his efforts were in vain. Even if they managed to withstand the pain long enough to cut off the mushrooms, the roots were still embedded within their brains. It was only a matter of time before they grew back. And the newly grown mushrooms would be more colorful than ever. It made them want to cry. Han Sen used his original Water King body, and as his body turned into liquid, the mushroom on his head lost its grip and fell to the floor. The mushroom died quickly, and for a moment, Han Sen thought he was free. However, it wasn't long before another mushroom grew atop his head. Although the new mushroom looked the same as the old one, some instinct told Han Sen that it was actually different. When Han Sen got rid of his mushroom, he quickly entered the core area. While he was in the core area, the mushrooms did not plague him. But if he left the core area, a new mushroom would immediately rise from his head. Fortunately, aside from looking incredibly strange, the mushrooms didn't seem to be harmful. They merely sat quietly atop the heads of Han Sen and his crew. Meanwhile, Han Sen took the white whale back into the air to find a way out. But after making a few loops of the area, he would always end up returning to the familiar land of mushrooms. The space faults and folds were too complicated, and they changed and morphed constantly. Unless the black hole spider was killed and its space power disappeared, getting out of the beast's stomach was an unachievable dream. The pirates had gotten used to eating the mushrooms of the land by now. The mushrooms tasted reasonably good, but the pirates still got tired of eating them before too long. At least the different-looking mushrooms had different textures. That made the experience somewhat tolerable. And eating the different types of fungus was better than drinking tasteless nutrient solutions all the time. Han Sen and Bauer never ate those mushrooms, though. Bauer kept the big ginseng with her at all times. She nibbled at it constantly. Still, despite the amount of time it had been in her possession, she had only managed to gnaw off its tip. Han Sen didn't eat much. He spent most of the time consuming king-class genes. The extreme king elites like Meng Lai were still searching for Han Sen in the systems of chaos. They were about to go mad as they circled through the same dangerous systems time after time, but no matter what they did, they were unable to find Han's senator. That made them very depressed. Han Sen still had both the shield of the Medusa's gaze and Bai Wuchang. The extreme king used every method at their disposal to try to locate Han Sen, but all of their efforts were fruitless. Han Sen and the others had completely disappeared, or so it felt like. No one could know for sure if he was dead or alive. Han Sen summoned his Dongxian armor and entered the core area. Since he couldn't find a way to leave the Mushroom Kingdom, he could hunt king-class xenogeneics in the core area to max out his king genes. Han Sen entered the core area, but before he could find anything to kill, Dia Robber and Dragon One were heading toward him. Han Sen was surprised. "Dollar, can we talk?" Dia Robber said. "Sure," Han Sen said casually. "We want to slay a deified core xenogeneic. Are you interested?" Dragon One came up to ask. "I'm interested, but what benefits would I receive if I was to help you slay this deified xenogeneic?" "You probably wouldn't give me the body of the deified xenogeneic, am I correct?" Han Sen said. Dragon One and Dia Robber looked at each other. Dia Robber said, "The deified xenogeneic's body would be the primary component for the crafting of deified treasures. We would need it. We're asking you to help us because we require the body. But if you are willing to help, we can discuss a price and shares of the profits. You can have anything, as long as it isn't the deified xenogeneic's flesh." Han Sen tapped his lip in thought. "I suppose I'd be okay with hunting a deified xenogeneic without receiving its flesh. But I would like 1,000 king-class core xenogeneic genes in exchange." If Han Sen went after king-class xenogeneics alone, simply finding them would take a long time. The fact that he could kill them easily would matter little. King-class xenogeneics weren't terribly common, and finding vast numbers of them would be difficult. God knew how long it would take him to get 1,000 king-class core genes alone. Han Sen didn't need just 1,000 king-class genes. If he wanted to max out the 9 tiers of 4 different geno arts, he needed at least 3,000. And he didn't know if he would need more xenogeneic king-class genes once his 9th tier reverted back to 1. If so, he would require even more. Rather than spending a few years to gather the genes he needed himself, this could be an opportunity to earn big. He could level up his areas fast this way, and become half-deified in no time. 1,000 king-class xenogeneic core genes. Isn't that a bit too much to ask for? Dragon One and Dia Robber looked glum. That meant they had to kill 1,000 king-class xenogeneics. They didn't know if they could even find that many xenogeneic kings, let alone kill them all. Even though the core area had many king-class xenogeneics, 1,000 of them was too much to ask for. With their strength, finding that many might take a few years. "If you guys want me to support you in a deified battle, then give me something else of equal value and I might consider it." Han Sen's face didn't change. "We asked you because we require your power, but 1,000 king-class core xenogeneic genes is simply too much. We cannot get that many out to give you," all of a sudden, Dragon One said. "You guys consider it, then. I have given you my price. If you think it is too much, then go and find someone else." Han Sen didn't cut them any slack. Dragon One and Dia Robber hesitated for a moment. Although Dollar looked very strong, he was just king class. Even if they got him to join their party, they might still fail to kill the deified they were after. So, they would have to find someone else. That offer was asking too much of them, without the guarantee of success. Anyone would hesitate before striking such a bargain. While they were talking, a man rode up to them atop a golden lion. "If the two of you are considering spending 1,000 king-class core genes to hire him, why don't you just hire us? We are the Royal Knights. You can hire us for the same price, and we can guarantee the kill. If we fail, we will reimburse you. You two trust the reputation of the Royal Knights, don't you?" Han Sen looked back. It was the Extreme King's crown prince, Wuxia. Brother Dollar, can we discuss the price some more? Instead of answering Prince Wuxia, Dragon 1 remained focused on Dollar. I won't go any lower. You can pay me 500 first and the other 500 after my task is done. If I fail to kill it, I still keep the first 500. Consider it a down payment for the effort I put into the attempt, Han Sen said. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber talked quietly amongst themselves, then Dia Robber said, "Okay Dollar, we will hire you to help us. Please come to our base so we can talk." Han Sen and Bai Wuxia were shocked. They couldn't believe at the same price, with Bai Wuxia guaranteeing the kill, Dragon 1 and Dia Robber still selected Han Sen. Chapter 25:13, Gold Armor General. Bai Wuxia thought about it for a moment. He seemed to realize why Dragon 1 and Dia Robber hadn't hired the Royal Knights. Bai Wuxia looked at Han Sen, smiled, and said, "I recommend you think about it before you take on this job. Otherwise, you might die without even realizing what happened." Han Sen was also wondering why Dragon 1 and Dia Robber had selected him over the Extreme King Crown Prince and the Royal Knights. Han Sen couldn't understand what his would-be employers were thinking. Seeing Han Sen worry over their decision, Dia Robber said, "Dear Dollar, please don't misunderstand. We mean no harm to you. We haven't hired the Crown Prince because he wouldn't accept our offer even if we were to hire him." Han Sen looked at Bai Wuxia. The man laughed and said, "If you guys are really going to go after Gold Armor General, then you are correct. I wouldn't dare take on this task. That isn't a matter of business. Anyone who takes on the Gold Armor General has a death wish. The Extreme King have many King-class elites, but we cannot just send them to their demise. Right. We are going to kill the Gold Armor General." Dragon 1 looked at Han Sen and went on to say, "Gold Armor General is a very scary being. He is one of the top deified core xenogeneics in the core area. Although we have made extensive preparations, our chances of success are still low. Are you still willing to accept this quest? Well, you wouldn't be hiring me if the success rate was high." Han Sen smirked slightly. Upon hearing his answer, Dragon 1 and Dia Robber laughed happily. Clearly, Han Sen was accepting their deal. Bai Wuxia's face didn't change, and he said, "My friends, I'm afraid you have no idea what Gold Armor General truly is. Although the xenogeneic deifieds of the core area are weaker, they still have substance chains. They are like cripples compared to the deified xenogeneics of the outside world, but even so, these creatures are not something a king or a half-deified being can challenge. You especially cannot challenge a deified core xenogeneic. Their powers are far beyond yours. That Gold Armor General is one such being. Once upon a time, someone gathered up 20 half-deifieds to hunt him down. In the end, almost half of the team was killed. Are you sure you want to invest so much in this attempt?" After that, Bai Wuxia looked directly at Dia Robber and Dragon 1, and said, "If you guys really want to kill the Gold Armor General, the Extreme King can actually accept this job. But the price has to be measured differently. If you guys are still interested, perhaps we can find a place to discuss this. The Crown Prince is confident in his ability to take down the Gold Armor General." Dragon 1 and Dia Robber's bodies were shaking. They couldn't believe what they were hearing, and so they stared at Bai Wuxia. Bai Wuxia looked confident, and he smiled. "If we Royal Knights are unable to slay the Gold Armor General, I can assure you that no one else in the core area can kill it. Why don't you guys think about this?" Dragon 1 and Dia Robber looked conflicted. Although they were well prepared, they still lacked confidence in their abilities to take down the Gold Armor General. If they had been confident, they wouldn't have hired Han Senator, but seeing Bai Wuxia's self-assurance, they knew that he must have some way to kill Ghost Armor General. If they didn't hire Bai Wuxia, he would probably hire others to kill it. If they did hire Bai Wuxia, given the arrogance of the Extreme King, he would probably demand far more than 1,000 king-class core genes. They were pretty sure the Crown Prince would want the Gold Armor General xenogenic gene as well. Dragon 1 and Dia Robert glanced at each other, then turned back to Hans Sr. Brother Dollar, now that you understand, are you still willing to accept our request? As long as you pay the agreed-upon price, then yes, Han Sen said simply. He didn't have to guarantee that he would kill the proposed enemy. All he had to do was ensure that he would try his best. Even if he was unable to kill their target, he would be receiving 500 king-class xenogenic genes. With Han Sen's power, it didn't matter how strong the Gold Armor General was. Han Sen's life wouldn't be in danger. Plus, Han Sen knew that the core area's deified xenogenics were weaker than the ones in the outside world. In that case, please come to our base for a more in-depth discussion. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber said goodbye to Bai Wanjie. Then, they left with Han Sr. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber have some kind of plan, do they? They really can't expect Dollar to kill the Gold Armor General, right? Seeing the three of them leave, Bai Wanjie frowned. Han Sen followed Dragon 1 and Dia Robber to their base. When he reached the case that the dragon and the destroyed were sharing, he could tell that they really were cooperating. Dia Robber and Dragon 1 signed a contract with Han Sen, and then they read the details out to Han Senator. Originally, Gold Armor General system had been home to multiple Armor General deified xenogenics. Steel, Bronze, and Silver Armor Generals had lived there as well, and all three of them had been deified. But those three deified xenogenics had been slain by the attacks of other races. The dragons themselves had killed Steel Armor General and Silver Armor General. They had paid a heavy price to kill those deifieds. That was especially true when it came to killing the Steel Armor General. They had lost many king-class dragons, and they had been forced to hire many half-deifieds of different races too. While they succeeded in killing Steel Armor General, it had been very expensive. But for the dragon, it was all worth it. After they earned the xenogenic genes of the Silver Armor General and the Steel Armor General, they discovered something shocking. The xenogenic genes of the two deifieds could work in conjunction, which led to some surprising developments. After this discovery, the dragon spent a lot of time and power to find and gain control of the Bronze Armor General's xenogenic gene. Once they brought that third item into their treasury, they were only missing the Gold Armor General. Many attempts had been made to bring down the Gold Armor General, and not just by the dragons. Other races had attempted to kill the Gold Armor General, but they all failed. Steel, Bronze, Silver, each general had been stronger than the last. The Gold Armor General's power was very close to the power of a real xenogenic deified of the outside world. It had very scary defensive properties, and so it had proven extremely difficult to kill. The other races had essentially given up, but the dragons didn't want to throw in the towel. Without the Gold Armor General's xenogenic gene, the genes of the three other generals were an incomplete set. It lowered the value of their collection. So, the dragons wanted to kill the Gold Armor General. They had spent a long time preparing for this offensive, and they had a plan to take down the Gold Armor General. Still, they knew their chances of success were low. But when Dragon 1 found Han Sen, he realized the plan might work. That was why he wanted to do this. Dia Robber had agreed to help the dragons because he had xenogenics of his own that he couldn't kill. He needed the power of the dragons, and this was a fine chance to see the full extent of Han Sen's abilities. If Han Sen could help the dragons slay the Gold Armor General, then Dia Robber would also hire him to help slay xenogenics in the future. Chapter 25:14, Dragon Tooth Dagger. Bai Wanjie hadn't expected that Dragon 1 and the others would make a serious effort to kill Gold Armor General. But based on what he had just learned, it seemed that Dragon 1 and Dia Robber really intended to take on Gold Armor General. My prince, Dragon 1 and Dia Robber didn't seem to be joking. I think they're actually planning to fight Gold Armor General. Should we prepare? Should we steal the kill before they arrive? Nightmare Night asked by Wuxia. We need to prepare, but there's no rush. Just let them go ahead if they want to. Do they really think that this dollar, who came out of nowhere, can truly help them defeat Gold Armor General? How naive. Bai Wuxia laughed and went on to say, even if I wanted to take down Gold Armor General, I'm afraid I would have to request Yu Shanqin's aid, which would be expensive. I would also need to rally every half-deified at my disposal if I was to have any hope of defeating Gold Armor General. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber are too weak. After pausing, Bai Wuxia laughed and said, let's let them go ahead. When they are beaten, we can resume the fight in their place. It will save us a lot of work. Why don't we do that? Let's find out when they are going to attack the beast. Then, we'll know when we can tune in to watch the show. Yes. I will make preparations, Nightmare Night said as he left. In the base of the dragons and the destroyed, Dragon 1 and Dia Robber explained their plan for taking on Gold Armor General to Han Sr. With our power, we should be able to restrict the Gold Armor General for 2 to 3 seconds. During that time, we need you to use this dagger to stab the Gold Armor General's eyes. You will not have much time, and you only have one dagger. It is crucial that you get close to him during this window of opportunity and blind both of his eyes. If you fail in this task, all our efforts will have been in vain. Can you do this? Dragon 1 asked very seriously, passing a snow-white dagger to Han Sr. Why do I have to blind his eyes? Han Sen accepted the dagger and ran his fingers curiously over it. Gold Armor General's body is encased in gold armor, Dragon 1 explained. Its defense is too hard for us to penetrate. Even a top dog half-deified couldn't pierce that monster's armor, so it will be difficult to damage. The Gold Armor General's weakness is its eyes, where it lacks the protection of the gold armor. The eyes are only protected by crystals. Even so, ordinary half-deifieds cannot break them. The only way to break through the crystal that shields the eyes is if a half-deified wields the deified dragon tattoo-tooth dagger, a dragon treasure. After pausing, Dragon 1 continued speaking. According to those who hunted Steel Armor General and Silver Armor General, they are deified beings, but their senses aren't too strong. They depend solely on their eyes. If its vision is destroyed, Gold Armor General won't be as dangerous as we fear. Plus, once the eyes are destroyed, we can continue attacking the wounds and kill the fiend easily. That means you have another weapon to kill him? Han Sen asked, looking at the dragon tattoo-tooth dagger. The dagger was snow-white. It glistened like jade, and both sides of the dagger were engraved with the shape of an icy dragon. The engraving was beautifully detailed. While Han Sen held the dagger, he felt cold. He could feel the soul of an undying dragon roaring within the weapon. Although it wasn't one of the universe's top deified treasures, the dragon tattoo-tooth dagger suited Han Senator. Using it wouldn't require much strength, as the dagger was sharp enough to tear through space. Yes, the dagger will only be enough to injure Gold Armor General's eyes. It isn't strong enough to kill the creature. We are prepared for that, but your mission is to take out his eyes. You only need to complete this objective. Whether or not we manage to kill Gold Armor General in the end, you will receive your 1000 xenogenic genes just for blinding the creature, Dragon 1 said. Sure. Let's do that, then, Han Sen said while putting away the dagger. Ahem, Brother Dollar. You can hold on to the dagger for now, but this thing is a treasure of the dragon. You cannot take it too far away from us, Dragon 1 said with a cough. Until I kill the Gold Armor General, I'm not going anywhere, Han Sen said. Thank you for understanding, Dollar. There is something you must remember, also. You must use this dagger to strike the eyes. Skills like swordlights will not be effective on the eyes of this being, Dragon 1 said. Sure. I will keep that in mind. Han Sen nodded absently, spinning the dragon tooth dagger around his hands in intricate arcs. Han Sen didn't have to practice when it came to killing creatures. Any weapon could serve the purpose. This time, he was hunting a deified creature, though. It might be weaker than outside deifieds, but he knew that was no excuse to be sloppy. He couldn't risk recklessness, and so, Han Sen knew he would have to get himself in tip-top shape. Of course, he wasn't just doing this for the 1000 king-class xenogeneic genes that were on the line. He wanted to test his mettle and see if he could kill the deified xenogeneic to earn its beast soul. Xenogeneic treasures were great, but for the people who came from the sanctuaries, beast souls were even better. Han Sen kept his promise and didn't leave the base. He stayed there and spent each day practicing with the dragon tooth dagger. Dragon 1 was pleased to see this. No matter how he saw it, Dollar was very respectful of the job he had signed up for. Dragon 3 approached Dragon 1 and joined him in watching Han Senator. They remained silent for a while as Han Sen practiced. "Brother, do you think this Dollar will succeed? He needs to get close to the gold armor general in a short amount of time and blind him. So far, not even an extreme king half-deified has managed to do something like that. And Dollar is still king class. Brother, if you need me to, I can ask you Shanshin to help out. With him here, our chances of success would be much higher." Dragon 1 shook his head. Hiring Yu Shanshin wouldn't be that easy. Even if the extreme king sought to hire him, they would have to pay a high price. That sort of cost would be considerable to the extreme king, and we have far fewer resources. After that, Dragon 1's eyes drifted over to Han Sen, who was still practicing. His expression became strangely distant, and he said, "Dollar might be the next Yu Shanshin. Perhaps even stronger." Dragon 3 looked at Dragon 1 with shock. He turned back and stared at the practicing man. There was no trace of humor in Dragon 1's tone. Dragon 1 was comparing Dollar to the great Yu Shanshin, and he was even suggesting that Dollar might be stronger. That was an incredible compliment from someone like Dragon 1. Who was Yu Shanshin? He was the scariest half-deified in the universe, and it was a fact admitted by everyone. Not even the extreme king had a single half-deified on par with Yu Shanshin. Dragon 1 himself wasn't equal to Yu Shanshin. If he could say something like this with certainty, he was also admitting himself to be inferior to Dollar. It was hard to imagine the proud Dragon 1 making that sort of admission. Seeing the stunned expression on Dragon 3's face, Dragon 1 laughed. "I'm just saying he might be stronger than Yu Shanshin when he levels up. He isn't that strong right now. But we cannot hire Yu Shanshin, and so, we must settle for him." Chapter 25:15, Pick 1, Fortune Teller, where will you run this time? A woman was gripping a knife in a rock-steady hand. She was holding the knife to an old man's neck. "Cough, cough. What is this? Put your knife down. We are old friends. We should talk about this," the man said indignantly. "If I don't keep this knife to your neck, I'm afraid you might just run away," Isha growled to the old man. "Why would I? Seeing you actually makes me very happy. Why would I run?" The old man forced a smile. His fingers tried to touch the knife against his neck, hoping to move it away. "Stop talking crap. I have been looking for you for the longest time. You must pay the terms of our bargain," Isha said emotionlessly. The knife was still against the old man's neck. The old man dropped his hands away from the blade. "You're talking about that? You should have told me sooner. I found out a long time, but because you weren't looking for me, I thought you didn't need the information anymore." The old man looked as if he had just woken up. "Where is he?" Isha didn't want to explain. She had been looking for this old man for so long. Finding him hadn't been easy. The old man seemed to be sad, and he said, "I made the calculation far too long ago. He is long gone by now." Seeing Isha's expression darken, the old man quickly said, "But don't worry, I'll calculate a new bearing for you at once." 3 minutes. Give me 3 minutes, and I will give you Dollar's location. Hearing the old man say this, Isha's mood lightened a little. I will calculate it now. Just stop waving that knife around. You are such a pretty girl, but no one will marry you if you behave like this. The old man carefully pushed the knife away. This time, Isha didn't resist. She slid the knife back into its sheath, then turned her expressionless face back to the old man. You have 3 minutes. If I don't know where Dollar is in 3 minutes, I am going to make you marry someone. Me? The old man was shocked, and he didn't know what Isha meant. I will make you the son-in-law to the king of hell, Isha grunted. The old man smiled wryly. He lifted his hand and began the calculation. He raised his head to Isha and said, I lost the bet. I have to admit it. I have your answer, but I also have 2 locations. One is Dollar's location, and the other is your student's location. You know the rules. I only lost to you once, so you can only choose one location. Which do you wish to know more? Han-sen is still alive. Isha frowned. He is for now, but he isn't doing well. If no one goes to save him, I'm afraid. The old man stopped talking. He just shook his head and sighed. Can he still be saved? Isha asked with a frown. He can if you go there. The old man nodded. Where is he now? Isha asked. My lady, are Dragon 1 and Dia Robber really going to kill the gold armor general? In the core area, a maid-looking woman of the Kate was curiously looking at a woman in a yellow shirt. They were on a ship. They're spending a lot of manpower on this project. It cannot just be for show. The lady in yellow was attractive and composed. She seemed young, probably no more than 20 years old. But her eyes were alert and intelligent, as if they could see through everything. The gold armor general is as good as a deified xenogeniac outside the core. Are they really going to kill it? I have heard that they have hired someone called Dollar, and they seem to have high expectations of him. I don't get it, though. He hails from some small, nameless race. He achieved first place in the Marquise bracket of the Geno being scroll fights, but that's it. The evolution of his genes can't be that good. Why would geniuses like Dragon 1 and Dia Robber place their faith in a guy like that? The maid asked, still not understanding. The yellow-clothed woman laughed and said, they're collecting all the strength that they can. Expensive things are often useful, but we do not know if Dragon 1 and Dia Robber are using their resources correctly. My lady, Little Butterfly doesn't understand this. In your territory, you can choose geniuses of the Extreme King, and some of them are already deified. That would save you trouble. Why are you giving up that option, though? To pick a silkworm of some other race. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber are strong, but they are half-deified. And even when compared to other half-deifieds, they are still worse than the likes of the Extreme King. Am I right? The maid asked with wide eyes. The yellow-clothed woman blinked and said, I didn't say I would choose the Extreme King. It's just that the blood of the Extreme King is quite strong. After all these years, however, I believe they have peaked. Even if they could help me, they cannot improve much more. I prefer someone who can keep improving. Will that make a difference? They will reach the same strength as the Extreme King in the end. Little Butterfly didn't understand. The yellow-clothed woman laughed. It is just like how some people enjoy buying adult dogs to watch over their gardens. I would prefer buying a young one and raising it myself. Watching things grow is fun. Little Butterfly seemed to understand this, and so she said, you mean that Dragon 1 and Dia Robber are like young puppies? And the Extreme King are adult dogs? Something like that. The yellow-clothed woman laughed again. It isn't just Dragon 1 and Dia Robber, though. Other races could fit the bill, too. There are many different breeds of racing dogs, you just need to find the one with the most potential. So, which do you think has more potential? Dragon 1 or Dia Robber? Little Butterfly was curious. Neither of them are bad. Their potential shouldn't be any worse than the extreme kings, princes and princesses. But they aren't the best. The yellow-clothed woman sighed. Out of all the people I've seen, the best still has to be Sky Palace's Yushanshin. Lone Bamboo isn't bad, but he is probably taken. Isn't that a bad thing? Little Butterfly asked with shock. It isn't that bad. This universe has no lack of geniuses. I just need some more time to find them. Let's watch Dragon 1 and Dia Robber for now. Perhaps we might learn something interesting. The woman's eyes were like stars. She looked at the sky, thought of something interesting, and smiled. It had a beautiful curve, and she spoke to herself, very high's forgotten love. Although they have big hearts, they are boring. Many of the higher races knew Dragon 1 and Dia Robber were preparing to defeat the Gold Armor General. And so, their every move was watched. When the time for respite was up, Han Sen followed Dia Robber and Dragon 1 to the system with the Gold Armor General. They had 11 half-deifieds with them and 6 kings. Most of them were dragons or destroyed. There were only 2 different races. Although Dragon 1 and Dia Robber could enlist the help of more half-deifieds, they didn't. The success of this mission wouldn't rest on the strength of numbers. The trust and cooperation between the fighters were the most important factors. Chapter 25:16, Gold Armor General. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber knew many people were watching them, but they didn't care. Killing the Gold Armor General was an incredibly ambitious goal, and it would be a cooperative effort. Keeping their preparations under wraps would be almost impossible, so they didn't bother to try. Brother Dollar, according to the plan, we will deal with the Gold Armor General. All you need to do is find the right opportunity for your attack. You need to have pinpoint accuracy. If the opportunity is squandered, there won't be a second chance. Dragon 1 reminded Han. Senator Dragon 1 wasn't trying to be annoying, this was simply a huge deal. The dragon had already paid a high price for this operation. And the 1,000 King-class xenogeneic genes he was giving Han Sen was not a small sum. They couldn't afford to waste so much preparation and resources. Sure. Han Sen nodded. He wasn't someone who usually took on employers, but they really were paying him a lot of xenogeneic genes. It wasn't difficult to give them verbal confirmation, once again, that he would do his job. He had to satisfy their anxiety. Crown Prince, Dragon 1 and Dia Robber are going now, Nightmare Knight said, as he bowed before Bai Wanjie. Let's go. Let us see how much they can accomplish. Bai Wanjie moved out to lead the members of Royal Knights towards the region that the Gold General Armor occupied. My lady, this place is very popular. There are many familiar faces around. A small ship was parked near a mountain that looked like an asteroid. Little Butterfly, the maid, looked out across the galaxy and spoke. Killing the Gold Armor General is a huge goal. It is understandable that kings and half-deifieds from all over have come to watch. Who wouldn't want to be here in case they discover some way to take advantage of the situation? The yellow-clothed woman asked in a toneless voice. Are you saying that they've come to steal the Gold Armor General from Dragon 1? Little Butterfly was shocked. Not quite, but most people are sure to have that thought in their minds, the yellow-clothed woman said. Her eyes brightened. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber entered the system. The yellow-clothed woman looked at Dragon 1 and then at Dia Robber. Then, her eyes stopped on a person wearing pitch-black armor. His face was hidden. Is that Dollar? The yellow-clothed woman asked herself. She stared at him. As the woman focused on him, he suddenly turned around and seemed to look back at her. The woman was stunned. The man in black armor had turned his head in her direction, but he didn't even pause as he continued flying forward with the others. Does he know that I was watching him, or was that just a coincidence? The woman frowned. She had looked at Han Sen with her eyes, not activating any special abilities. Even a deified creature shouldn't have been able to tell she was watching him. But it seemed like the figure in black armor had turned to meet her gaze. Whether it was on purpose or an accident was unknown. Maybe I'm overthinking this. The woman shook her head. Her body and Geno arts were special. Noticing her gaze should have been impossible. Han Sen had been flying forward with the others when he felt as if he was being watched. Although many people were keeping an eye on them, this particular stare felt different. That was why Han Sen turned to take a look. When he looked, all he saw was a belt of asteroids. He knew the watcher was somewhere among the floating rocks, but he also knew that the stare hadn't been hostile. Because it seemed non-threatening, Han Sen didn't spend much time searching. The woman watched for a while and frowned. Even with her eyesight, she couldn't tell the strength of Han Sen's genes. This surprised her. This dollar is intriguing. I cannot wait to see the limit of his power, the woman murmured to herself with interest. After Dragon 1 and the others entered the system, they headed for a meteorite. The gold armor general always stayed near asteroids. It was a space xenogenic, so it wasn't interested in living on a planet. Han Sen was ordered to wait near the outer edge of the asteroids. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber went deeper into the asteroid belt where the asteroids were clustered more tightly. There were too many of the rocks for Han Sen to cut accurately. But not long later, a gold sword light flashed through the asteroids, parting them. And then, Han Sen saw Dragon 1 and the others retreat from the asteroid belt. Following them was a 3-meter-tall golden body. The gold body wasn't very large, but it was obscenely powerful. The gold armor made the being look like a robot. It seemed heavy and powerful, and there were many gold cogwheels and pipes across its surface. It was like a gold robot warrior. On its back was a red cape that looked as if it had been made of blood. Its hands were clutching a gold greatsword, and the blade of the sword was taller than the fiend's body. That greatsword was different from normal greatswords, too. Instead of being a single piece of metal, the inner portion of the blade was filled with gold cogwheels. The outer edge of the blade was serrated like a saw. When the gold cogwheels inside the blade spun, the teeth on the edge of the blade began to rotate. It was like a giant gold chainsaw. In the center of the sword was a yellow crystal. It looked like it held the essence of lightning inside it. It was the type of lightning that struck when things were born. Looking at the gold armor general was a very weird experience. It seemed both lifelike and soulless, just like a robot. It was hard to say if it was a living thing or an actual robot. This was the first time Han Sen had seen a xenogeniac as special as this. He had encountered many metallic xenogeniacs before, but it was a first for him to see a xenogeniac that was half biological and half robotic. Seeing its blood cape and saw-like greatsword, he knew the enemy was very unique. The gold armor general's eyes flashed gold. Due to the fact it had a helmet, Han Sen couldn't tell if the enemy had a mouth. But he didn't hear it make a sound as it swung its sword at Dragon 1. Han Sen could see clearly that the creature's gold greatsword was like a saw. The sword light it unleashed spun like mad. It looked as if it could cut through the fabric of space. Wherever the sword light went, space would break and cracks would form in the nether. But when it slashed downwards, cracks spread rapidly through space until they looked like galaxies in the sky. The sword light came for Dragon 1. At the speed they were moving, Dragon 1 and his party would be unable to dodge sword lights like those. As Han Sen wondered how Dragon 1 was going to block that scary sword light, a half-deified destroid opened his area. It wrapped around Dragon 1 and the others, then disappeared. The next second, Dragon 1 and the others reappeared right next to the gold armor general. Group Galaxy Teleport, Han Sen breathed in surprise. He didn't know the destroid had geniuses like that. Chapter 25:17, Surround and Kill the Xenogeniac. It finally begins. Wuxia looked at the people fighting in space. His eyes gleamed with excitement. The moment Dragon 1 and the gold armor general appeared, the gold armor general's sword was buzzing. The sword light flashed toward them. Pang! The sword light flew right past them, cutting their bodies in half. The people who were spectating the battle felt their hearts run cold. The next second, they realized that the fighters themselves hadn't been slashed in half. The sword light had only cut through the shadows that they left behind. Dragon 1's real body had already moved. He and the others were now standing behind the gold armor general. Almost at the same time this happened, Dragon 1 and Dia Robber used their areas. A dozen areas combined to shield them from the strong gold armor general. It was like they had encased themselves in dozens of layers of crystal. The gold armor general's eyes flashed. It moved forward as it swung its gold greatsword, and the dozen hastily combined areas broke like shattered glass. Their protection couldn't stop the attacks of the gold armor general. But because Dragon 1 and the others instantly separated, the gold armor general's attack was unable to hurt everybody. The strike swept toward a few of the kings in the front. At the same time, the kings and half-deifieds in the back gathered up power. All their beams of light struck the body of the gold armor general. The gold armor general obviously didn't intend to dodge. It allowed those beams of light to strike its armor, and not even a scorch mark was left in their wake. The kings in front had no chance to dodge the creature's counterattack. They were struck by the sword light, but again, their bodies became shadows. They were teleported away by a half-deified who was neither one of the destroyed nor one of the dragon. This all seemed to happen slowly, but from start to finish, it took less than a second. There was a half-deified there that was well versed in teleportation techniques, and a half-deified who was skilled in cloning. They were cooperating together, and they managed to save the kings from the gold armor general's attack. Dragon 1 and the others surrounded and attacked the gold armor general, but the monster's gold armor seemed impervious to their weapons. They were unable to break through its defense, which rendered their attacks useless. But as Han Sen watched the fight from a distance, he saw that there was a strange symbol of light on the gold armor general's back. Dragon 1's attacks were useless against the gold armor general, but every time he hit the gold armor general, that spell became brighter. Han Sen looked closer, and he realized what that spell was for. It was a skill similar to dollars saving money. The symbol of light on the creature's back would absorb whatever power was used to attack it. Then, it would transform that power into something it could use itself. A dozen elites were continuing to attack the gold armor general, and their efforts were making the spell grow brighter and brighter. But Han Sen couldn't see if it was affecting the gold armor general or not. The gold armor general swung its sword, but its attackers stayed ahead of it with their teleportation and shadows. Dragon 1 and the others had yet to be killed. After a few slashes, the gold armor general seemed to be growing impatient. It stopped swinging its sword. It spun the handle of its weapon and raised it upward. The creature lifted the sword above its head. The gold greatsword's cogwheels spun, but the saw teeth on the outer edge of the sword stopped spinning. All of a sudden, countless raging sword lights were unleashed. The sword lights came out like a net of lasers, blanketing the entire sky. Everything below was sliced into pieces. Countless asteroids were reduced to rubble, and even a small planet had the misfortune of being caught in the sword lights. Dragon 1 and the others found themselves within the radius of that sword net, too. Dragon 1's team wasn't afraid, though. It appeared as if they knew the gold armor general would perform a move like this. One of the half-deified dragons moved at the same time the gold armor general did. It used an area to encompass Dragon 1 and the others. The scary substance chains that formed the sword net landed on Dragon 1's team, but their bodies had become like shadows again. The sword net slid right through their bodies, and it was unable to hurt them. Just as the sword net passed by them, their bodies started to become solid once more. The half-deified who had just used that area looked pale, though. A trickle of blood snaked down from his lips. It appeared as if using an area like that brought harm upon him. Dragon 1 and the others tried to buy time, and so they attacked Gold Armored General again. The light on the back of the Gold Armored General was incredibly bright. It was like a small sun. The yellow-clothed woman had been watching all the while, and she nodded thoughtfully. I'm surprised they found people with Group Galaxy Teleport, Mirror Doppelganger, and Ghost Shadow. As long as those three powers are used in concert, they can guarantee that Dragon 1's people won't be killed by the Gold Armor General. They really did come prepared. But these three powers cost a lot of energy, so they won't last forever. The Gold Armor General doesn't look too angry yet. I think they can last 10 minutes, all in all. I don't know if they will survive any longer than that. Little Butterfly didn't understand, and so she asked, even if they survive for a short time, won't this all be rather pointless if they can't kill the Gold Armor General? The yellow-clothed woman pointed at the Gold Armor General's back. The glowing symbol now looked like a little sun. This is a skill of the dragon. It's an evil breaker spell. When the strength accumulates to a level, even a deified elite will be affected by it. It will make them pause for a brief while. And in regards to how long the Gold General armor will be stopped, it all depends on how much power they can gather up in the time they have. I don't think its effects will last any longer than 1 or 2 seconds. What is the point in doing all of this to stop Gold Armor General for a measly 2 seconds? Their attacks won't be able to break Gold Armor General's armor. It will be pointless if they only buy themselves 2 seconds. Even if they had 2 hours or 2 days, it would still be useless. Little Butterfly still didn't understand. The yellow-clothed woman looked at Han Sen on the battlefield. Dragon 1 must have placed his hopes on Dollar. When Gold Armor General stops, Dollar will perform the deadly strike. If I am correct, the item on his waist is a deified treasure of the dragon. It is called the Dragon Tattoo Tooth Dagger. If it was used by a deified, it could easily break through that armor. After pausing, the yellow-clothed woman went on to say, but if it is used by a king class, it is unlikely that it will puncture the armor. I bet it can only be used to pierce the Gold Armor General's eyes. The eyes must be their target. I cannot be sure if Dollar can succeed here, though. Even if he can, piercing the eyes won't kill the Gold Armor General. Dragon 1 must have another ace up his sleeve. As she said this, Dragon 1 and the others reached the end of their ability to hold on. The two who used Galaxy Teleport and Mirror Doppelganger were pale, and their bodies were shaking. They had used these skills 10 times, and the radius of the areas they cast was huge. They were tired, and they could no longer go on. The half-deified using Ghost Shadow was even worse off. After he made Dragon 1 and the others ghosts, he didn't have enough power to totally erase the substance chains. The effects would land on him, and after using 3 Ghost Shadows, he was bleeding out of all 7 of his holes. Chapter 25:18, The Plan Fails by Wuxia looked on from far away. Behind him were 100 royal knights. They were all lined up in a formation, and the weakest knight in their ranks was king class. Very few races in the universe could gather up an army of knights like that. And Bai Wuxia had only brought a small segment of their knights. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber really have put a great deal of effort into this, but they put all their hope in Dollar. Letting him deliver the single most important hit, that was just too careless of them. If that strike was being delivered by Yu Shanshin, it would be a guaranteed hit. It is a shame they got Dollar instead. He isn't even half deified. This won't turn out well for them, Bai Wuxia said grimly. The yellow-clothed woman's eyes moved. She quietly said, "This is the time Dragon 1 and the others reach the max." As the woman spoke, Dragon 1 was also shouting, "Dollar. Get ready to strike." Han Sen heard the call and immediately pulled out the Dragon Tattoo Tooth Dagger. He sprinted into the battlefield and deployed his Dongxian area. The awareness of the Dongxian area rolled through his mind. Blurg. The user of Ghost Shadow activated his area again. He helped Dragon 1 and the others avoid the sword net, but he was bleeding badly. Blood gushed from every orifice in his body, and after this last use of his power, he passed out. The half-deified user of Mirror Doppelganger shone a light on him, bringing the man's true self close and leaving a shadow in his place. His mouth was bleeding, and his face was all gray. Back! Dragon 1 shouted, dragon blood spilling over his own lips as he did. That dragon blood became a dragon shadow that flew at the Gold Armor General. After it landed upon Gold Armor General's back, it melted into the spell. The spell became red. When the Dragon Blood Evil Breaker spell was activated, the Gold Armor General became incredibly angry. The yellow saw-like greatsword was lifted, and the fiend drew a circle above its head. The circle of swordlight blasted out like a shockwave. Dragon 1 and the others were teleported away by the galaxy teleporter, dodging that scary, rain-like swordlight. At the same time, the Gold Armor General's body froze in place. He remained in the same position, with the golden greatsword held up over his head. This is it. Dragon 1 shouted with insane glee. The Dragon Blood Evil Breaker powers had activated before there was a single casualty. Right now, everything was copacetic, and everything had gone according to plan. Now, everything rested on Dollar's shoulders. If Dollar could blind the Gold Armor General, then their killing of the beast was guaranteed. But no one could be certain Dollar was up to the task, or that he'd be able to perform his assigned duty. After all, Hansen didn't have much time. He had to make his way past the rain of swordlight and get close enough to the Gold Armor General to blind both of its eyes. Doing all this would be very difficult, probably too difficult. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber weren't completely sure that he could do it. Of course, if they hadn't been confident, they wouldn't have hired him. Han Sen's body flashed toward Gold Armor General with blinding speed. When Han Sen came before the rain of swordlight, the space around his body warped slightly. He used a teleportation power. Although his abilities of teleportation took some time to prepare, Han Sen had put that into motion earlier. When he reached the rain of swordlight, his body was already in teleportation mode. He teleported behind the rain of swordlight, and he kept flying toward the Gold Armor General. Dragon 1 was so excited to see this. His Dragon Blood Evil Breaker spell was something he was very confident in. He had gathered up enough power to stop their foe for 2 whole seconds. Han Sen moved very smoothly, and within less than a second, he was hovering directly before the Gold Armor General. Because it had taken him less than a second to reach the Gold Armor General, he had at least 1 second to blind the Gold Armor General's eyes. If this was a normal Xenogeniac with King-class power, Dollar could stab it multiple times. Although the Gold Armor General's eyes were its weak spot, they wouldn't be easy to pierce through. Dragon 1 was hoping Dollar would be able to blind both of its eyes in that sole second he had. Things would go awry if he was unable to do that. Bai Wan Jia and the yellow-clothed woman were watching the show, their eyes focused on Han Senator. They understood that a single blow would determine the entire outcome of the battle. Dragon 1's success in hunting the Gold Armor General now depended on Dollar's strike. Suddenly, the yellow-clothed woman shifted her eyes. She looked disappointed. As Han Sen drew within striking range of the Gold Armor General, the monster's body hissed like a steam machine. The pipes across its form released gold flames. The stationary body suddenly moved. Its gold eyes turned to stare at Han Sen in front of it. Its gold greatsword began to move through the air, striking downwards. The cogwheel spun, and the blade was groaning. A gold swordlight was emitted, unleashed like a chainsaw. The entire asteroid belt shook, and the darkness of space moaned. The realm was breaking under the force of that gold swordlight. It's over, the calculations were incorrect. We underestimated the gold armor general. That dragon blood evil breaker power was only able to stop the fiend for a second. Dragon 1 suddenly felt overwhelmingly cold. His stomach turned. Dia Robber and the others were in shock, too. The pipes on gold armor general's back were spitting out gold fire. They broke the dragon blood evil breaker power, while the blood cape on his back rippled and waved. The cape was dyed a golden color. It's all over. Everyone looked hopeless. They had known from the beginning that if the gold armor general recovered its movements while Dollar was next to it, Dollar was a dead man. He would be unable to finish the plan of destroying the gold armor general's eyes. It was impossible to tell if he would even get out of there alive. He was too close to the gold armor general, and his entire body was barely the size of the gold armor general's arm. Even if galaxy teleportation was used, he couldn't be brought back in time. That is what happens when someone misjudges his own power. Bai Wuxia sighed in his heart. Dollar was quite the character. If the crown prince had been able to hire him, he wouldn't mind feeding another mouth. But Dollar had come and stolen his business instead. The extreme king wouldn't be sorry when he died. Nightmare, who was next to Bai Wuxia, was wondering if now was the time to strike. Dragon 1's hunting plan had failed. The yellow-clothed woman felt dismal and disappointed. She was interested in Dollar, and she wanted to see what he was really like. But because of Dragon 1's miscalculation, the plan had failed. The gold armor general was stronger than assumed, and Dragon 1 had placed Dollar in danger, directly in front of the gold armor general. There was nowhere to run or hide. Chapter 25:19, Killing a Deified. Hansen squinted. Instead of falling back, he concentrated on the gold armor general in front of him, with his purple-eye butterfly spinning like mad. He had known before he approached that there was something wrong. Although the gold armor general had been frozen by the dragon blood evil breaker power, Hansen's Dongxian area showed him that its self-cogwheel was still spinning slowly. The beast hadn't been captured. But even so, Hansen didn't want to retreat. He went after the gold armor general anyway. Everyone was watching as the scary gold greatsword came down, its buzzing, saw-like swordlight tearing through everything there was. It instantly landed on Dollar's head. There was nowhere to run. From what they could see, even if Dollar tried to teleport away, he stood no chance of surviving that strike. Dollar's teleportation speed was too slow, anyway. But Hansen didn't plan on dodging. A white light glowed from his eyes, and his body turned into a shadow in front of everyone. He was like a god hanging in space. The gold greatsword's power was sufficient to break a planet in two, but when it landed on him, it went right through. It was like his body didn't exist. His existence was nothing more than a shadow. Is that a shadow or a clone? People wondered in shock. But a second later, the people watching the battle became even more astounded. The gold greatsword was slashing through Dollar's body with godlike power. Dollar seemed insubstantial, but his shadow-like form was still clutching the dragon tattoo-tooth dagger. The dagger struck at the gold armor general's left eye. The dagger shone brightly. It pierced through the crystal wall shielding the eye and went right into the eyeball. Gold blood came gushing out of it. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe their own eyes. Impossible. If this was just a shadow or a doppelganger, it couldn't keep attacking, and it couldn't wield power like this. Bai Wuxia was shocked, as well. The woman in yellow squinted. She looked at Hansen and whispered to herself, "It looks kind of like the Extreme King's Ghost King body, but it is different. What kind of power is this?" The two half-deifieds who used Mirror Doppelganger and Ghost Shadow were frozen. They knew that what they were seeing wasn't something similar to their powers, otherwise, Hansen wouldn't have been able to attack in his current form. Unless this was Dollar's real body, he wouldn't have been able to use the dragon tattoo-tooth dagger to perforate the gold armor general's eyes. If this was Dollar's real body, though, it meant that the gold armor general's power was unable to land on him. That was unbelievable. Dragon 1 was as shocked as he was delighted. His plan had failed. They were on the cusp of losing everything. The 500 King-class xenogeneic genes and the money he had spent to hire the aid of a few other races would have also cost his people an arm and a leg. But things had taken a drastic turn. Dollar was facing the gold armor general alone, and he had managed to pierce one of its eyes. On top of that, he was still safe. This guy is too scary. Dia Robber looked gloomy. He stared at Dollar. The gold armor general roared in response to its injury. While it roared, the pipes on its body kept spitting streams of gold fire. The creature swung its saw greatsword wildly, wanting to kill Han Senator, and yet Han Sen just stood there, taking each strike without making an effort to evade them. Han Sen thrust the dragon tattoo-toothed dagger the moment the gold greatsword went right through him. Even space shuddered and cracked under the power of the gold armor general's mighty strike, but Han Sen's body remained perfectly intact. The dagger in his hand punched a hole in the gold armor general's other eye. Everyone was petrified when they saw the gold armor general swinging his greatsword like crazy. He was smashing the planets all around, breaking them in a frenzy. And yet, despite all that, he was unable to deliver any damage to Han. Senator Dollar looked like some kind of god as he stood before the gold armor general. He was able to ignore that scary gold greatsword and the sword lights that it unleashed, focusing purely on stabbing the gold armor general's eye repeatedly. The gold armor general's eyes kept bleeding. Even the brain juice behind it was starting to leak out in a steady stream. No one dared to believe what their eyes were telling them. A king class was killing the gold armor general in front of them. The gold armor general was enraged, and yet it was helpless. It roared hopelessly, unleashing frightening powers. But before that man who was like a god, all its attempts to fight back were for naught. It kept getting stabbed in the eye, over and over. Dollar worked methodically, as if he wasn't stabbing a scary deified xenogeneic. Rather, he looked like he was just repeatedly prodding a lifeless slab of pork. As he stared, Dragon 1's mask of cool detachment slipped from his face. He had no idea how to react to what was happening, and it almost slipped his mind that he had to perform the final killing strike after Dollar blinded both of the gold armor general's eyes. It wasn't as if he had forgotten his role in all this. It was just that Dollar really had surprised him. If it wasn't for the fact that deified elites couldn't enter the core area, he would have easily believed that Dollar was actually an incredible elite who had simply disguised his power. It wasn't just Dragon 1 who was shocked, either. Everyone stared at the battle in silent awe. Even the extreme King Crown Prince by Wan Jie, who had seen many incredible things, had his mouth wide open in the shock. The yellow-clothed woman was astonished, too. Her pink lips opened. She could barely believe that the gold armor general was being stabbed in such a fashion. Han Sen didn't have the power to destroy or kill a deified xenogeneic on his own, but with the dragon tattoo-toothed dagger, killing a deified xenogeneic would be possible. It was still a very difficult task, but this deified had a well-defined weakness. That convergence of factors gave Han Sen a very good chance of killing it. But after he stabbed it a dozen times, the gold armor general still wasn't dead yet. The presence emitted by its body had grown even fiercer. Is that enough? Han Sen turned around and asked Dragon 1. Dragon 1 was in awe, and he acted as if he had just woken up. He quickly pulled out an item and aimed it at the gold armor general. Then, he shouted to Han Sen, "Quickly, get out there. It is fine. Just attack." Han Sen said simply. Dragon 1 didn't hesitate. Dollar wasn't concerned about the gold armor general's attacks, so there wasn't much need to concern himself with whatever was coming next. With that thought, Dragon 1 activated the item in his hand. A dragon's roar came from his hand, then transformed into a dragon shadow that raged toward the gold armor general. It went into the ruined eye sockets of the gold armor general, which were still bleeding. Boom! When the dragon shadow came back out of the gold armor general's eyes, it did so with a scary explosion. The blood-like fire came surging out of the eyes like an erupting volcano. The scary red flames fountained into Han's Senator, but even so, they went right through Han's Senator. They couldn't affect him. The gold armor general had taken their attack, and under its force, its head was reduced to little more than mud. But it still shook and moaned. Even that attack wasn't enough to kill it. Han Sen swung his dagger to end the last of its life force. The fire of their enemy's life was extinguished. Chapter 25-20, Wanner wakes up, deified Xenogeniac hunted, gold robot general. Xenogeniac gene found. Obtained gold robot general beast soul. Han Sen was thrilled. I got its beast soul. Am I on a lucky streak to keep receiving their beast souls these days? When the gold robot general fell, its gold greatsword dropped from its loosened grip, too. Dragon 1 and the others were all ecstatic. After seeing this, they all ran up to Han's Senator. Wang Jia watched Han Sen from afar, with his face cycling through a variety of different emotions. The members of his royal knights were all frozen, and none of them could speak. The results of the battle were far too surprising. The gold armor general was considered too difficult to kill, and yet Dollar had single-handedly secured the victory. Watching Han Sen at that moment was like looking at a god and a demon. It left a really deep impression in their brains. What just happened? That Dollar just soloed the gold armor general. Am I seeing this correctly? It was 2F** King scary. Dollar is too powerful. He just soloed a deified as a king. Can any of the extreme king do such a thing? Even someone else could do this, there's no way they could do it as casually as Dollar did. He must be a deified pretending to be a king. After the king-class audience watched the fight, they were all left looking shocked. The yellow-clothed woman looked at Han's Senator. Her pretty eyes had become unreadable as she spoke to herself. What is up with this Dollar character? What is his power? Interesting. How interesting. Is he stronger than you, Shanshin? Brother Dollar, we couldn't have done this without you. Dragon 1 was so shocked and happy, he wasn't quite sure what to say. If not for Dollar, the dragons would surely have lost everything. Dollar had managed to pull them out of the fire and secure victory for them all by himself. At that moment, Dragon 1 was only thinking that the 1,000 Xenogeniac genes he owed were well worth it. When can you pay me the second batch of 500 Xenogeniac genes? Han Sen asked, looking at Dragon 1. After fulfilling the work he was tasked to perform, he required his payment. Tomorrow. No, give us half an hour. We will deliver them right away. Dragon 1 had come to kill a deified Xenogeniac. He couldn't have brought them with him. He immediately told his dragon subordinates to retrieve the Xenogeniac genes that the man was owed. Brother Dollar, are you interested in striking another deal? Dia Robber approached, lowering his voice as he spoke to Han. Senator Han Sen shook his head. I have things to do. I don't have time. Dia Robber felt so annoyed. The reason why he let Dragon 1 ask Dollar first was that he himself wasn't confident in Dollar's abilities. He wanted to see how strong Dollar was before deciding to hire him. But God knew Dollar was insanely strong. After all, he had practically killed the gold armor general all alone. Now that Dia Robber wanted to hire him and was unsure if he could, he was really regretting his previous hesitation. If you have the time, Brother Dollar, we can discuss payment, Dia Robber said hopefully, praying he would still have a chance to hire Dollar. Sure. I will contact you sometime down the line, Han Sen said. Han Sen handed the dragon tattoo tooth dagger back to Dragon 1. The dragons quickly brought the other 500 Xenogeniac genes over. Han Sen took the xenogenic genes back to the core area hall. Then, he placed them all inside Destiny's Tower. With 1,000 xenogenic genes, I can max out one king area, at least. Han Sen observed the mountain of king xenogenic genes he had piled inside his Destiny's Tower. It gave him a warm and comforting feeling. He sighed and said, "It is nice to always have a little in the bank." Seeing so many xenogenic genes all in one place was enough to make Han Sen start drooling. Then, he suddenly heard Wanner make some moaning sounds on a lower floor. When he went to see her, he saw her eyelids flicker. It looked as if she was going to wake up. Han Sen was shocked. He went back to the white whale and brought Wanner out of Destiny's Tower. Earlier, Han Sen had used his super god spirit to kill the gold robot general. He felt that Wanner's effect on him was weaker now. Her power was no longer canceling his super god spirit straight away. Han Sen thought that was weird. Originally, he only wanted to use his super god spirit body to blind the gold robot general's eyes. He hadn't known it would last so long and enable him to do as much as he had. Now, it seemed as if Wanner waking up was in some way related to what had happened. Wanner lay on the bed as her eyes slowly opened. When she saw that Han Sen was there, she suddenly jumped forward. She wrapped her arms around his neck and curled against his chest like a cat. She closed her eyes and gleefully said, "Big brother." Han Sen didn't know what to do, and he pushed her back a bit. He had yet to learn why Wanner was so insistent about calling him Big Brother. He thought that having her as a sister was something he would probably remember. Ahem, ahem. Wanner, do you remember your big brother? As he said that, even Han Sen thought his choice of words was a bit strange. Of course I recognize my big brother. Wanner leaned toward Han Senator. She closed her eyes as if she was dreaming and said, "I don't ever want to be apart from you. I want to be with my big brother forever." Good Wanner. Your big brother wants to be with you forever, too. Han Sen patted Wanner on the back like she was a child. And then he asked, "Do you remember my name?" Of course I remember. How could I forget my big brother's name? I would never forget my big brother's name. Wanner rubbed her face against Han Sen's chest in another feline motion. Then, what is my name? Han Sen asked in a rush. Wanner raised her head. She looked at Han Sen with confusion and said, "Has Big Brother forgotten his name?" Of course I remember my name. I'm testing you. Han Sen felt as if he was some kindergarten teacher. Upon hearing Han Sen say this, Wanner's face started to become red. It was so pretty, and she looked like a piece of crystal that was about to cry. Big Brother doesn't believe me. Of course I believe you, Wanner. I am just kidding with you. Han Sen felt his resolve soften, and so he opted to try and comfort her. Wanner laughed. She placed her cheek against Han Sen's chest, closed her eyes, and said, "I want to be with you like I was before. I want to just chat and travel with you all around the universe. But Wanner feels so tired. I want to sleep a lot." Han Sen really wanted to know the name of Wanner's big brother, but he didn't know how to ask. He was in a rush about it, too. Han Sen felt as if dealing with Wanner might be harder than dealing with a deified xenogeniac. Dealing with a deified xenogeniac might at least give him a chance, but facing Wanner, he couldn't even use his full strength. It would be like punching cotton. "Big brother, can we not go back to sacred? Just the two of us together, forever." "Together, forever," Wanner mumbled dreamily, and her voice became quieter and quieter. Han Sen froze. Is she really from sacred? If she is, then who is her big brother? Is it someone else from sacred? Chapter 25-21, Armored Beast. Han Sen still wanted to ask Wanner about a few things, but it really did appear that she had just fallen asleep again. She looked exhausted, but happiness still glowed from her face. She lay against Han Sen's chest, curled up in a merry little ball. She was like a helpless kitten. Han Sen tried to wake her up, but there was no reaction. She must have been a very deep sleeper. Han Sen continued to hold Wanner, though. He didn't set her down on the bed. If Han Sen put her down somewhere and then went too far away from her, she would return to her gold hair mode. It would damage her body even further if that happened. Han Sen hesitated to do it, but he placed her back inside Destiny's tower. She could sleep freely there. I'm going to have to wait until she wakes up before I can question her again. Now Han Sen had some time to check out the Gold Robot General Beast Soul. Deified Gold Robot General Beast Soul, Armor Type. Han Sen didn't immediately react. He knew this Armor Type Beast Soul would be different from other Armor Type Beast Souls. Han Sen summoned the Gold Robot General, wanting to see exactly what kind of Beast Soul it was. The Gold Robot General Beast Soul instantly flew out into the air in front of Han Sen, and his heart leaped. It floated right before Han Senator. It had a golden body and held a gold greatsword, just as it had when it was alive. The red-colored cape was striking. But the Beast Soul had a shadowy element to it. It wasn't solid and it didn't look real. As a second passed, though, the Gold Robot General Beast Soul quickly solidified. It was like the Gold Robot General had been brought back to life. It floated in front of Han Sen without moving. While Han Sen was still in shock, Gold Robot General's gold body suddenly disassembled. It became pieces of metallic machinery, all of which flew right at Han Senator. It began to reassemble itself around Han Sen, encasing him within. It soon reformed the shape of the Gold Armor General around him. Han Sen was inside the Gold Robot General now. He felt as if his thoughts were symbiotic with those of the machine. Oddly, it felt like he could now control a second body. Han Sen quickly realized what the Gold Armor General. The revelation made him grin. This is like one of the warframes of the Alliance, but the controls of this machine are far more sophisticated than the warframes were. The pilot uses their own mind to guide this thing, and I'm the one who is now controlling the Gold Robot General. I have the Gold Robot General's attack power now, but even so, it is different from shape-shifting beast souls. While I'm controlling the Gold Robot General, I can only make use of its power. I cannot send my own power through this body. But having the Gold Robot General's power made him practically deified. Han Sen didn't even have to use his own power. I wonder if the Gold Robot General can be used in the core area. If that is possible, then I'll become unimaginably rich. I'll be able to wipe out anything in the core area. Han Sen was exhilarated by the prospect. He couldn't wait to go to the core area to try it out. This time, Han Sen didn't use his Dongxian Sutra's cogwheel to enter the core area. There must have been many people waiting where he last departed. It would be troublesome for him to show up there again. So, Han Sen used his Jade Skin's self-cogwheel to enter the core area. Under the power of Jade Skin, he appeared elsewhere inside the core area. Han Sen found a quiet place without anyone around, and then, he quickly summoned the Gold Robot General. He discovered he could use it. Beast souls were not restricted in that realm, which meant that the Gold Robot General wasn't the only beast soul that he could use. Even the Peacock King's garments could be donned in the core area. Haha! God is on my side. My time to shine has finally come. Fighting those old deified elites in the outside world will be difficult, but mopping up across the core area should be an okay task. Han Sen wanted to shout to the sky to release some of his excitement. Han Sen didn't immediately head out to kill Xenogeneics, though. The core area extended into infinity in all directions, and he wasn't very familiar with the place. He didn't even know where to find deified Xenogeneics there. Plus, he already had 1,000 King Xenogeneic genes to make use of. That was too many for him to eat in a short period of time anyway. He could only eat 2 or 3 King Xenogeneic genes per day. And that was only possible because he could use consume. 1,000 xenogeneic genes would take a long time to process. I wonder if there are any other geno arts that can help me to digest king xenogeneic genes faster, Hansen thought to himself. He didn't have an answer, though. Maybe the 1,000 treasures might know a thing or two about this. I should ask Feng Qingyu. Han Sen put away the beast souls and returned to the white whale. He went to tell Feng Qingyu what he was wondering about. Of course, he didn't say he was eating king xenogeneic genes. He asked Feng Qingyu if there was a geno art similar to consume but even better. Feng Qingyu thought for a moment, then said, the consuming ants consume is the best geno art of its kind. A geno art that is better than consume might be difficult to find. But there is a very famous geno art that most people would be unable to practice. What geno art would that be? Han Sen quickly asked. Big destroyed, Feng Qingyu said. Big destroyed. Isn't that a very destructive geno art? Han Sen had heard about this geno art before, and he had heard that it utilized powerful destructive forces. Even amongst the destroyed, not many could use big destroyed. Even elites like Bar weren't capable of practicing big destroyed. Dia Robber was said to have talent with it, but Han Sen had never seen him make use of it. Big destroyed is an overbearingly destructive geno art, Feng Qingyu said. The 1,000 Treasures Alliance has researched big destroyed before, and we discovered that it is a geno art that breaks down substances and returns them to a base state. Any substances that are struck by big destroyed will be shattered and returned to their most primitive and practical form. If you eat those practical results, things might be easier for you to digest. After saying all this, Feng Qingyu laughed and said, but I have to tell you, aside from that, I don't think there is any geno art greater that consume for this task. Consume is the best in its field of geno arts. There are a few that are similar, but they are basically all the same. Han Sen considered his options and decided that big destroyed might work out for him. He asked Feng Qingyu, where can I get big destroyed? Can I buy it from the 1,000 Treasures Alliance? It's a secret geno art of the destroyed. You would need the body of a destroyed to learn it. The 1,000 Treasures Alliance has never had that skill, Feng Qingyu said as he shook his head. It looks like I will have to start with the destroyed, Han Sen thought. Dia Robber does want to hire me to hunt another deified xenogeneic, but I don't know if he would be willing to give out the secrets of big destroyed in exchange for the help. Han Sen didn't plan to go looking for Dia Robber. That would give Dia Robber too much advantage. Instead, Han Sen planned on waiting a few days before returning to the core area. That way, Dia Robber would likely approach him. Chapter 25-22, Yellow Clothes Translator, Nyoebo Studio Editor. Nyoebo Studio Wanner had been sleeping for a few days straight, and yet, there was no sign of her waking up anytime soon. That made Han Sen feel a bit depressed. The white whale was doing the same as it always was. There was still no way for them to escape the dimension they were locked in, and the white tiger pest was still too skittish to get close to them. Still, whenever a horde of snakes approached the island, it would make sure to shoo them off. Everyone still had a mushroom on their heads. The mushrooms weren't hurting them, though. Every time Han Sen came back from the core area, his head would grow a new mushroom. Before he entered the core area each time, he used his original Water King body's power to get rid of it and be separated from the mushroom. Bauer released the Knights of the Extreme King to work on the ship as deckhands and the like. They didn't dare disobey, because doing so would be pointless. Even if they knew their situation, they wouldn't dare to leave the safety of the white whale. Bauer had her new toys, so she was no longer bored. She carried around her big carrot that she called ginseng, and she had a bunch of Extreme King Knights that she could freely order around. The kings and even half-deifieds were being bossed around like they were rookies. The deckhands became more afraid of Little Captain Bauer than they were of Han Sen or even the Little Red Bird. Whenever her name was mentioned, the men of the ship would tremble. Han Sen's tally of king-class genes reached 100. Without hesitation, he increased his Dongxian area to the 4th tier. Now that he had enough king-class xenogeneic genes, Han Sen planned on maxing out his Dongxian area before anything else. Because the Blood Pulse Sutra and spell were of little use in combat, he could only choose between Jade Skin and the Dongxian Sutra. The Dongxian Sutra was harder to improve than Jade Skin, and it required more power from his self-cogwheel. However, strengthening that Geno Arts area would prove more useful in the short term. Whenever he leveled up an area, his fitness and his area's power would increase by a lot. Still, Han Sen didn't notice any changes. This lined up with what he had been told about the process. He would only feel the changes when he became half-deified and his 9 tiers condensed into one. Reaching that level would be like having all 9 tiers of his area combined into one. Stronger than all that, even. It was almost time to return to the core area. Dia Robert should have been in a rush to see him by now. Han Sen used the Dongxian Sutra's self-cogwheel to open the door to the core area. Han Sen thought that after fighting the gold armor general, many more kings would come seeking him out. Dia Robber was likely going to be one of many. Yet when Han Sen entered the core area, he couldn't see a single king. He flew for thousands of miles, and yet he found no hide nor hair of Dia Robber in the core area. Weird. Why is no one looking for me? That isn't normal. Am I too expensive, and my high prices have scared people away? Han Sen looked around in confusion. His performance was so spectacular, how could others not pay attention and want him? Although Han Sen was depressed by the lonely stretches of space around him, he still had to kill a few more xenogeneics. He wasn't familiar with the xenogeneics in the core area, and after thinking about things for a while, he planned to call on the bronze furnace. It should have been familiar with the core xenogeneics, so his job would be easiest if it led him to populated areas. It would be better than wandering around aimlessly, all alone. After Han Sen returned to the bronze furnace's planet, he finally found the bronze furnace. It looked to be in poor condition, though. A yellow-clothed woman of the sky was beating it up. It was trying to flee from her, and it was in a sorry state. This little guy is really unlucky. I beat him up once, and now he is getting beaten up by a woman, Han Sen thought with a slight smile. Upon seeing Han Sen, the bronze furnace flew over to him, crying all the while. It hid behind Han Sen's back. The yellow-clothed woman flew in front of Han Sen, looked at him, and said, "Are you going to steal my prey?" "Lady, you misunderstand. I don't want to do that." Han Sen looked at the yellow-clothed woman and then went on to say, "This furnace is my pet. Please, find it in your heart to let him live on my account. This core xenogeneic gene will be a gift for your kindness." After that, Han Sen pulled out a core crystal for the yellow-clothed woman. Han Sen had once studied in Sky Palace, and he still planned to seek out their protection while on the lam. That yellow-clothed woman was one of the sky, and so the last thing he wanted was to make an enemy of her. The yellow-clothed woman didn't accept the core xenogeneic gene from Han Senator. She just looked at him and said, "I need this core furnace's material to make a treasure. No other xenogeneic gene can replace it. Lady, must you really kill it? Is there no other way?" Han Sen asked patiently. "There is another way, but it would be annoying," the yellow-clothed woman said. "That is good. As long as there is another way, we're all set. Just tell me what it is, and I will do my best to fulfill your wishes." Han Sen laughed. The yellow-clothed woman pointed at the bronze furnace and said, "You aren't helping me. You are just saving his life." "Right. I was wrong. In that case, tell me what to do to save its life." Han Sen was still giving her that carefree smile. "You don't look like a bad person. If you can hunt a core bronze tripod with me, then I'll let the bronze furnace go," the yellow-clothed woman said. "That is no problem. Do you know where the core bronze tripod can be found? Han Sen asked. The yellow-clothed woman looked at Han Sen and said, core bronze tripods aren't difficult to locate, but they are half-deified xenogenics. Can you kill one? Don't just go there and get yourself killed. I don't think highly of my strength, but I do think I can kill a core bronze tripod. Plus, you will be helping me, too, right? Han Sen asked. In that case, let's go. The yellow-clothed woman said that and then flew off in another direction. My lady, might I ask your name? Han Sen signaled the bronze furnace to follow them and headed after the woman. The bronze furnace was terrified of her, and it wouldn't dare stay close. It just hid behind Han Sr. I don't know your name either, the yellow-clothed woman said. My name is Dollar, Han Sen told her. That doesn't sound like a name. It sounds more like a title, the yellow-clothed woman said. All names are just titles, aren't they? Han Sen said. In that case, you can just call me Yellow Clothes. It is just a title, anyway, the yellow-clothed woman said. Lady Clothes, are you a student at Sky Palace? Han Sen didn't tell her his true name. There was no reason for them to be on a first-name basis, so he picked a name that was easier to pronounce. The yellow-clothed woman smiled and said, What? I've never heard your name before, and you are asking about me. Han Sen thought the woman's temper was strange, and that getting along with her would be difficult. Yellow Clothes went on to say, the core bronze tripod that we're hunting is different. Normal half-deifieds cannot defeat it. You can die within the blink of an eye. Let me see what sort of geno art and area you are good with. I don't want you to die and blame it on me. Chapter 25-23, Listening Sword. Han Sen looked at her for a minute. She was spoiled and a touch crazy, but he didn't want to do as she said. Still, he was not mad. He laughed casually and said, I have learned all kinds of different geno arts. I'm not a master with them, but I have sufficient skill to use each. The term sufficient means different things to different people. Are you sure you have learned these geno arts sufficiently? Yellow Clothes asked seriously. Her face was solemn. I suppose so. Han Sen didn't know what was wrong with Yellow Clothes. She was talking like they were competing, and they had to find out which of the two was stronger. Okay. In that case, I will test you with the most basic sword skill. Do you know Listening Sword? Yellow Clothes asked coldly. What is Listening Sword? Han Sen had never heard of the skill. Yellow Clothes didn't laugh at Han Sen for his ignorance. She simply explained, a sword is like a person. A person is like a sound. We can see a person, but until we speak with them, they cannot truly become a friend. You only need a voice to communicate. In that way, we do not learn who people truly are by their appearance. Swords are this way, too. If you just look at its appearance, you cannot understand what is inside the sword. You need to listen to the sword to truly understand the blade. Only then can you understand it. This was the first time Han Sen had heard of this. He thought it was a very interesting concept, and so he asked, people talk, but swords don't. How can you hear the voice of a sword? The sounds of instruments are not a language, so how can people listen to music and still understand what emotions it conveys and what it means? Although a sword does not speak, when you use a sword to make a sound, you are hearing the voice of the sword. If you know a sword really well, even if you cannot see the sword, you can know what sword it is by the sound it makes, Yellow Clothes said. Han Sen didn't believe what she was saying. He looked at Yellow Clothes and said, that means I can pull out a sword and randomly swing it, and by that, Lady Clothes will know which sword I wield. Of course, Yellow Clothes answered. She did so with absolute certainty. Great. I have a sword, and I would like you to unveil my sword, Han Sen said. Sure. Yellow Clothes turned around and closed her eyes. She said to Han Sen, "You can swing your sword for me." Han Sen's heart jumped. Using his body to block her line of sight in case she peeked, he whipped out his toxic umbrella mushroom beast soul. The toxic umbrella mushroom was a weapon beast soul, but it was not a sword. It was an umbrella. When it was folded, it was 3 feet long and could be used as a sword. Han Sen held the toxic umbrella and waved it around with a couple of sword skills. He kept using the Dongxian area to scan Yellow Clothes, in case she was using some sort of Geno art to see the umbrella. Han Sen was too suspicious, though. Yellow Clothes wasn't using any Geno arts to watch him. She was merely listening to Han Sen wave his sword around. Han Sen had only swung his sword twice before Yellow Clothes said, "That's plenty." Han Sen put the toxic umbrella away. He looked at Yellow Clothes and said, "Please tell me what my sword sounded like." "This sword is bad," Yellow Clothes coldly said. "Why is it bad?" Han Sen asked. "If you're using an umbrella as a sword, you should focus on thrusting and sweeping. Your sword skills were just you slashing," Yellow Clothes said succinctly. Han Sen wasn't surprised. Identifying an item by the sounds it made wasn't difficult. Han Sen could do it, too. Many kings could do it, so it was nothing special. Yellow Clothes seemed to understand what Han Sen was thinking, and she said, "Your umbrella sounds very bitter. If I am hearing this correctly, it is likely a toxic umbrella. Its sounds are very pure and concentrated. It is likely a king-class weapon. You can distinguish its sounds to that level." Han Sen was shocked. Even if someone looked at the umbrella, there should have been no way for them to know that it was toxic. Plus, he was the only person in the Geno universe who used a toxic umbrella beast soul. There should have been no way for Yellow Clothes to know what it was. How could she know the toxic umbrella was toxic? Han Sen was confused by this. Everything has its reason for being. I can hear swords, and I can hear umbrellas. One skill can be like 1,000 skills. There is nothing that can escape my hearing. Yellow Clothes spoke naturally as if it was a universal truth. Yellow Clothes did sound a bit too boastful, though. Not even a high-race alpha would claim to know everything. Yellow Clothes had said this casually, as if it was no big deal. Han Sen was thinking, if this woman is this cocky despite being only king class, she must be someone important to the sky. Why did I not see her when I was in Sky Palace? Yellow Clothes could see what Han Sen was thinking, and so she fixed her hair and told him, "If you don't believe me, you can use a Geno art. Without seeing it, I will tell you about it and its element." "Interesting. I want to see this very magical listening skill." Han Sen laughed. "Yes, please." Yellow Clothes smiled. She had tried so hard to get close to Han Sen and speak to him because she wished to get to know him better. But the best way to get to know him was to see how he practiced his Geno arts. The theory of listening to sounds was just an excuse that Yellow Clothes had given so she wouldn't have to explain her real ability. Yellow Clothes had practiced a secret skill of the very high. It was called very high sense, and it could feel anything. It wasn't just about hearing. Even if she blocked all 7 of her senses, she could still picture everything around her clearly in her mind. Her ability to hear and feel would not be impaired. Han Sen didn't believe what he was being told, though. He paused for a bit and then turned his hands into stone. It was the petrified skill he had learned from Left Crazy. Han Sen was thinking, this petrified skill makes no sound. I don't think she will be able to hear anything. He only petrified his hands so his arms could still be used. He used his arms to swing his fists. Then he asked Yellow Clothes, who had turned around, "Can you tell what sort of Geno art this is?" Yellow Clothes used her very high sense to feel every single moment of Han Sen's movements. She did not turn around, but seeing it behind her, she said, "Your fists sound very heavy and clumsy. It feels rather natural. If I am hearing it correctly, you have employed a petrification skill. And in regards to your punch, if you want to name it, call it petrified punch. Han Sen was shocked, and he sighed. Lady Clothes is so strong. Petrification skills are not mainstream. You use secret Geno arts quite casually. If I name one incorrectly, you do not have to come to hunt the core bronze tripod with me, Yellow Clothes coldly said. She wanted to engage Han Sen's curiosity so that Han Sen would use the Geno arts he was good at. That way, she could find out just who Han Sen really was. Dollar and the race of humans were an oddity in the Geno universe. No one knew where he was from. Chapter 25-24, You lose, in that case, I will give it a shot. Han Sen had passed his years of always wanting to win. He wasn't fond of Yellow Clothes' personality, at all. If he didn't have to hunt a core bronze tripod alongside her, that was more than fine with him. I can use whatever Geno art I desire. Han Sen asked for confirmation. Yes. You can use any Geno art you want, Yellow Clothes answered with complete certainty. As she turned away from Han Senator, she closed her eyes. Okay. I am going to start now. Han Sen smiled. Please, Yellow Clothes said. But after she spoke, she didn't hear Han Sen make a move. After a while of not hearing anything, Yellow Clothes felt strange. She then heard Han Sen say, All right, please guess what kind of Geno art I used, lady. Yellow Clothes smiled coldly. She turned around, looked at Han Sen, and said, You didn't move. I guess that can be considered a Geno art too. She was pretty sure Han Sen hadn't moved or used a Geno art. Han Sen smiled. I think you have guessed incorrectly this time. According to the terms of our deal, I can leave now, right? I'm never wrong. Yellow Clothes was very sure of that. The very high sense could sense everything. She could even sense the sneaky skills of some deified elites. Han Sen was just king class, so she was confident she would be able to feel anything that he did. You say that you can't be wrong, but you won't tell me what Geno art I used. You are being rather obstinate, Han Sen said in annoyance. You didn't use a Geno art and you didn't move, Yellow Clothes said to Han Sen while looking at him. Her tone was held high by sheer confidence. I did move. And I did use a Geno art. It isn't my problem if you are unable to guess what I used. Han Sen spread out both of his hands. Yellow Clothes peered at Han Sen without speaking. After a while, she looked disappointed and she said, In that case, you can go. I lose. Thank you very much for the convenience, Han Sen said. He took the bronze furnace with him and departed without another word. Seeing Han Sen leave, Yellow Clothes looked let down. She spoke to herself, playing tricks over such a small matter. It doesn't matter how talented he thinks he is, he didn't notice what he missed by playing this trick. Yellow Clothes was certain her feelings hadn't been wrong. Han Sen hadn't moved or used a Geno art. He was a complete con man. He had made such a bad impression that Yellow Clothes no longer wanted to deal with him. Every member of the Very High was allowed to select a silkworm to grow. They had to choose carefully and go for the best of the best. Dollar had powerful talents, but his behavior had disappointed Yellow Clothes. She didn't want to argue with him any further. He has talent, but his personality and heart are terrible. What a shame. Putting the whole matter out of her mind, Yellow Clothes also turned to leave. Seeing Yellow Clothes return, Little Butterfly immediately came running out. She asked Yellow Clothes with proper surprise, My lady, you let Dollar go that fast. Yellow Clothes had spent a lot of effort to get all the others that were waiting for Han Sen to leave. That was why she had been able to encounter Dollar alone. But right after she met Dollar, Yellow Clothes had hastily returned. Little Butterfly was surprised by this. She thought she would be gone at least 3 or 4 days before she came back. He is not the silkworm I require, Yellow Clothes grumbled. Why don't you take one more look? Dollar is very strong. He was able to take down the gold armor general by himself. I don't think even you Shanshin could do that. It would be a shame to let this opportunity go by, Little Butterfly tried to convince her. Yellow Clothes poured a cup of tea, took a sip, and said, his talent and power are strong, but the Geno universe is home to many geniuses like that. They just can't reach that perfect threshold. Plus, Dollar has a major flaw. What kind of flaw would that be? Little Butterfly asked with curiosity. His personality is bad. I don't like how his mind works, Yellow Clothes said while putting down her teacup. No way. How long has it been, and you can already tell his personality is poor? Little Butterfly looked at her in disbelief. Yellow Clothes told her what happened with Han Sen, and then Little Butterfly nodded, and said, my lady's very high sense is never incorrect, and that means Dollar's personality isn't that good. How dare he lie right before you? With a personality like that, he really cannot be your silkworm. But he does have talent and power. He is strong. It doesn't matter. A person like that won't be able to achieve the final step. Li Kier's silkworm must be the silkworm that can become a butterfly. There cannot be any flaws, Li Kier said in a hard voice. That Dollar, why would he try to play a trick on you? If he knew that little trick had cost him so much, he would probably cry himself to death. Little Butterfly sighed. Most people are stupid that way. Few can truly rise above the rest. You can't hold it against him. If everyone could be perfect, then that final step would not be so difficult, Li Kier said casually. She didn't seem too affected. You are right, but I do think your standards are too high. All the other princes have selected a silkworm, and only you are left. You have visited many geniuses that you do not like. What kind of person will you consider acceptable? Little Butterfly was worried about Li Kier. Li Kier wasn't in a rush, though. I would rather lack one than pick the wrong one. If I cannot find a suitable silkworm, I would rather go without. How can that happen? If you don't choose, then you will lose your opportunity to become a leader. Little Butterfly was even more worried upon hearing that. I was just complaining, I didn't actually mean it. I need to choose someone. Otherwise, things will be too easy for the other princes. I am going to choose, but I'll choose someone I like. Li Kier laughed. Little Butterfly let out a long sigh and stroked her chest. Oh, you scared me. All right, now come and give me a massage. I have just moved a little and already my shoulders feel bad. Li Kier had another sip of tea. Little Butterfly went behind Li Kier. She reached out to begin massaging Li Kier, but her hands stopped still in the air. She didn't touch her, but her mouth opened with shock. My lady, your back has words. Words? What words? Li Kier was shocked. You lose, Little Butterfly slowly read the words planted upon Li Kier's back. Li Kier's face turned red. She gnashed her teeth and reached out her hand. She summoned a mirror so that she could view her own back. There, she saw the 2 words written down upon her back. They were around the size of a fist. There was even an exclamation mark. You lose. Chapter 25:25, Cutting Cucumbers and Slicing Vegetables. Lady, why are those 2 words written on your back? Little Butterfly asked with curiosity. Li Kier nibbled her lips as her face flushed. After a while, she released a burst of laughter, then suddenly grew strangely serious. Dollar is good. He can mask his actions from my very high sense. Little Butterfly's eyes widened in disbelief. She had to ask, how was it possible for Dollar to write these words without you having a clue that he had? Little Butterfly couldn't believe this was possible. Li Keer had the very high sense. She was like a god that could feel anything. How could someone write words on her own back while she was oblivious to it? I haven't been king for long. My very high sense has yet to be perfected. It isn't strange that I might miss something occasionally, but not just anyone could do something so bold. Dollar made sure that I felt absolutely nothing, so whatever talent he used must have been quite strong. I clearly underestimated him. Li Keer's beautiful eyes flashed strangely. My lady, if Dollar is that strong, do you want him to be your silkworm? Little Butterfly blinked. I don't know him well enough yet. I cannot select him simply based on this showing of power. Plus, I cannot find him. Even if I wanted him to be my silkworm, how am I supposed to get in touch with him? Li Keer blinked. Han Sen hadn't known what Li Keer was thinking, but he clearly wasn't interested in her. The reason Han Sen had been able to write words on her back without her knowledge was because he had used his Dongxian Sutra. He locked down all the universal cogwheels around them, allowing himself to move without being noticed. So, Li Keer was unable to feel anything. As far as the universal cogwheels were concerned, it was like nothing had happened. She wouldn't realize Han Sen had taken the time to write something down on her back. When it came to the powers of sense, the Dongxian Sutra wasn't any inferior to the very high sense. Li Keer didn't know what the Dongxian Sutra was, and so that was the reason she lost the contest. Had she known about the Geno art, she wouldn't have lost in such a terrible fashion. The bronze furnace kept making crying noises as it led the way. The fires of the creature rose and fell. 100 swords were poking out from inside it. All of them were of different sizes. It appeared as if it had spent a lot of time slaying core xenogeneics and taking their xenogeneic genes to produce swords. Where are you taking me? Han Sen asked the bronze furnace. He had asked the bronze furnace to find deified xenogeneics. It had been leading him for half a day, but they had yet to find a single shadow lurking nearby. As they traveled, the space around them was getting quieter and quieter. There were not even planets or asteroids around. Choo-choo, the furnace shot out some flames. They hovered in the sky to form the words, Steel Castle. What is that place? Han Sen asked. Deified xenogeneic, the bronze smithy said by producing more of those fire words. The intelligence of xenogeneics was quite limited. They were never that good at expressing themselves. Han Sen couldn't ask much, but it was fine as long as they were going someplace with deified xenogeneics. He wasn't going to be scared of any power he faced. He followed the bronze furnace in flight. After flying for a few days, they saw a castle hanging in space. The castle seemed to have been made of metal, and it had been constructed using cogwheels and machinery. 2 giant exhaust pipes came out of it. The cogwheels spun, and fire billowed out of it continually. Han Sen could even hear the sound of a generator within, and it hummed melodically. That giant thing was like a huge steel monster. It floated in the air, and that entire trip, Han Sen hadn't encountered a single xenogeneic. That had seemed quite abnormal to Han Senator. The closer they got to the castle-like machine, the weirder it looked. The giant steel cogwheels spun, and there were clanging sounds like a blacksmith working in a smithy. Fire came pouring out of the machine. It was like some sort of factory. The xenogeneics of the core area are so weird. This steel castle can't be a xenogeneic, can it? Han Sen was shocked. As Han Sen was thinking about this, he suddenly saw the steel monster rumble forward like a bulldozer. Flames roared out of its twin exhaust pipes. The running generator seemed to rev up, and the rhythmic banging noises became one sustained sound. The cogwheels of various sizes spun like mad all along its robot arms. The next second, the steel door of the castle opened. Fire came bursting out as if it was a big furnace. From within the steel castle, a 10-meter-tall steel robot appeared. The Xenogeniac looked very strong as it strode out. The robot Xenogeniac looked very ramshackle. It couldn't compare with the modern AI robots that Han Sen was familiar with. Its design was more reminiscent of the armor of knights in ancient Europe. As the castle door opened and belched out more angry fire, more steel robots queued out of the castle. It was like a production line of toys. Han Sen stared at the emerging robots in shock. He opened his eyes wide and said, "King-class core Xenogeniacs. This steel monster castle can make King-core Xenogeniacs." Encountering a bunch of King-class Xenogeniacs wouldn't surprise Han Sen, but finding a monster that could produce them with ease? Han Sen hadn't seen anything like that before. Within a second, the steel robots that had emerged from the castle assembled into separate regiments. Then they all marched on Han. Senator Han Sen wanted to try out the power of his gold robot general. When he summoned it, the gold armored general appeared around him. Han Sen used his mind to control the gold robot the same way he controlled his own body. He lifted the saw-like gold greatsword. The cogwheels on the blade whirled, and the saw blade spun, too. It was like a giant chainsaw. Catcha! Han Sen swung the sword, and the chainsaw sword light cut the robots in half. Not one of them could repel the power of his sword. Nice, very nice. This is a good fight. Han Sen cackled in excitement. He kept swinging his blade, cutting through the robots like he was slicing vegetables. He managed to kill an entire group of those steel robots. Xenogeniac King hunted, steel armor. Xenogeniac gene found. Han Sen heard the announcement play repeatedly, but there was no mention of a beast soul. Are these really King-class Xenogeniacs? Do they simply live in the castle, or are they made there? Han Sen looked at the weird steel castle and sank into thought. The first group of steel armors had been slain. The castle monster looked angry. It summoned all its power to open every door across the breadth of the castle, and many more steel armors came flying out. There had to be at least 100, and even more were on the way. Chapter 25-26, meeting Li Qiu again. When he fought with his gold robot general, Han Sen was like a wolf entering a sheep pen. Wherever his sword lights went, his enemies fell to pieces. Those king-class steel armors couldn't withstand the weakest of his strikes. Xenogeniac King hunted, steel armor. Xenogeniac gene found. Obtained steel armor beast soul. After killing 100 steel armors, Han Sen finally earned a beast soul. The steel castle appeared to be tired now, though. Its speed had slowed, and not as many steel armors were coming out of its doors. It looked like a gasping beast after a long run. There were fewer than 200 steel armors, all in all. Before today, Han Sen would have had a hard time tracking down and eliminating that many. But the gold robot general went through them like a hot knife through butter. He mopped up the last of them in moments. When Han Sen turned to go after the steel castle, the space around it vibrated, trembling like it was being shaken by some cosmic earthquake. A crack in space opened behind the weird steel castle, and the monster entered the space crack and disappeared. Han Sen was shocked. The bronze furnace was happily munching on the bodies of the steel armors, placing them in its forge-like belly. But because the furnace was small, after eating 8 of the steel armors, it couldn't consume any more. "Where is the deified Xenogeniac you were talking about?" Han Sen asked the bronze furnace. The bronze furnace whistled like a steam engine and spat out more fire. The fire became words, and they said, "Didn't it just run away?" That steel castle was a deified Xenogeniac. Han Sen mumbled in surprise. And then he asked, "Can I still find it?" He had wanted to see what else might be able to come out of the steel castle, which was why he hadn't tried to enter it. But now that it had run off, Han Sen was starting to regret his approach. "Can't find it," the bronze furnace said by spitting out words. Han Sen shrugged his shoulders. He turned around and rummaged through the broken steel armors for their xenogeneic genes. There was a steel cogwheel in each of their hearts. Those were their xenogeneic genes. Han Sen wasn't going to swallow their entire bodies like the smithy furnace. He dug out the core xenogeneic genes and placed them inside Destiny's Tower. Han Sen put away the gold robot General Beast's soul. He didn't need it any longer. Han Sen was still collecting his core xenogeneic genes when he saw someone approach. He raised his head. It was that yellow-clothed woman again. Li Qier had followed the trail left behind by the bronze furnace's presence. She had been quite shocked to find that her very high sense couldn't pick up Han Sen's trail. Her only hope of finding him was to follow the leftover presence of the bronze furnace. As soon as Han Sen came into view, Li Qier also saw the steel armors scattered all across that zone of space. She paused for a moment to stare at the sight, dumbfounded. She recognized those steel armors for what they were. She knew that the steel armors came from a steel castle that was a core deified xenogeneic. She could only see the bodies of the steel armors, though. She didn't see the steel castle anywhere. The steel castle, she surmised, had probably run away from Han Senator. That realization was stunning. During the fight with the gold-armored general, Han Sen's main attack had come from Dragon One's deified treasure, the dragon tattoo-toothed dagger. Li Qier understood that. At that point, Li Qier had doubted Han Sen's attack power. But now, Han Sen had chased the steel castle away all alone. She was no longer hesitant to believe in his capabilities. A king can battle deifieds. Although the core area's deified xenogeneics are weak, akin to fake deifieds, the results Dollar is achieving are still nearly unbelievable. Plus, he can somehow slip under my very high sense. Where does this human Dollar come from? Even the Extreme King haven't had someone this talented in the last 1,000 years, Li Qier thought to herself. Without hesitation, she went right up to Han Sr., Lady Clothes. How much of a coincidence it is for you to show up here. Han Sen greeted her grudgingly, but he still acknowledged her as she drew near. It isn't a coincidence. I have come looking for you, Li Qier said. You were looking for me. You aren't asking me to kill the bronze core tripod again, are you? Han Sen frowned. He wasn't interested in doing that, and if Li Qier didn't uphold her end of their bargain, he was just going to ignore her. Li Qier shook her head. I saw the words you left on my back. I saw them, and I'm here to admit that I lost. I really did lose to you. Han Sen was shocked. He hadn't expected Li Qier's attitude to change so much. She suddenly wasn't so annoying to talk to. You don't have to say such things, my lady, Han Sen said. Why don't we get to know each other a little better? Let's try this again. My name is Li Qier. Li Qier held out her hand and smiled. Dollar. Han Sen shook her hand. I've heard a little about you. If it is possible, I'm interested in hiring you to kill the bronze tripod with me. After Li Qier lowered her hand, she smiled again. I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I have something important that needs doing. It didn't matter if Li Qier was nice or not, Han Sen had no interest in traveling with her. His plan to kill deified xenogeneics took precedence. Li Qier wasn't disappointed, though. She gently said, don't say no just yet. How about hearing what I can offer you first? Han Sen thought she would offer up a xenogeneic gene or something. It couldn't be anything spectacular, but since she was being polite and she wasn't an enemy, Han Sen was willing to let her say her piece. Li Qier rolled her eyes. She moved forward to stand atop the bodies of the steel armors. If I'm understanding this situation correctly, you have just slain a horde of steel armors and made the steel castle run away, yes? Han Sen looked at Li Qier. He didn't confirm or deny her summary. His silence was an affirmation on its own, though. Li Qier's eyes brightened. She had already guessed what had happened, but now her conjecture had received confirmation. She was pleasantly surprised. The steel castle of the core area isn't very strong for a deified, but you have managed to chase it off as a king class. Not many people in this universe could do such a thing. Dollar's name surely carries weight, Li Qier said, gushing his praises. What are you trying to say? Han Sen frowned. He felt annoyed. He wasn't a kid who had never seen the world. He wasn't going to get cocky just because this woman was complimenting him. From what he could tell, Li Qier's praise was just wasting his time. You have the power to kill core deified xenogeneics, but actually taking them down isn't as simple as beating them in a fight. Most deified xenogeneics won't remain in one place for you to deliver the final blow. Like the steel castle, they can be hard to find once they decide to flee. But I can find them. If you help me hunt a core bronze tripod, I can help you locate the deified xenogeneics you seek, Li Qier said with a wink. Chapter 25-27, Wolf God Translator, Nioebo Studio Editor. Nioebo Studio. Han Sen and Li Qier flew through space together, but the bronze furnace lagged some distance behind them. It still wasn't willing to come anywhere close to Li Qier. If Li Qier was willing to lead, Han Sen had no reason to reject her offer. If she could find deified xenogeneics, Han Sen wouldn't mind helping her slay the bronze tripod. Han Sen still wasn't fond of Li Qier's personality, so he didn't talk to her all that much. But Li Qier was smart and talkative, and Han Sen discovered that she even had a sense of humor. He found it difficult to rectify her personality with how she had acted when they first met. Han Sen didn't know that her attitude had actually changed. When they first met, Li Qier had looked at Han Sen as if she was far superior to him. It was like a human talking to a cow. Humans normally wouldn't bother talking to cows, because there was no point in having a conversation with a being of such low intelligence. They would just teach the cow what to do, instead. But ever since that bet, Li Qier had realized Han Sen wasn't just some lesser being. He was her equal, or perhaps he even stronger, in some ways. Li Qier could no longer think of Han Sen as some foolish creature. But the blame couldn't be put on Li Qier for her initial assumptions. Across the entire universe, all beings with emotions made similar assumptions about others that were not of their species. Even humans did. There's a deified xenogeneic that I saw not too long ago. It is a wolf god. I don't really know much about it, but I have heard that he isn't very strong compared to most of the deified xenogeneics in the core area. Li Qier continued to fly forward as she gave Han Sen the lowdown on the deified xenogeneic. As she spoke, Li Qier was thinking, I'm not lying, the wolf god really isn't that strong compared to most deified xenogeneics in the core area. It can be considered medium-low. But it does have a wolf god area. That area not only summons a wolf pack, but it also summons clones of the wolf god. A whole horde of wolf god clones will be summoned, and they aren't much weaker than the wolf god itself. Let's see how you deal with an opponent like this. Li Qier wasn't doing this to harm Han Sen, but to see how he handled himself in danger. When he did fall into trouble, she would swoop in and help. She would save him and impress him with her skill at the same time. Then, Han Sen would more willingly obey her. That way, she could take him on as her silkworm. Following Li Qier's lead, Han Sen flew down toward a planet. Li Qier pointed in the direction of a mountain and said, I saw the wolf god on that mountain. I'm too weak to fight it, so I'm certainly not going over there. Okay. Wait here, then. If there is a deified xenogeneic, I will help you eliminate the core bronze tripod whether or not I manage to kill this deified, Han Sen said. I will await your good news, Li Qier said with a smile. Han Sen nodded and flew toward the mountain. The bronze furnace remained behind at Han Sen's request. It didn't head for the same mountain as him. Li Qier's eyes flickered. She was far away from the mountain, but she could see all the flowers and forests that littered the landscape. Quickly, Li Qir's senses detected the wolf god on that mountain. It was different from ordinary wolves. The wolf god lived alone, and its body wasn't very big. It was barely bigger than an ordinary wolf. The wolf was colored gray with a single black line running across its coat, but its fur wasn't ordinary. It was made of some weird metal. The metallic fur was smooth, and it didn't affect the creature's mobility. As Li Qir's watched, Han Sen quickly found the wolf god. The wolf god was very territorial, and Han Sen had only just stepped into the valley when the wolf god revealed itself. Its hair straightened up, and its green wolf eyes peered down on Han Senator Buzz. The wolf god crouched and leaped forward, but then it disappeared. The wolf disappeared from Han Sen's vision before he even got a good look at it. His eyes couldn't match the speed of the wolf god. Without hesitation, Han Sen used his super god spirit body. While Han Sen was invincible, the wolf god's gray body leaped at him. But instead of landing on Han Sen, the wolf god's leap carried it past him. It turned around and looked at Han Sen without attacking again. Han Sen had only just opened the super god spirit body, but he noticed that his super god spirit power was already starting to fade. Although Wana was asleep, her effect on the super god spirit body was still strong. Li Qir planned to watch the fight between the man and the wolf, and then save Han Sen during a critical moment. But right after the fight began, Han Sen ran away. As Han Sen flew up away from the planet, she could see that he had committed his full strength to fleeing. He didn't hesitate or ponder what direction he was going. Li Qir was frozen as she watched him do that. She didn't know if she should swoop in to save Han's senator. Although this was the result she wanted, she hadn't expected it to happen like this. She was planning to use the fight with the wolf god to witness Dollar's real power. Now she was still empty-handed, and Han Sen was running away. Li Qir was very confused. Han Sen apparently had no way of defeating the wolf god, and the creature leaped into the air and tore into Han Sen's body with its teeth. Pang! Han Sen's body was torn to shreds, but it was just a moon doppelganger. The real Han Sen appeared farther in space, and he was still running. He only wanted to confirm that there was a deified xenogeniac on the planet. He didn't plan on summoning the gold armor general to defeat the wolf god in front of her. But the wolf god was a very aggressive creature, and it kept chasing after Han Senator. Although it wasn't as strong as the gold armor general, Han Sen would still have a hard time fighting it. He kept using moon copies of himself to avoid the wolf god. Han Sen noticed that the core area's deified xenogeniacs had some flaws. They might be deified in some ways, but in other ways, they were much worse than proper deified xenogeniacs. Such as the gold armor general, while its defense and sword lights were deified in class, its speed was still holy king class. It even fought like a king. The creature didn't have the control and talent that Han Sen would expect from a true deified. And while this wolf god's speed was deified, its judgment and skill weren't up to par. Its attacking skills fell short, about as talented as an average king. So, Han Sen could see that the wolf was far weaker than an ordinary deified. No wonder the core area's deifieds are referred to as fake deifieds. They all have flaws. I can't see them as being truly on a deified level, Han Sen thought to himself. The epic battle Li Qir had hoped to watch quickly devolved into a hungry wolf chasing a fleeing human. Han Sen used his clones and movements to evade his foe. His movement skills were spectacular, and not even the wolf god could harm him. But that still wasn't what Li Qir wanted. Chapter 25-28, Very High Sense. Li Qir decided not to help Han Sen, as he wasn't in any grave danger just yet. She did raise an eyebrow as she watched him, though. What is up with this guy? Why is he strong like a god one minute, and he behaves like a wimp the next? Li Qir couldn't wrap her mind around what he was doing, and she noticed how annoyed the wolf god was starting to look. It looked up and howled to the sky. Its body became blurry, then exploded in a misty haze. Many carbon copies of the wolf god came racing out of that mist. In a second, a dozen other wolf gods emerged in all their angry glory. They were in the sky, on the ground, in front of Han Sen and behind him. They surrounded him, preventing his escape from every direction. Doppelganger? No, these clones must have at least 80% of the original wolf's power. Han Sen glanced around at the wolf gods, impressed. Han Sen's moon doppelganger skill exuded power that could take on a solid shape and little more. He couldn't use the skill to fight. But this wolf god's doppelgangers were different. Each duplicate was its own individual creature, and each one had nearly enough power to rival the original wolf god. Each one could move on its own accord, too. This was the first time Han Sen had seen a doppelganger talent like this. Before Han Sen could organize his thoughts, the doppelgangers came at him. All of them were shockingly fast. They were only a tiny bit slower than the wolf god itself. Han Sen used his Dongxian movement to the max. He employed formations, snap judgments, and movement skills. All of his evasive talents were firing on all cylinders. Amidst all of the attacks of the wolf god's doppelgangers, Han Sen was like a dancing butterfly. The dozen wolf god doppelgangers were unable to do a thing to their foe. They couldn't harm Han Senator after the wolf god brought out its doppelgangers. Li Keer wondered if she should help Han Senator after all. She hadn't seen the battle that she wanted and expected. If she helped now, it might only end up doing him a favor. But as Li Keer watched Han Sen use his skills to kite all those foes, she froze. Han Sen's movements seemed almost effortless as he led his enemies around by the nose. How is that possible? Isn't this the very high senses sky and being combination? Impossible. How can another race have the skills of the very high? And how can someone else have the sky and being combination? How can he push it to such an extreme? Li Keer's face was blank. She was watching Han Sen dance through the pack of wolves, but she could barely believe her own eyes. No, this isn't the very high sky and being combination, but it is something very similar. It is almost the same thing, but it is different. It is like the sky's textless book, but it is different from that as well. This is so weird. What kind of Geno art is this? Is there some ancient, scary undead being that has made a Geno art similar to the very high sense? Li Keer's face kept changing. She looked very confused. She thought rapidly, but she couldn't come up with the name of any Geno art that was remotely similar to the very high sense. Aside from the sky's textless book, that is. Although other races had similar Geno arts, they were only superficially reminiscent of the very high sense. The abilities Han Sen was using weren't weak or superficial at all. Li Keer could see that her movements and abilities weren't as good as Dollar's. What is going on? Is Dollar one of the very high? Or is he one of the sky? From what I know, in this generation, the sky only taught the textless book to Lone Bamboo. Yu Shanshin practiced the textless book, but he didn't learn it very well. He forged his own path. Dollar can't be one of those two. And besides, when Dollar was in the Geno being scroll, he fought against Lone Bamboo. So, they cannot be the same person. Li Keer was so confused. She didn't understand anything she was seeing. Even if Li Keer thought until her brain exploded, she ever would have imagined that Han Sen's Geno arts were a product of a completely different universe. What she was seeing were skills created by the human Xian men, after many generations of research. Although the Dongxian Sutra wasn't the very high sense, some elements made them quite similar. The two of them alike in execution, although they had been developed in different directions. Beneath the surface, the two skills worked very differently. Plus, each skill could be used in a number of different ways. It would be hard to tell which might be stronger and which might be weaker. The very high sense was the product of many very high elites' research. It was the best Geno art in the Geno universe, and it had been for a very long time. The Dongxian Sutra was also the very best in the sanctuaries. It wasn't complete in its development outside the sanctuaries, however. It needed a lot more practice before it was finished. Compared to the very high sense, the Dongxian Sutra was like a prototype Geno art in its early stages of learning. Until the Dongxian Sutra was finished, no one would be able to tell whether it or the very high sense was stronger. There was only one thing that was certain right now, however. Li Qier was weaker than Han Senator. As Li Qier watched Han Sen, her face kept changing. For the longest time, her gaze never flickered from his form. She had thought she would save Han Sen when he was in danger, but that no longer seemed necessary. Han Sen had maxed out a skill similar to Sky and Being combination. The wolf god doppelgangers weren't dangerous enough to put his life at risk. It would be pointless for Li Qier to participate. But that made Li Qier more curious. Her pretty eyes were looking brighter than ever. Who is Dollar? What Geno arts is he using? Han Sen was fighting against the wolf god doppelgangers, and through observation, he noticed something quite interesting. After the wolf god used doppelgangers, although the doppelgangers had a power that was similar to that of the original wolf god, they didn't have 100% of the wolf god's power. Does that mean the wolf god's doppelganger skills are split from its true self? Are they something more than just doppelgangers? Han Sen was happy. The doppelgangers of the wolf god were very powerful, but as a threat to Han Sen, they weren't as dangerous as the wolf god focusing all its power into one body. Group fights were what Han Sen feared the least. Plus, the Dongxian armor provided Han Sen an endless amount of energy. He didn't have to worry about power conservation. It didn't matter how many times the doppelgangers tried to surround him, they couldn't harm Han Sr. It is a shame I don't have the dragon tattoo tooth dagger. Otherwise, perhaps I wouldn't even need the gold armor general to kill the wolf god. Han Sen didn't use the thunder god spike. Even if he struck with that weapon, he would only paralyze the wolf god doppelgangers. He couldn't use the spike to break the wolf god's body. The thunder god spike and the dragon tattoo tooth dagger were deified treasures. One was a thunder element, whereas the other focused on destructive powers. So, the thunder god spike could paralyze the wolf god without breaking its body. The dragon tattoo tooth dagger had a chance to break the bodies of deified xenogeniacs. It didn't have the power to paralyze them, however. It was impossible to say which of the two was stronger. Their uses were different. But now, Han Sen was more in need of the dragon tooth's destructive power. Chapter 25-29, God's Wonder Translator, Nioebo Studio Editor. Nioebo Studio. Han Sen was fighting with the wolf god's doppelgangers when he suddenly felt the space around him shift. He was shocked. He prepared to strike, but then he saw that it was Li Qier who had appeared. Come with me. Li Qier grabbed Han Sen's arm. Her body jolted and teleported away, taking Han Sen with her. I cannot believe Lady Li knows the Geno art called galaxy teleportation. Han Sen looked around. He noticed that he was now far away from the planet occupied by the wolf god. Even the bronze furnace had been brought along with them. He was shocked. Han Sen had always been interested in learning galaxy teleportation, but he had never taken the time to learn it. His lack of knowledge wasn't just limited to galaxy teleportation either. He had only learned a small amount of any kind of teleportation. His talents in the field took too long to prepare for use, and he just hadn't taken the time to learn proper teleportation. That was why he didn't yet have galaxy teleportation. So, seeing Li Qier's casual use of galaxy teleportation made Han Sen somewhat envious. It's just a simple trick. If you want to learn it, I can teach you. Li Qier smiled at Han Sen as she spoke. Han Sen raised his eyebrows, then asked Li Qier. What do you need me to do? Han Sen didn't think Li Qiu would teach him a skill like galaxy teleportation for free. Plus, Han Sen wasn't even sure if he had the chops to learn it. Those that could make use of galaxy teleportation usually had been born with the talent. The capacity to learn the skill was innate. It's just a small trick. If you want to learn it, I can teach you. I won't require anything in return. But galaxy teleportation does require talent and power. I don't know if you have what it takes to learn it. Li Qiu smiled. Yes, of course, I can learn it, Han Sen quickly said. The chance to learn galaxy teleportation for free wasn't an opportunity that Han Sen was going to turn down. Whether he could learn it or not, he was going to try. Then let's talk as we go. If you want to learn galaxy teleportation, you must first learn teleport. If you cannot use teleport, you cannot use galaxy teleportation, Li Qiu winked. Li Qiu didn't lie to Han Senator as she taught Han Sen about teleport, she guided them steadily toward the core bronze tripod. Han Sen had already learned a thing or two about teleport from the times he had used break space flash. He knew the fundamentals, but Li Qiu was actually teaching him various types of teleport. He needed some time to adjust to that first. But Han Sen still managed to learn what she was teaching him quite quickly. The techniques that she taught were quite different from break space flash. There was no delay, he only had to think, and he would teleport. This is the real power of teleportation, Han Sen sighed. But Han Sen had only just started studying these new techniques, so the distance of his teleportations was limited. His accuracy was poor, as well. He could only teleport accurately within a distance of 500 meters. When Li Qiu saw how quickly Han Sen was picking up teleportation, it caught her completely off guard. She didn't allow that surprise to show in her face, though. Li Qiu wasn't just teaching Han Sen ordinary teleport. She had decided to teach him a skill of the very high called God's Wonder. It was part of the very high sense. Even if they possessed space powers, beings that had learned teleport couldn't learn God's Wonder without first practicing the very high sense. Ordinary teleport skills had a delay. The only question was how long those delays were. Some delays were so short they were barely noticeable at all. The basic teleport was similar to the highly advanced God's Wonder in that regard. But teleport was the weakest of the skills. After it came galaxy teleportation. And lastly, there was God's Wonder. After reaching the highest level of God's Wonder, you could travel across entire systems with a minor thought. Normal galaxy teleportation couldn't achieve this. The further one wished to travel, the longer it would take to prepare, as well. Li Qiu taught Han Sen God's Wonder. She wanted to confirm the similarity of Han Sen's Geno art with her very high sense. When she confirmed that Han Sen could oh so simply learn something like God's Wonder, it revealed many things. It was a surprise how much faster he learned the skill than Li Qiu had when she was in her infancy. Li Qiu was very shocked. What kind of person is this? He can use a Geno art similar to the very high sense. Has someone stolen our very high sense? No way. Without the body of a very high, you cannot learn the very high sense. Only the sky can replicate a part of it, which was how they created the textless book. Li Qiu was full of wonder. But she didn't think Han Sen had practiced the very high sense or the textless book. If he had one of those, he would have known how to teleport already. He can't be like the very high. And he doesn't seem to be one of the sky. Human, what kind of race is that? Li Qiu's curiosity was driving her nuts. If I can get Dollar to become my silkworm, a silkworm that can learn very high sense, what will happen? Throughout the entire history of my race, there has never been a silkworm like this. It will be easy for him to become a butterfly. Li Qiu was so excited, she kept thinking, I wonder what the people in my race will think when they see me with a silkworm like this. After Han Sen learned teleport, Li Qiu taught him some of galaxy teleportation. She left out the part about God's wonder. Han Sen believed Li Ke's teleportation skill galaxy teleportation was very similar to the Dongxian Sutra. Using the Dongxian Sutra and galaxy teleportation together when he teleported actually made the process much easier. But there was a limit to how quickly galaxy teleportation could be learned. Before Han Sen could learn it in full, they arrived at the home of the bronze tripod. Accompanying Li Ke had benefited Han Sen greatly, so he wasn't slow in moving to help her with the bronze tripod. He took the bronze furnace with him as he swooped forward. The half-deified bronze tripod was strong, but it couldn't withstand the attacks of Han Sen and his bronze furnace. Shortly after Han Sen began the attack, he killed the creature and cut it in half. After Han Sen delivered the bronze tripod core gene to Li Ke, he asked, "Is one enough, or do you require more?" "One is enough. It is just a secondary material, however. The primary material is a core deified xenogeneics core gene. I cannot hunt such a thing down." Li Ke sighed. Han Sen didn't speak. He had learned 2 geno arts, teleport and galaxy teleportation, but that wasn't enough for him to consider hunting a deified xenogeneic on someone else's behalf. Li Ke went on to say, "Teleport and galaxy teleportation you have learned, but there is one more part. But I have to seek out a deified xenogeneic first. I don't have the time to teach you." Han Sen's eyes brightened. "There is another part to galaxy teleportation I can learn." Li Ke looked at Han Sen and laughed. Han Sen knew what she meant, and so he said, "If I help you kill that deified xenogeneic, can you teach me the final part?" Chapter 25-30, The Sea Sky Eye. Han Sen promised to help Li Ke kill a deified xenogeneic, but Li Ke didn't know where the xenogeneic she needed actually lived. She only knew which system it was said to be in. Han Sen had to go to that system with her. But this time, Li Ke didn't offer to teach God's wonder to Han Sen first. She was going to wait until Han Sen slew the deified xenogeneic before giving him the final part. It looks like teleport and galaxy teleportation were just a down payment. Han Sen wasn't upset about that. It wasn't as if he and Li Ke were family, so this was normal. If Li Ke taught him the skills without anything to gain, he wouldn't know how to repay the favor. He was chatting with Li Ke on the way, and he was pleasantly surprised to learn that Li Ke was well educated about most geno arts. In fact, she spoke of many that Han Sen hadn't even heard of. Aside from the woman in Two World Mountain, there was no one Han Sen knew that was as smart as Li Ke. Han Sen himself was very good at geno arts. He had studied them a lot, but he had never poured his full energy into those studies. He focused more on practicing geno arts rather than researching them. With Li Ke's knowledge, and with her being king class, she should be famous in Sky Palace. Why haven't I heard her name before? Han Sen wondered. After visiting the system Li Ke told him about, they searched for the deified xenogeneic for 2 whole days without finding anything. They did manage to kill a dozen king core xenogeneics, though. The system was huge. If they searched every planet, it would take a while. Fortunately, Han Sen had continued studying teleport and galaxy teleportation, and searching the system was a perfect opportunity to practice. Han Sen teleported everywhere he needed to go. He was getting the hang of it. He was a fast learner. The 2 of them and the furnace were hurrying along their way when, all of a sudden, they saw a group of people coming toward them. Han Sen had a closer look, and he noticed it was Dia Robber, Dragon One, and a few others. At this point, Han Sen considered them to be old friends. He had expected Dia Robber would come looking for him. He hadn't expected it to take this long for Dia Robber to find him, however. "Brother Dollar, do you have some free time to help me kill a core deified xenogeneic? We can discuss the price." Dia Robber knew Dollar's personality well, so he didn't beat around the bush. He jumped immediately to his real request. "I do have the time, but I have just struck a deal with this Lady Li. I need to help her kill a xenogenic, too, Han Sen said, nodding to Li Qier. Dia Robber and Dragon 1 looked at Li Qier. They didn't know her. She was one of the Sky, too, so they didn't pay much attention to her after giving her a once-over. Dia Robber looked happy and he said, "That's okay. Can I book you in for next time?" "Sure, but I don't have a lack of xenogenic genes at this point. If you want my help, I'm going to need a geno art as a reward. Lady Li is rewarding me with a geno art, and that is why I'm helping her," Han Sen explained. "Geno art? What geno art do you want?" Dia Robber was surprised. "I have heard your race has a geno art called Big Destroyed. From what I've been told about it, I find it quite interesting," Han Sen said. Is there any other geno art I can give you?" "Big Destroyed is a secret geno art of the Destroyed. We don't teach it to outsiders. Plus, without the body and talent of a Destroyed, it's impossible to learn Big Destroyed. It wouldn't work, even if I did give it to you. If you are interested in geno arts, I can give you another geno art that is on the same level as Big Destroyed," Dia Robber offered. Han Sen shook his head, looking determined. "For the time being, I'm only interested in Big Destroyed. Please think about it, Brother Robber." He had too many geno arts to practice already. He didn't have any time to take on more geno arts that he didn't already need. He only wanted Big Destroyed so he could use it as a replacement for Consume. That way, he could absorb things faster. "We can talk about this more as we travel. What kind of deified xenogenic are you looking for? If you aren't opposed to the idea, we can help you out with your task." Dia Robber smiled. "But I don't have anything to pay you with," Han Sen said. "Being allowed to follow Brother Dollar is enough of a payment already." Dia Robber smiled. If someone was offering to help them for free, Han Sen had no reason to refuse the offer. So, he brought Dia Robber and the others along. Han Sen had witnessed their powers before, and he knew they could be useful in the hunt for a deified xenogenic. Han Sen told Dia Robber and the others about the xenogenic Li Qier wanted to kill, asking if they had already seen it. Li Qier is hunting the sea sky eye. When Dragon 1 and Dia Robber heard the deified xenogenic's name, they were shocked. Li Qier smiled. "I'm not that powerful. Hence why I asked Dollar for his aid." Dia Robber sighed and said, "The sea sky eye is known as one of the stronger deified xenogenics in the core area. He is no weaker than Gold Armor General was. Many races have tried to fight it, but no one has been able to hurt it." Dia Robber spoke in a hesitant manner as he tried to explain the situation to Han Senator. If he wasn't standing in front of Li Qier, he would have told Han Sen not to take the job. The sea sky eye was very destructive to kings and half-deifieds. It was scarier than the Gold Armor General had been. But Dia Robber couldn't offend the sky, so he tried to tell Han Sen in a non-direct way. The sea sky eye was a scary being. Han Sen nodded. "I have heard the sea sky eye appears someplace in this system. Do you know where it can be found?" Li Qier had mentioned that the sea sky eye was very scary, but Han Sen wanted the final part of galaxy teleportation. So, he wasn't planning on running. Even if he couldn't deal with it, he could always use the Peacock King's soul robe and the Gold Robot General. It is difficult to determine. The sea sky eye hangs around this system, but it doesn't have a nest. And it sometimes leaves this system. Encountering it all depends on luck, Dragon 1 said. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber didn't know where the sea sky eye could be found. There was nothing Han Sen could do about that. His only option was to keep trying his luck, hoping to meet the sea sky eye. "I know that the sea sky eye will be difficult to find. If you guys need Dollar, I can lend him to you first. I'm not in a rush." Li Qier seemed to be an easy woman to get along with. "Thank you very much." Dia Robber was happy to hear this, but then his expression soured a little. He said, Brother Dollar, aside from Big Destroyed, is there no other Geno art you would be willing to learn? I am only interested in one Geno art. I have no interest in any others. Han Sen's answer was very resolute. In that case, can you give me some time? I will talk to my people. After Dia Robber said goodbye, he left the core area. Hopefully I'll be able to get Big Destroyed now, Han Sen thought to himself. He had so many xenogeneic genes left, and at his current rate, he could only eat 3 a day. Chapter 25-31 Earning money and not afraid of trouble. After Dia Robber departed, Han Sen and the others continued their search for the Sea Sky Eye. They were unable to find the Sea Sky Eye, but they did find Royal Knights of the Extreme King. When Crown Prince Bai Wanjie saw Han Sen and the others, he brought the Royal Knights with him to fly over and meet with them. He looked at Dollar and said, "Brother Dollar, this is a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Has the Crown Prince been looking for me?" Han Sen asked, looking at Bai Wanjie. He frowned and thought, why would Bai Wanjie be here? And why has he brought so many royal knights with him? Surely, it cannot be for me. I guess. I would like to hire Brother Dollar to hunt a xenogeneic. Please, name your price, Bai Wanjie said. What kind of xenogeneic are you looking to kill? Han Sen had a bad feeling about this. The Sea Sky Eye, Bai Wanjie said simply, not trying to hide his intentions. The name rippled over Han Sen and the others in a wave. They couldn't believe such a coincidence had come about. Bai Wanjie had picked this time to come and kill the Sea Sky Eye. Li Qir's face looked shocked, but in her heart, she had known that this might happen. She didn't really need to kill the Sea Sky Eye. She had only asked Han Sen to kill a xenogeneic with her so that she would have an opportunity to get close to him. She knew the Extreme King wanted to slay the Sea Sky Eye, which was why she had picked this deified in particular. She wanted to see how Dollar might react to the Extreme King stepping on his toes. If Han Sen offended the Extreme King, she could step in and smooth things over. That way, Han Sen would owe her a favor. Han Sen hesitated, but he still admitted the truth to Bai Wanjie. My prince, I am sorry. I have already accepted the task of slaying the Sea Sky Eye. Bai Wanjie's eyes widened. He looked at Dragon 1, squinted his eyes, and asked, Dragon 1, the dragon have just hunted the gold armor general. Now you are here to hunt the Sea Sky Eye. You are richer than I thought. Dragon 1 shook his head. This time, we aren't the ones who have hired him. The dragons aren't after the Sea Sky Eye. Then who? The Destroyed. Bai Wanjie looked at Han Sen with a raised eyebrow. It is me. Li Qir immediately stepped forward, not waiting for Han Sen to answer. Are you from Sky Palace? Upon seeing Li Qir there, Bai Wanjie frowned. Sky Palace wasn't stronger than the Extreme King, but they had the very high backing them up. Because of that, the Extreme King had to be careful about offending the sky. The Extreme King's name was enough to back down the dragon and the Destroyed, but it couldn't put much pressure on Sky Palace. What if I am? Li Qir replied coldly. Competition is good fun. Let's see which of us has what it takes, then. Bai Wanjie smiled. Then, he spoke to Han Sr., if Brother Dollar is willing to help us, then no price is too high. I believe you know all about the power of the Extreme King. We can offer you much help, so you can kill the Sea Sky Eye with far greater ease. My prince, thank you, but no thank you. Business is established on the foundation of trust. I have already accepted Li Qir's task. I must keep my promise to her, Han Sen said. In that case, I won't force you to help us. If you change your mind, however, come and look for me. Bai Wanjie nodded, then led the royal knights away. Brother Dollar, the Extreme King isn't like an ordinary high race. You might not be afraid of them in the core area, but if they come after you outside the core area, you are sure to encounter a lot of trouble. Dragon 1 frowned at Han. Senator Han Sen wasn't afraid of the Extreme King. It would be impossible for the Extreme King to find him, and even if they could, he had already offended them. Insulting them further couldn't make things any worse than they currently were. If Brother Dollar thinks something is amiss, then we can cancel our deal, Li Qiu offered gently. Han Sen laughed. If you don't want to hunt the Sea Sky Eye, that's fine. But if you still want to, I will do my best to help you kill it. Of course I want to hunt the fiend, but I don't want to bring you unnecessary trouble, Li Qiu said. I don't mind trouble as long as I can earn money. Han Sen chuckled again. After Bai Wanjia left with his people, Nightmare Knight approached and said, My prince, Dollar is going to hunt the Sea Sky Eye. What are we going to do about that? Let us find Sea Sky Eye first. We will have to kill it before he does. We cannot miss it this time, Bai Wanjia rumbled. At first, he had wanted to ask Dollar for help. That way, there would be a greater chance of success, and many rare Extreme King items and resources wouldn't have to be wasted. But he had failed to hire Dollar, and he was now in competition with the man. Bai Wanjia couldn't dwell on this too much. He needed to kill the Sea Sky Eye before his opposition. He couldn't accept having another repeat of what went down with the Gold Armor General. Giving up the Gold Armor General hadn't cost Bai Wanjia too much, but he couldn't just abandon his hunt for the Sea Sky Eye. It wouldn't happen again. The people of the Extreme King were fervently seeking the Sea Sky Eye. Han Sen knew he couldn't search any faster than the Extreme King could, so he didn't bother searching by himself. He decided to follow the Extreme King. If they found the Sea Sky Eye and had a battle, things would quickly become chaotic. He might have an opportunity. Kier, can you tell me what the Sea Sky Eye does? Han Sen watched the Extreme King look for the Sea Sky Eye like mad, and he found his curiosity piqued. Li Qiu hesitated, but then said, I suppose I can tell you. The Sea Sky Eye core xenogenic gene is the primary material for creating Sky Eye replicas. Sky Eye replicas? Like Sky Palace's Sky Eyes? Dragon 1 grunted. He looked at Li Qiu in disbelief. Li Qiu nodded, but she didn't elaborate any further. Dragon 1's face was shocked. I see. No wonder Bai Wanjia wants to kill the Sea Sky Eye so badly. With their power, killing most deified core xenogenics would take more valuable resources than they stand to earn if they are victorious. If Sea Sky Eye can make a replica Sky Eye, however, the price they are paying will be worth it. What is a Sky Eye? Han Sen asked with confusion. He had been in Sky Palace for a long time, but he had never heard of them before. Dragon 1 looked at Li Qiu and didn't answer Han. Senator Li Qiu laughed harshly and said, The Sky Eye is the primary defense of Sky Palace. All of Sky Palace's defensive systems depend on their Sky Eye. In regards to the strength of the defensive systems, Sky Palace's defenses are stronger than the Extreme King's. And that is all because of the Sky Eye. The Extreme King want to kill the Sea Sky Eye to create a defensive system as powerful as the skies. While this core xenogenic might not yield a genuine Sky Eye, it could greatly increase the defensive power of the Extreme King. Chapter 2532, Playing Chess Translator, Nioebo Studio Editor, Nioebo Studio, that means Bai Wanjia is confident that he'll be able to obtain a Sea Sky Eye? Han Sen frowned. Li Qiu smiled. That is why I said, if you think this is too troublesome, you don't have to help me locate and destroy the creature. I want the Sea Sky Eye, but not as much as the Extreme King do. I don't mind trying to get it. The Extreme King might not be strong enough to take it down anyway, Han Sen said flippantly. But inside, he was thinking about how he was going to get his hands on the Sea Sky Eye. When Dia Robber finally returned, the Royal Knight still hadn't found the Sea Sky Eye. Clearly, the destroyed had spotted the royal knights scouring the system for the Sea Sky Eye. When he saw them, he asked in surprise, "Why are the Extreme King here?" Dragon 1 explained the situation to him, and in response, Dia Robber said, "If the Extreme King believe they are going to get it, I doubt there will be much for us to do in this system. I have spoken to my people. They have agreed to allow you to learn Big Destroyed as a reward for helping us slay a deified xenogenic. I can't give you part of the Geno art as a down payment, though. We are hoping that you will help us defeat the deified xenogenic before receiving the reward, and in the event that you don't trust us, we can give the Big Destroyed to a trusted third party to hold on to. The third party will pay you after the deified xenogenic has been slain. What do you think of that, $? Sure. Let the dragons hold on to the Geno art, then, Han Sen said. I thought of that as well. I would like to ask you to help us, Dragon 1. Dia Robber looked at Dragon 1 as he spoke. Sure. The dragon promptly agreed. I have brought Big Destroyed here with me. Should we sign the agreement now? Dia Robber asked, presenting a little box. There is no rush. Let me finish off this Sea Sky Eye, and then I will sign. Han Sen waved his hand. The people around him were shocked. No one had expected that Han Sen still intended to defeat the Sea Sky Eye after learning of the Extreme King's interference. Brother $, the Extreme King are very strong. Plus, they are very confident in their task here. They must have made special preparations, and they will have tricks up their sleeves. There is no need to fight with them over this, Dragon 1 said, attempting to persuade Han Sen to drop the matter. I'm just here to try my luck. I have nothing against Bai Wanjie. Han Sen paused, and then went on to say, in regards to signing the contract, let us wait until this has been resolved first. You guys probably shouldn't stick around. Why don't you leave for now? When I'm done here, I will contact you both. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber looked at each other with apprehension, and then they took their people and left. The dragons were frequent allies of the Extreme King. Although the Destroyed didn't often see eye to eye with the Extreme King, they also didn't want to risk of falling out with such a powerful race. So, they thought it was a good idea to leave now, as well. After Dragon 1 and Dia Robber left, Han Sen spoke to Li Kier and said, you should leave, too. If I get the Sea Sky Eye, I will deliver it to you. Li Kier smiled and said, I'm not as strong as you, but I do have galaxy teleportation. I'm perfectly capable of getting myself out of trouble, if need be. You just mind your own business without fretting over my well-being. Han Sen had no response for that. He merely proceeded to wander around the system, slaying xenogenics as he went. He seemed to be meandering aimlessly, but he carefully stayed within the borders of the system. If the intruder had been anyone else, Bai Wanjie would have sent his people to chase them away. The Crown Prince wouldn't allow anyone to hover around him like a vulture. But Han Sen's performance against the Gold Armor General had been terrifying. It made others fearful of him. Although the Extreme King's royal knights had an impressive reputation, they weren't confident that they could defeat Han Sen in the core area. Instead of attempting to oust him, they sent scouts to watch him and attempt to contain him, if need be. Han Sen didn't feel guilty at all about his plan to steal from the Extreme King. He had expected to wait a long time before the Sea Sky Eye was found, but it was only 2 days later when he felt a scary shockwave rolling out from a distant spot in the system. Bai Wanjie must have discovered the Sea Sky Eye, and he was in the process of killing it. Han Sen wanted to travel there, but 2 royal knights barred his way. Where are you going? A royal guard said while looking at Han Sr., why do I have to tell you where I'm going? Han Sen asked icily. The royal knight wasn't angered, but his face remained impassive as he said, you don't have to tell me where you're going, but if you are headed for the battlefield, then you will become an enemy of the Extreme King. I hope you think this through. Before Han Sen could speak, the other royal knight said, Our crown prince said that if you are willing to stay here and not interfere in the fight, he will owe you a big favor. We would appreciate it greatly. In that case, I will not go. Please tell the crown prince not to break his promise, Han Sen said. Then he turned around to leave. Both of them were shocked. When they were sent there, the two knights had been ordered to stop Dollar no matter what. They were prepared for a fight to the death, but Dollar was actually being nice. He departed after a brief exchange of words. But they still felt uneasy. They followed Han Sen, not wanting to let him escape their watch. Giving up was a good idea. After all, they are the extreme king. Li Keir let out an exaggerated sigh. Han Sen laughed and said, Lady Keir, do you like chess? Chess. Li Keir was shocked. Yes, chess. Han Sen nodded. Do you play? I know how to play chess, but why are you asking? Li Keir didn't know what Han Sen wanted. Please play a game of chess with me. Han Sen pointed to a planet that was far away. How about there? Li Keir knew Han Sen was up to something, but instead of asking what he was planning, she just nodded. The two of them arrived on the planet. They found a quiet place and set up the chess game. When the two royal knights who were stalking him saw Dollar playing chess with a female Sky, they were surprised. What is he doing? A royal knight mumbled in confusion. The other royal knight laughed and said, So, what? No matter how strong he is just a king. Plus, he is a king from a nameless race. He wouldn't dare make enemies of the extreme king. He made the right decision. I hope so. That way, we won't have to die. The royal knights were finally beginning to relax. They had seen Han Sen fight the gold armor general, and so they didn't want to fight him. Li Keir, who was playing chess with Han Sen, thought that they had dramatically misjudged Han Sen's intentions. That was because she wasn't actually playing chess with Han Sen, she was playing with a doppelganger. The real Han Sen had left a long time ago. Even Li Keir hadn't felt it when he teleported away. This guy really is brave. He dares to steal from the extreme king. Not only that, but he's taking something that they want really badly. Although Li Keir was playing chess, she wasn't paying much attention to the game. Her eyes were flashing, and a star's cape gleamed across them. It was the image of Bai Wenjie fighting the Sea Sky Eye. Chapter 2533, Emperor Staff Translator, Nioebo Studio Editor, Nioebo Studio. All the royal knights were lined up, surrounding a giant eyeball that looked like a blue gem. It was as big as a moon. Although the knights were all kings who had powerful areas, most of the knights weren't using their powers. They had been split up into teams, and every team had a leader. Under the leader's command, the kings released their powers in areas one by one. The process was smooth, and there were no errors or faults. The knights worked together like a well-oiled machine, and the fight was precise, tidy, and unhindered. Han Sen had allowed Bubble to take on his appearance and play chess. Meanwhile, he snuck into the battleground. He hid between the asteroids so he could watch the crazy fight unfold. Han Sen had to compliment them. There were many elites in the Extreme King. For every 100 kings, there were 20 to 30 half-deifieds. They had all kinds of powers, which could be used in any way they deemed suitable. The half-deifieds that could use galaxy teleportation were the types that Dia Robber and Dragon One had spent so much time looking for. The royal knights had 2 soldiers with those powers. The powers of the various knights were utilized very well. They trapped the giant blue gem eyeball within their circle, and no matter how many times the blue gem eyeball released its blue light, it couldn't break out of its cage. It was unable to hurt the members of the royal knights. The power that bound the creature was completely silent, and Bai Wenjie hovered to the side as he watched the fight. He didn't even participate in the actual battle. But Han Sen had noticed that the leader of the knights seemed to have a heart. The man used his heart to command the knights, and that was why their performance had been so flawless. So strong. The Extreme King's geniuses are too strong compared to the geniuses of other races. Any of their kings that awaken their king bodies have a great chance of becoming deified. Compared to the other high races that must practice for so long, having a king body is like using a cheat code. Han Sen sighed. He was very hopeful about humans. Every human that came from the sanctuary had a super god body. If their development was spurred and humans eventually developed an army, it would be stronger than any army of the Extreme King. However, in this fight, even the powerful Extreme King knights surrounding the Sea Sky Eye were unable to hurt it. The Sea Sky Eye kept dancing and releasing blue lights. Although it couldn't escape the circle of knights, its enemies were still unable to hurt it. Han Sen continued to watch the battle proceed for a while longer. The reason the Extreme King knights couldn't injure the Sky Eye was simple: the Sky Eye had a special eye skill. No matter how complicated the attacks of the Extreme King knights were or how perfectly they cooperated, the Sky Eye was impervious to all their attacks. It wouldn't allow any powers to land on it. If this continues, the Royal Knights are going to lose, Han Sen thought. After all, the Sea Sky Eye casually brushed off every attack of the Royal Knights. The Knights had much more difficulty resisting the Eye's attacks, by comparison. Using group galaxy teleportation was particularly exhausting for the Extreme King's soldiers. Casting that Geno cost a lot of energy, and after a few uses, the caster would grow tired. Bai Wuxia must have another trick up his sleeve, right? Han Sen was still hiding, not yet planning on doing anything. He just watched the scary fight play out. The powers being used in the fight were flashing across space, causing the darkness itself to shake. Normal people would see it all like a rainbow light in space, with a few shockwaves causing the light to ripple and jump. They wouldn't see anything in detail. Han Sen was so far away, but he had his purple-eye butterfly and spell sniper rifle. His view of the battle was crystal clear, which allowed him to keep up with every attack and parry. As he watched, he was learning a lot. I didn't know that ice element skills could be used that way. And that must be a metal area. While Han Sen watched with interest, the Sea Sky Eye suddenly became brighter. The moon-like Sea Sky Eye lit up. It was now like a sun that was releasing blue light. A blue glow spread along its substance chains, breaking the areas of the knights effortlessly. They were completely helpless to stop it. The blue light was everywhere, and there was nothing they could do to evade it. From the looks of it, 100 royal knights were about to be killed on the spot. Bai Wuxia, who was watching the fight, finally moved. He was holding a staff that looked as if it had been made of platinum. A crystal ball was mounted on the top of the staff, and when Bai Wuxia raised his staff, the crystal ball began to shine. It released some transparent substance chains, which shielded the royal knights with a screen of crystal. When the Sea Sky Eye's blue light struck that layer of crystal, the light disappeared. It was actually unable to break through that layer of crystal. What is that staff? How does it possess so much power? Han Sen was shocked. Bai Wuxia was just half deified. Even if he was wielding a deified weapon, he shouldn't have been able to trigger a deified substance chain. But now, Bai Wuxia was using his staff to protect all the royal knights from the attacks of the Sea Sky Eye. Han Sen didn't know what to make of the sight. Attack! Bai Wuxia raised his staff. The transparent substance chain kept buffing the knights, and the knights surged forward like a legion of the undead. Suddenly, none of them were afraid of the Sea Sky Eye's power anymore, so they stopped defending themselves and focused all their strength on attacking. The Sea Sky Eye was strangely enraged. The blue light it wielded was so strong that it looked like an angry blue star. Han Sen could barely look in the creature's direction. But even so, the Sea Sky Eye couldn't break the defense of the transparent substance chain. The powers of the knights finally landed on the creature, but they weren't very effective. They could barely damage the Sea Sky Eye. Han Sen used his sniper rifle to aim at Bai Wanjie. The man's body was releasing a white light. The staff sucked in the light he was producing, then pumped out transparent substance chains in return. Weird. Bai Wanjie is fueling the staff with his own power, but he's obviously producing way more power than a half-deified should be capable of. At the rate that the staff's draining his strength, even Dragon 1 would only last for a few seconds. But Bai Wanjie is maintaining that output, and he has yet to look exhausted. That isn't normal, Han Sen thought to himself. Bai Wanjie did look pale, but he wasn't about to collapse. BZZT. As Han Sen watched Bai Wanjie, something happened to the Sea Sky Eye. Chapter 25-34 Gold General appears. The Sea Sky Eye seemed to notice that its blue lights were unable to kill the knights, but it still lashed out angrily. It imbued its blue light with even greater strength. When the substance chains coming from the Sea Sky Eye seemed to reach their maximum power, the creature's blindingly bright body seemed to suddenly darken. A giant blue vortex formed around the creature and began sucking everything else toward it. The King-class elites blasted their power at the blue vortex in an attempt to disrupt its pull, but their efforts were fruitless. Not even the half-deifieds could resist the attractive force of the vortex. Under the power of that scary suction, they went flying forward. As a few of the knights got sucked into the blue vortex, Bai Wanjie suddenly shouted, "Nightmare, now!" The leader of the knights was drawing near the vortex. Hearing Bai Wanjie's shout, he pulled out an item. Han Sen adjusted his scope to get a better view. The Extreme King leader was holding an object that looked like an old statue. The statue seemed familiar to Han Senator. After a second, he placed it. An ancient god statue. Han Sen was shocked. The statue blazed with light the moment that the man pulled it out. The light created a mysterious shadow that shielded Nightmare Knight. It also increased Nightmare Knight's power, giving him deified strength in an instant. A gold substance chain appeared around his body. This ancient god statue was different from the one that Han Sen had seen before. This one was giving its user metal powers. Nightmare Knight didn't hesitate. Once he had received the metal powers from the ancient god statue, he pulled out a metallic spear. Han Sen could see that the spear was laden with mysterious symbols. As the deified metal power flowed into Nightmare Knight, the symbols across the spear became very bright. Metal substance chains swirled around the spear, transforming the spear into an old, mysterious metal pillar. Nightmare Knight roared and shoved the mysterious metal pillar into the blue vortex. An ancient god statue and a deified treasure. The Extreme King are wealthy indeed. Han Sen didn't blink. He just stared at Sea Sky Eye and the mysterious metal pillar. He wanted to see what would happen next. That mysterious metal pillar looked like the weapon of some ancient sea deity as it was thrust into the blue vortex. When the pillar touched the vortex, the swirling blue power began to slow. The metal pillar was driven deeper and deeper into the vortex, and the blue power began to shine strangely. It was like a series of thunderbolts were striking the pillar. The creature's attacks failed to break the pillar, though. Cracks began to spread through space around the blue vortex, and every time the pillar sank another inch into the vortex, one of the Sea Sky Eye's substance chains fell apart. The Sea Sky Eye seemed to have realized that something wasn't quite right. It wanted to retreat, but it was too late for that. The mysterious metal pillar has suppressed the vortex and pinned the creature in place. As the seconds ticked by, the pillar pierced relentlessly through the creature's defenses. Han Sen could see that the Sea Sky Eye wasn't going to last. Since the time had arrived, he quickly summoned the gold armor General Beast Soul. With his new beast soul cloaking his form, he headed straight for the Sea Sky Eye. Han Sen hadn't been flying for long when something changed within the Sea Sky Eye again. The blue vortex that had spun like water became ice. It froze the metal pillar that was halfway inside it. From afar, it looked like a long metal pencil sticking out of a giant blue eyeball. It was an extremely disturbing sight. All of you. Deploy your power to push the pillar inside. We have to use it to suppress the sea sky eye. Bai Wanjie's face had become grim as he shouted the new command. The royal knights reacted quickly. They hurled all of their scary powers at the end of the metal pillar, striking it like they were hammering in a nail. With each new explosion of power, they pushed the metal pillar deeper into the blue eyeball. As the metal pillar went in, the cracks across the blue eyeball widened and spread. The eyeball was growing too weak. It was going to shatter. Bai Wanjie's eyes brightened as he watched the sea sky eye's strength fail. He knew that success was within arm's reach. They were sacrificing a great deal for this victory. It had taken the combined powers of an ancient god statue, a sky god pillar, and an emperor staff. The sky god pillar and emperor staff could be used again, but the ancient god statue was a one-time use item. And because he used the emperor staff, he had burned through a lot of the strength in his king body. He had used his body's power to activate the emperor staff, and using it for so long had cost him a lot of energy. He would be another year or two before he recovered his strength. ECOV, but as long as he could get the sea sky eye's xenogeneic gene, it would all be worth it. As Bai Wanjie's excitement grew, a gold light flashed by him. A gold form appeared behind the sky god pillar, drawing his attention. Gold armor general. Why is a gold armor general here? Bai Wanjie's brain had no idea what to do with what he was seeing. All the royal knights stared in shock, as well. They couldn't imagine why there was a gold armor general before them, so they had no idea how to react. Finishing off the sea sky eye was taking all their power, and now a gold armor general had appeared out of nowhere. They had no clue what to do. Boom! Before they could muster a reaction, Hansen used the gold armor general to slam the sky god pillar's base. A glowing gold substance chain hurtled into the sky god pillar, shoving the pillar all the way into the sea sky eye. A hole appeared in the moon-sized sea sky eye. Core deified xenogeneic hunted, sea sky core eye. Xenogeneic gene found. As this announcement played inside Hansen's head, he felt disappointed that he hadn't received a beast soul. Hansen didn't stop, though. He drove the gold general into the big hole that the sky god pillar had opened up. As he flew, he saw a fist-sized blue eyeball. He grabbed it in his hand as he went through the body of the sea sky eye. When the gold general emerged from the other side of the sea sky eye, the creature's giant corpse suddenly collapsed. It shattered, spraying out like chips on blue ice. The explosion washed over the system like a quick, passing blizzard. Hansen returned to the sky god pillar. As its power faded, it returned to its shape as a spear. The gold general grabbed it, then turned and raced off at full speed. Bai Wanjie and all the royal knights in the area had seen the bloody cape flying behind the figure. And they had seen the golden pipe spewing fire. The place now looked quiet and dead. Gold Armor General stole the Sky God Pillar and the Sea Sky Eyes Core Gene, Bai Wanjie seethed. When the shock wore off, he was so angry that he felt like he was about to vomit. He wanted to chase after the Gold Armor General, but it was too late to do so. The Gold Armor General was barely visible at this point, it was little more than a golden dot in the distance. Chapter 25-35 One Move, What the F***ck is going on? Bai Wanjie was angry and frustrated, but more than anything else, he was simply confused. Gold Armor General had been killed by Dollar and Dragon 1. Why would it have appeared here, all of a sudden? And on top of that, it had taken the Sea Sky Eyes Core Gene and the Sky God Pillar. It wasn't uncommon for there to be multiple of the same type of xenogeneic in the core area, but if there had been a second deified gold armor general, someone would have noticed. Bai Wanjie could only think of one possibility. Although it was hard to believe, he couldn't think of any other reasonable explanations for what had happened. Dollar. Where is Dollar? Li Qir's mouth was hanging open, and she showed no signs of remembering to close it. She hadn't been sure where Han Sen had gone when he sneaked away from their chess match, but she had assumed he had headed toward the battleground. Because of that, she had been keeping a careful eye on the events of the battle. Seeing the Gold General destroy the Sea Sky Eye and steal the Sky God Pillar had been a shock for her, too. She knew that Gold Armor General had been killed by Dollar, so seeing the Gold Armor General show up again had been unexpected, to say the least. But her shock was different from Bai Wanjie's. Li Qir kept staring at the spot where the Gold Armor General had vanished. When the Gold Armor General flew away from the battlefield, she had lost her ability to sense it. She couldn't feel any trace of its presence. Was that Dollar? Li Qir knew the Gold Armor General had to be connected to Dollar in some capacity. There was more chance of that than of it being under Bai Wanjie's control, at least. Li Qir was certain it was Dollar because he was the only person she knew who could evade being picked up by the very high sense. Aside from Dollar, Li Qir was confident that no one in this system could commit such an act and then escape her senses. Not long after, Li Qir saw the Dollar sitting in front of her become blurry for a moment. If she wasn't right in front of Dollar, she wouldn't even have noticed when his real body returned from the battlefield. Li Qir looked at Han Sen and opened her mouth to say something, but before she could speak, Bai Wanjie rushed up and surrounded them with a contingent of his royal knights. Dollar, hand over the Sea Sky Eye Core Gene and the Sky God Pillar, Bai Wanjie said while looking at Han Sr., my prince, you must be looking for the wrong person. Han Sen raised his head and coldly met the man's stare. Give me the Core Gene and the Sky God Pillar. Then, we can pretend nothing happened, and I will still owe you a favor, Bai Wanjie said with a frown. Han Sen opened his palms wide and said, Crown Prince, I would certainly enjoy it if you owed me a favor, but I really don't have the Core Gene or the Sky God Pillar. I've never even seen the things you are speaking about. Bai Wanjie coldly looked at Han Senator. He could not be sure if Gold Armor General was related to Dollar, but the Extreme King had paid a lot for what they had just lost. They even wasted an ancient god statue. He couldn't just let it go and return to his people with nothing. In that case, you'll need to come with us and explain the situation to our people, Bai Wanjie said slowly, staring at Han Sr. Do you Extreme Kings really enjoy throwing your weight around that much? Just because you told us not to come close to the battleground, I obliged, my prince. When your people approached me, I turned around and left as requested. Now, you haven't even thanked me. And what's more, you're trying to accuse me of stealing your stuff. What kind of person do you think I am? Han Sen's voice had grown chilly, and his face was darkening. Bai Wanjie had already spoken to the two half-deifieds he set to guard Dollar, so he knew that Dollar was speaking the truth. But Dollar was the one who had killed the Gold Armor General. And it had appeared in the battleground and stolen the Sea Sky Eye Core Gene and the Sky God Pillar. The entire situation was way too coincidental, which was why Bai Wanjie refused to believe there was no connection between the thief and Dollar. You think too much. I'd just like you to help investigate this crime. Please, do a favor for the Extreme King and come with us, Bai Wanjie said, his voice becoming less accusatory. He was still suspicious, though, and he wouldn't let it go easily. Plus, there was too much that he didn't know about Dollar, anyway. He was going to take the strange man back to the Extreme King no matter what. Li Qir knew it was her time to say something. Dollar was being pushed to the edge, but all she had to do was reveal her true self. If she did that, Bai Wanjie would leave. Then, Dollar would be impressed by who she was and owe her a favor. It was a two birds with one stone opportunity. Li Qir narrowed her eyes. She was going to say something, but Han Sen laughed and said, "Bai Wan Jie, do you think that all other races are merely slaves of the Extreme King? Do you think others must do whatever you bid them to? You think far too highly of your heritage. The universe doesn't belong to us, but you still have to come with us today." Bai Wan Jie stood as still as a statue, and he continued to glare down on Han's senator. Many of the Extreme King Knights drew closer. They built a formation to block all of Han Sen's potential escape routes. Whenever Bai Wan Jie gave the command, they would use their powers against Dollar in tandem, the same way they had fought against the Sea Sky Eye. Even if Dollar had the power to fight a deified elite, their powers would allow them to stand up to him. Han Sen was still sitting in front of the chessboard with a chess piece in his hand. He paid little attention to the royal knights, and his mind was clearly still focused on his next move. "It looks like I'm going to have to force you back," Bai Wan Jie growled. Before he could give the command, Nightmare Knight had already activated his heart area. The King-class knights unleashed their powers in sequence, layering their areas over Han Sen and Li Qiu. The scary powers seemed demonic, and it suddenly felt like some unimaginable apocalypse was bearing down upon them. "This is good. I won't save Dollar until the Extreme King has pushed him to the brink. My last-minute rescue will be even more staggering," Li Qiu smugly thought. Those scary areas came down with enough power to destroy an entire planet. And all the while, Han Sen continued to deliberate his chess move without a care in the world. Red, orange, yellow, green, chartreuse, blue, and purple areas spread out around them. Wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, all kinds of overwhelming powers roared. Knives, swords, spears, and axes were breaking the sky as they came. Attacks were surging toward Han Sen from all directions. But Han Sen still sat where he was without moving. It was like the enormous wave of lethal power didn't even exist. Han Sen's brow was furrowed in thought, as if the chess game in front of him was more important than anything. Li Qiu frowned. When she saw that Han Sen was giving no indication that he wanted to move, she hadn't a clue about what he was planning to do. As that tsunami of power prepared to crash down across him, Han Sen set his chess piece down on the chessboard. The chess piece clicked, loud and clear, as it touched down on the chessboard. That crunchy, striking sound was like a switch getting flicked. The moment the chess piece came down, the roaring rain, wind, thunder, sword lights, knife lights, and scary areas vanished. The attacks became shadows, then faded entirely. In that instant, the faces of Bai Wan Jie and all the royal knights grew pale. They all knew that what had just happened wasn't a dream. Hundreds of kings and half-deifieds had summoned and unleashed their power. But without moving, Han Sen had erased everyone's power in the blink of an eye. What he had done was scarcely believable. Li Qiu's face changed, too. She couldn't wrap her mind around what had just happened, and she stared at Han Sen where he sat casually. There was no way that she could have done what he just did so easily. The no taboo skill, "You are of the very high." Bai Wan Jie suddenly said to Han Sr., "I'm not one of the very high. I am human," Han Sen said simply. Although Han Sen denied it, Bai Wan Jie did believe he was one of the very high. He raised his hand and said, "If you are one of the very high, then this is beyond my ability to handle. But the Extreme King will demand an explanation from the very high's elder." After that, Bai Wan Jie waved his hand, and his royal knights formed ranks and left with him. Not a single one remained. Han Sen was shocked. He didn't know what was going on. He had already used his gold general, and he was ready to kill them if he had to. But when he cancelled their powers, he had simply used his Dongxian area. He didn't know what was wrong with Bai Wan Jie. After declaring that Han Sen was one of the very high, the man had stormed off like a sulking child and threatened to tattle on Dollar to the very high. Li Qiu didn't know how to process what had just transpired. She felt numb. She could no longer predict what might happen next. Bai Wanjie believed dollar was one of the very high. There was a very high present, but that very high was Li Qiu, okay? She felt rather indignant that Bai Wanjie had assumed dollar was the very high. You cannot blame Bai Wanjie for his assumption, though, Li Qiu thought glumly. The powers dollar used are similar to my no taboo of the very high. But while the two powers might be similar, they aren't exactly the same. Li Qiu had planned to reveal herself as one of the very high, suppress Bai Wanjie, and pull dollar out of the fire. But by assuming that dollar was a very high, Bai Wanjie had stolen her thunder. It made her, the real thing, become quite speechless. If she said she was one of the very high now, the effect she expected would be gone. Han Sen wouldn't owe her anything, and it'd just make things awkward. You are one of the very high? Li Qiu asked, looking at Han Sen and pretending to be shocked. I'm not one of the very high. Didn't I tell you I was human? Han Sen said in annoyance. Li Qiu laughed. If you were one of the very high, just the name would shock anyone. The very high are the first race in the universe. If I was one of the very high, I would be proud to reveal it. I don't know anything about the very high, Han Sen grumbled. I am human and I am proud of it. Right. Li Qiu thought to herself, I have never even heard of humans before. How can he compare himself to us? Let's just go, Han Sen said, standing up. Give me the core gene. Li Qiu reached out her hand. What core gene? Han Sen pretended to be shocked as he looked at Li Qiu. Although he had the Sea Sky Eye core gene, he hesitated to give it to her. He wondered if it was really a worthwhile trade to swap it for the final part of Li Qiu's galaxy teleportation teaching. This was the primary material for creating a Sky Eye defensive system, he wouldn't find another one. This was the only material of this type that he would be able to use in trade. There was also the fact that Han Sen had used the gold robot general to steal the Sea Sky Eye. If he gave it to Li Qiu, that meant divulging his association to the gold general. If word about this got out to the Extreme King, nothing would stop them from coming after him. Although Han Sen wasn't afraid of provoking the Extreme King, there was no need for him to do something that wouldn't earn him a benefit. Li Qiu smiled and said, My power isn't incredibly strong, but I can be insightful. I have another skill that is akin to galaxy teleportation, and I'm very good at reading situations. I have seen you control the gold armor general to steal the Sea Sky Eye and the Sky God Pillar. I also watched you exit the gold armor general. Are you going to break your promise? Li Qiu was just bluffing Han Sen, though. Of course, she hadn't seen Han Sen exit the gold armor general. Han Sen was shocked. Li Qiu should have been playing chess here the entire time. If she was able to tell what happened in the fight, she couldn't have been bluffing. But Han Sen didn't believe she had really seen him come out of the gold armor general. He had used his Dongxian area to keep the universal cogwheels around him from moving. If someone was watching him, he should have been able to feel it. But Li Qiu was smart. When she saw Han Sen looking so shocked, she knew she was right. She looked at Han Sen with surprise, and said, I was just guessing. It really was you, huh? Han Sen shrugged slightly. He neither denied nor admitted it. He pulled out the Sky Eye core gene and presented it to her. If Li Qiu had guessed this, then there was no point in him denying it. Although the Sea Sky Eye was good, Han Sen didn't even know how to build a Sky Eye. It was pointless for him to hold on to it. Plus, Han Sen was very interested in the final part of galaxy teleportation. So, he decided to make the exchange with Li Qiu. Even if Li Qiu told people that he had stolen the Sea Sky Eye, it wouldn't really affect him. No one knew who Dollar was, anyway. How did you do that? You can control the gold armor general. Li Qiu looked at Han Sen as she moved to take the Sea Sky Eye. Where is the final part of galaxy teleportation? We make the trade at the same time. Han Sen pulled his hand back, not allowing Li Qiu to take the sea sky eye. Li Qiu hesitated. She wasn't really all that interested in the sea sky eye. The item could make a fake sky eye, but it wouldn't have the power of the original. It would be great if it could copy just 60% of a real sky eye's strength. Maybe the weaker Extreme King might have been interested, but the very high didn't need such a bauble. But if Li Qiu didn't make the trade, they might have to go their separate ways. And that was something Li Qiu did not want. The next part is complicated. You didn't even finish the first part of galaxy teleportation, so you wouldn't understand even if I told you the final part. But that is okay. I have time, and so I will teach you slowly, Li Qiu said with a laugh. Li Qiu didn't ask Han Sen to hand the sea sky eye over, which made him feel a little more comfortable with the arrangement. He took Li Qiu with him to continue hunting xenogeneics. Before Han Sen traveled far, Dragon 1 and Dia Robber flew over to them. Dia Robber looked extra happy as he said, "Brother Dollar, you must be one of the very high. How can you be so strong? I worry too much. If Brother Dollar is one of the very high, it doesn't matter how brave Bai Wan Jie is, he will never dare to hurt a hair on your head," Dragon 1 said. Han Sen and Li Qiu looked weirded out upon hearing this, but they were reacting for very different reasons. Please go to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 2537, Big Evil Beast Translator, Nioebo Studio Editor, Nioebo Studio, who told you I was one of the very high? Han Sen asked with confusion. Li Qiu wanted to ask this, as well, but she didn't have a chance to. Brother Dollar, stop hiding it from us. We have heard that you stole the sea sky eye and the deified treasure sky god pillar from Bai Wan Jie before he could even fart, Dia Robber said. Dragon 1 was technically an ally of the Extreme King, but the three big races hadn't started fighting yet. The dragon wouldn't do anything to the people of the very high. Instead, as the leader of the three big races, the very high had an even better reputation than the Extreme King did. When it became a matter of life and death, no one would ever oppose the very high. I'm not one of the very high. I am human. I said that a long time ago, Han Sen said. We understand that Brother Dollar is human. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber looked at each other. For a moment, Han Sen thought they were going to wink knowingly at each other. Han Sen looked at their faces, and he knew he hadn't explained things well enough. But still, Han Sen wasn't in the mood to talk about it anymore. So, he didn't speak. Li Qiu, however, was very frustrated. She wanted to say that Dollar wasn't one of the very high and that she actually was, but now wasn't the time to mention something like that. How did things come to this? Li Qiu couldn't figure out how she had gotten herself into this situation. Dollar said he was human, but now people were recognizing him as one of the very high. And a very high like her couldn't even explain things clearly. Brother Dollar, do you have the time to hunt a deified xenogeneic with me? I have prepared Big Destroyed, Dia Robber said to Han Sen with an excited look. The Destroyed hadn't been very happy to bargain with their precious Big Destroyed, but now that they thought Han Sen was one of the very high, their apprehension vanished. They weren't just happy to proceed with the deal, they felt honored. It was like saying, "Are you seeing this? Even the very high are interested in a geno art that we Destroyed have created. They want to research our Big Destroyed. Do you know how strong our Destroyed geno arts are? We have geno arts that even the very high are interested in." Of course, the Destroyed didn't make their true feelings known openly. They were just more than willing to make this exchange using Big Destroyed. Han Sen wasn't just going to be given Big Destroyed, though. The Destroyed were going to provide a manual and a heap of extra information to go along with the geno art. Unlike their previous meeting, Dia Robber had actually brought the geno art with him this time. Sure. We can go now. Sign the contract and give Big Destroyed to Dragon 1 to hold on to. Han Sen nodded. Dia Robber pushed the box containing Big Destroyed to Han Sen and said, I totally trust you. You can take a look at Big Destroyed first. It's okay. There are actually some benefits to having that very high title erroneously above my head, Han Sen thought. He knew that Dia Robber still believed he was one of the very high, which was why the man was being so kind. Still, Han Sen didn't see any point in explaining since he had no intention of betraying his word. What is going on? Li Qiu thought again. Hearing all this made her want to cry. Han Sen accepted Big Destroyed and had a look. He discovered that there were many manuals and pamphlets of information, which would make the Geno art easier for him to learn. Han Sen quickly flicked through Big Destroyed and memorized all the contents. He would practice it whenever he had the time to. Due to the fact this Geno art required the talents of the destroyed, Han Sen didn't know if he would be able to learn it. The deified xenogenic Dia Robber wanted to kill was called Big Evil Beast. It was both incredibly powerful and insanely fast. It also possessed an evil area. Inside that area, no matter how great your defenses were, you would be weakened. Even deified creatures in its radius would be reduced to half-deified or even king level. There was no way they could defeat the Big Evil Beast. Brother Dollar, how are we going to kill the Big Evil Beast? Dia Robber had plans of his own, and he only required Han Sen's power. But after learning that Han Sen was one of the very high, Dia Robber was more interested in hearing Han Sen's thoughts and ideas for tackling such a foe. Han Sen asked, how did you guys plan on fighting it? We plan to combine our powers to restrain the Big Evil Beast, and then have you perform the deadly strike, Dia Robber explained their attack strategy. What do you think about the plan? We'll use your plan, then. Han Sen didn't have an opinion on the matter. He thought this plan would work because the Big Evil Beast probably had a weakness somewhere, as well. It wouldn't be like ordinary deifieds outside the core area, which were flawless. Cooperating with them to fell the Big Evil Beast wouldn't be too difficult. Seeing that Dollar wasn't opposed to their plan, Dia Robber and Dragon One believed he was just too polite. They would never have expected that Han Sen simply wasn't interested in coming up with a plan of his own. Li Qiu could see Dia Robber and Dragon One falling in love with Han Sen, and it made her as angry as she was amused. She was the genuine very high of the assembly, and yet, no one even paid any attention to her. And yet they lavished attention on Dollar, who was a fake very high. Wait until you guys learn the truth. It'll be funny to see how you respond to that revelation, Li Qiu laughed. She didn't plan to expose the reality of the situation, however. She was going to go along with the charade for a while. After a brief journey, everyone arrived where the Big Evil Beast was said to reside. Dragon One and Dia Robber sent out a lot of people to draw the creature into the open so Han Sen could perform the final strike. Dia Robber borrowed Dragon One's dragon tattoo tooth dagger and gave it to Han Senator. Although they believed Han Sen was one of the very high and thus had no lack of deified weaponry, they still did what they believed was courteous and right. They didn't want to make a bad impression. I can use galaxy teleportation. If you need my help, I can lend a hand, Li Qiu volunteered. She said this to Dia Robber, but she only wanted to fight alongside Han Sen to further refine their tender friendship. But Dia Robber shook his head. Thank you, Lady Qiu, but you can just spectate. We are fine with Dollar's help. Li Qiu felt so sad, and she thought to herself, there is a real very high here, and yet you leave her on the sidelines. And you're spending so much to hire a fake very high in the belief that you're getting a bargain. Are you guys stupid? Li Qiu knew she couldn't blame Dia Robber or the others, but she still felt depressed about it. Han Sen was waiting in the system. A short while later, Dragon One and Dia Robber rushed out of a planet. They were being chased by a very scary giant beast. The beast looked like a tiger, and it was pitch black. Its body was covered in scales, though, and a pair of enormous wings spread out behind it. The tail looked like a lion's tail. When it flapped its wings to fly, black smoke billowed out behind it. It was like a monster soaring out of the pits of hell. Dia Robber and Dragon 1 led a dozen half-deifieds to restrict the big evil beast, but their performance was worse than it had been when they fought the gold armor general. After a short while, they were on the cusp of losing. Brother Dollar, it is your time. Dragon 1 cast the Dragon Blood Evil Breaker and shouted to Han Sen. Chapter 2538, Killing Big Evil Beast. Translator, Nioebo Studio Editor, Nioebo Studio. This time, Dragon Blood Evil Breaker didn't have enough power to contain their enemy. It was still effective, though. Things didn't go awry as they had last time when they fought the gold armor general. Han Sen was holding his dragon tattoo tooth dagger tightly. He teleported behind Big Evil Beast. His time-learning teleportation skills hadn't been wasted, he was able to appear next to Big Evil Beast in a moment. The dagger was brimming with Han Sen's power when it cut through the enemy's wings. The powerful of Han Sen's strike ripped through the tissue of the wing all the way down its length. That was the creature's weakest spot. The rest of the monster's body was covered in scales, and not even with the dragon tattoo tooth dagger could damage those locations. After he pierced through the wing, Han Sen saw a small part of the creature's back, next to where the wings used to be attached, that wasn't protected by scales. Han Sen stabbed the monster with the dagger, sending its power through the beast's flesh. The creature's flesh wasn't as tough as its scales were, but the flesh was still harder than that of an ordinary half-deified xenogeniac. Han Sen's dagger couldn't cut deep enough to reach the creature's heart. Upon feeling the strike, Big Evil Beast roared. Its aura of evil descended upon the system, cloaking everything around Han Sen and the others. When it flapped its wings, black feathers were fired everywhere like a hail of arrows. Han Sen stood before that hailstorm of feather arrows. He knew that he wouldn't be able to dodge them, and neither could he deflect them all. Judging by the radius of the attack, he wouldn't even be able to teleport to a safe distance. Han Sen didn't hesitate. He used his super god spirit body. The arrows passed harmlessly through him, and then Han Sen raced into Big Evil Beast's body. He reached the heart and stabbed it with his dagger. The super god spirit body only lasted a second. After that, he was back to normal. Fortunately, in that time, Han Sen was able to rush into Big Evil Beast's heart and stab the organ repeatedly like a madman. Blood spilled everywhere. Big Evil Beast screamed, flapping around in circles like it was deranged. It was unable to do anything to Han Sen, who was in its heart. Dragon 1, Dia Robber, and the others watched as Big Evil Beast shrieked and spewed blood everywhere. Someone murmured, "Brother Dollar really is one of the very high. He is only king class, but he is already so strong. If he becomes half-deified, will he be able to fight a proper deified? What are you saying about becoming half-deified? He is already fighting a deified," someone shot back. "After seeing Brother Dollar, I know what a real champion looks like. Such amazing power. It would be very hard for any race other than the very high to do this. Not even the extreme king has kings on par with Dollar." "What do you mean by very hard? Feats like this are clearly impossible for anyone else." As everyone was discussing this, they suddenly heard Big Evil Beast roar louder than before. Its scream was interrupted as its mouth filled with blood. Dragon 1 saw the creature cough out some chunks of flesh with the blood. Dia Robber and the Destroyed were so happy. "Brother Dollar is so strong. That Big Evil Beast must be dead." Shortly thereafter, Big Evil Beast's blood ran dry. Its movements slowed, and its life force grew weak. The evil aura that had weighed on them all disappeared as the creature's substance chains dissipated one at a time. Dragon 1 and Dia Robber moved forward to finish it off. They ran to attack the Big Evil Beast with all their strength, but they didn't have the dragon tattoo tooth dagger, and so they couldn't deal any damage to the big evil beast. Despite launching a frantic series of attacks, they couldn't penetrate big evil beast's scales. They could only further damage its wings. Blurg. Big evil beast spilled more blood. Then, someone emerged from the bloody body. It was Han Sen, and he cut his way out, still clutching the dragon tattoo-tooth dagger. After Han Sen came out, the big evil beast lost all control of its body. Its carcass floated in the system like a fish gone belly up. Blood cloaked its form, and it twitched weakly from time to time. Xenogeneic core deified hunted, big evil beast. Deified xenogeneic gene found. Han Sen felt depressed. Again, there was no beast soul. It looks like my luck has run out. 2 deifieds and still no beast souls. Han Sen felt like high-class xenogeneics had a lower drop rate than low-class xenogeneics. Han Sen couldn't be certain that was the case, but it was the way he was currently feeling. Thank you for your assistance, Brother Dollar. Dia Robber was thrilled, and he thanked Han Sen profusely. You are welcome, Brother Robber. It was a fair trade, and I didn't help you out of charity. Han Sen also returned the dagger to Dragon 1. Is Brother Dollar still interested in hunting more xenogeneics? Dragon 1 asked as he accepted the dagger. I want to research the geno arts that I've received recently. I don't plan on killing more xenogeneics right now. So, perhaps another time. Han Sen shook his head. Dia Robber and Dragon 1 felt disappointed, but if Han Sen didn't want to go, then there was nothing they could do about that. They left the core area. Han Sen and Li Qir visited the nearby systems. They killed any xenogeneic kings they saw. If they didn't find any, they kept traveling. Han Sen used most of his power to practice Li Qir's God's Wander and the Destroyed's Big Destroyed. He practiced Big Destroyed for the longest time in that hope that Big Destroyed could help speed up his consumption of king-class genes. Li Qir saw Han Sen practicing Big Destroyed and said that geno art was designed by the Alpha of the Destroyed. It was created based on the unique design of their bodies. Light, dark, and chaos must be balanced within you. The geno art can't be practiced unless you have all 3 of those elements. Even among the destroyed, only pure-blood destroyed can practice it. Not many outsiders can learn it, that is for sure. I am just giving it a try, Han Sen said, unperturbed. He focused on using the Dongxian Sutra to practice Big Destroyed. When Han Sen was in the sanctuaries, his body had evolved using all the elements. That included light, dark, and chaos elements. Plus, the Dongxian Sutra itself enabled him to simulate geno arts. So, Han Sen was reasonably confident that he would be able to practice Big Destroyed. If he hadn't believed this, he wouldn't have risked fighting a deified xenogeneic to get his hands on the geno art. When Li Qir saw that Dollar continued to practice Big Destroyed despite her warning, she said nothing more. She just didn't think Han Sen would succeed. Even the very high would have trouble learning Big Destroyed. The very high sense wouldn't be of much help. Even if Han Sen had a similar geno art, it wouldn't get him very far. But Li Qir didn't know that Han Sen's Dongxian Sutra wasn't a creation of the very high. Many parts of the geno art had been designed for entirely different purposes, and it was possible for him to do things that the very high could not.